true. We both share a little blame, but you can still hear my heartbeat if I don't speak and you don't leave. I can believe that you still speak like you know me, like you care about me. Know you dig deep 'cause it's easy. Try to hurt me, try to get back at me. Only heart you're hurting is mine. Do you feel those deep cuts when you're alone? Now tell me, does that high horse feel like a throne? The marks that you're carving, that you started, they go to the bone. You say I keep my cards close so you don't know. Don't care much for the game, you just want me to fold. The sparks that you're causing, lines are crossing. It's like you're trying to set fire to stone. Trying to forget all you know. Holding on to fear, I can't keep to anything. I stay up late to see the morning. Close my eyes, but all I see is space between us. Broken, dreamless. You can still hear my heartbeat if I don't speak and you don't leave. I can believe that you still speak like you know me, like you care about me. But you can still hear my heartbeat if I don't speak and you don't leave. I can believe that you still speak like you know me. Do you feel those deep cuts when you're alone? Now tell me, does that high horse feel like a throne? The marks that you're carving, that you started, they go to the bone. You say I keep my cards close so you don't know. Don't care much for the game, you just want me to fold. The sparks that you're causing, lines you're crossing. It's like you're trying to set fire to stone.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? It even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What an exciting way to kick off 2025 for VCT Pacific.
All right, let's play, guys.
With these amazing players.
4 seconds is streaming Pacific match right now.
VCT has never looked better.
Oh.
What a shot! Cruz lets loose with a dart.
Guys, any recon shooters? Hello? Guys, what are you doing? Is your coach always like that?
Come on. 아 어디야? 아니야. 하지 마.
We're gonna get the texture tantrum. Unbelievable.
버스피가 더 빡세다 그랬던 것 같은데.
What's going on in mid?
メイクそっちのチームどう？おじさんいるけど、まあいい感じだよ。
Let's go, guys. One more map. Let's run it back. Okay, guys, come on, play.
Dulu ngapain sih? Kok nggak jelas banget?
Wanted to play on stage for once.
Oh my god, the pressure is so intense right now.
He doesn't know where he is. He's going for the shot and he manages to nail it!
Nice. Let's go, guys.
Okay, bro. Go break that disc.
And there it goes. What? Absolutely. Blasted the bees.
Where's my jersey?
It looks so funny. You coach, you 3 play.
So you do play. You play.
Okay, you do, good luck.
Sige, ako na lang. Mas mahirap, coach. Nagsasalita eh.
Oh, laro. Laro lang.
Na. Ito, laro lang ako.
Go. Spin the roulette. What's this?
Moonwalk.
Moonwalk Michael Jackson, okay.
Do something.
Do something.
Do something.
Okay.
If you're ready.
Wait. No, this is...
Yeah, bro. What's on there, bro?
Hey, bro. Come back here, bro.
I think they'll know later.
Hey, good speed. Oh no.
Oh, no. Explain. Coach. Laro mo to eh. What's the high sense?
Coach.
Tong-tong sana sa kabila. Hey, Bray.
What, bro?
You're the Bucky Master. To guess the Bucky Master.
Feel ko di ko na mag-judge. Baki na lang. Thank you, coach.
Good choice, guys. Then we can keep smoking and run into the smoke.
Yeah.
How about Oman Ashraf?
Clove.
Clove.
Any comments before we start the game?
Trash talk. Jer.
Kaja.
Coach. Trash talk.
Sabihin mo sa'yo may kailangan nun.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Oh my god!
Oops. Oh, hindi. Playable. It's playable, guys.
Let's go, Rush B.
Hey, they can hear us. Rush A, I smoke A short.
Hey guys, they're rushing A, I heard.
Rushing A.
We're rushing.
I smoke A short.
We are stacking A, guys.
It's gonna be B.
I want A.
Go, James, go, James. They go B.
They fake.
What? Bro.
Hey, go mid.
Hey. Damn, bro.
I'm planting.
Go. Squat.
Hey, one corner. Hala ka, James. Hey, they have short A also.
No, that's your teammate.
Guys, Tara, блядь.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Ay!
Hey James, don't throw.
아, 뭐야?
Yeah, I think, Bray, you got this.
알았어.
Araso. I go beam in, I go beam in. I'll smoke edge short. Ice bomb! Whoops. What the
Hey! Bro, they be split, bro.
To market.
Together! Together we are stronger.
Go.
Together we are stronger.
Oh, bye-bye.
Stun! Bang! Uy. Tripty.
So funny.
Coach, are we doing a good job?
Yes.
Give bomb.
Bang, take this bang. Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Go, Bray, go. Use your missile. Missile! Chill. Go back.
I'm on TP somewhere. Market. Oh!
Go. Minus 52.
You can take orb on B right now, and you have ulti.
Then plant.
Yeah, you cannot kill me from here. We have missile lineup.
I can smoke.
Stay close door. I go aiming. Missile lineup.
Okay, we have scan.
Bro, he's gonna know where you come from, okay?
Hope. Maybe heaven.
Missile.
Clutch.
Calm down, bro.
Sorry,
down,
Sorry,
bro.
my coach.
It's okay.
Kenchana.
Don't press it. Give me more.
No, you can't, bro.
Hey.
Kill it, don't die. Ебать.
Guys, hit them. Don't be one, bro. Plant.
Wait, I can break.
Boya. Hey, you're gonna die. Missile. Hey.
Last player standing.
Yes.
Spike planted.
Wait, survive. You take this.
Bye.
Oh no.
One HP.
NT.
So, coaches of GE, how was the players' play so far?
So good.
What about the coaches coaching here?
So bad, bro.
Our coach is very good. They are doing a good job.
Do you think they do better than you?
No.
Of course.
코치랑 플레이어를 변경하겠습니다.
Hindi, stay.
Hindi, ito.
MVP natin to, MVP.
Yung may Bruno nga lang
Stay
yung
na
MVP dito.
5 kilo, go.
I play club.
How about me, man?
No,
Stay there.
you keep playing. Ебать, so fast.
What the? I hope they do better than us. Ready, guys?
가자.
A-rush. Okay, go stack A, guys.
They going B.
You will just show me.
Okay, give bait. Jen, takbo!
Let's go B. Go B.
Oh, easy.
Boya. Check your angles, guys. Side.
Uy! Hey!
Hey, cannot use snipe.
2v1 guys, don't throw.
Oops.
I don't have bullet.
Nice. Good job. Good job, guys.
Bro,
NT.
Nice try.
Yes, go Imin. Go Imin.
Okay, guys, let's buy phantoms. And rush it.
Careful for fake, ha. One
Hey,
aim,
guys,
one
aim.
aim.
They're running in. Go. Wait, don't pick.
No war. This one. I am. Hey!
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 19 bro. 1 year sighted.
NT, brother. NT. Go jar. Do your thing, jar.
Yan nito.
Wait.
Get net.
One A. Easy, relax.
Tay.
Kirby, maybe.
Someone.
We'll see you.
Close.
Jan.
Wait.
My territory, my bruising point.
Nothing hell. I got bullet. Hey! Out of... Ay! No, ko po.
To switch.
Heaven.
Some.
Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Oh, drop.
Yes, good job, guys.
Good boy.
Who was the MVP and who's the fourth player of the day?
MVP is 2GE. He get most of the kill.
The worst player was Envy. He didn't do anything.
Can you guess challenges of each other?
I think it's the same.
We had the same challenge.
Pistol.
Wait, we have exactly
Yeah,
the same.
Yeah.
I think it's good. We just had some fun. Well played, guys.
Yeah, I think, just had fun. I think GE did well. Yeah.
Hey.
Yawn.
You do. Where are you going to do?
If you carry this game, I buy you a ticket for New Jeans. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
suddenly locked in, bro.
Carry is how much? 25?
What do you mean?
Carry is how much? 25?
Just win the game, motherfucker.今まで画面越しに見てる人、目の前にいるゲームは誰だったあ、そうだよ。俺のことでしょ。そうだよ。Oh, feeling like to be Indonesia. I think I'm gonna pee in my pants.
100. I give you $100, 100 USD if you pee in your pants. Deal?
I think you're gonna jump today.
Yeah, if we win 11-0, I jump for the last round.
How about 9-2?
No.
팀이 끈다 생각하고 얘들아.
그래, 오더.
분위기 올려줘.
러시 많이
분위기 올리자 분위기.
러시 많이 뛰어도 될 거.
아이, 그런 억텐 하지 말고 자신감 있게 하자.
공신! 화이팅!
Let's
go. First match of the season, baby. Put star mid, recon mid.
You do go deep drone, okay?
You got it. One push it.
Come on, you can kill him.
Can I
He's
go?
alone. Alone, you do. He's alone, literally alone.
Dead. Go.
Hey, they bite. Push. They push. Bench. Heaven to heaven, Crystal.
Concealment.
I can smoke. Wait, Asher, smoke.
I think we
I
have
got
one
some.
HP.
They drop on me.
One more. Ding. CT.
Nice.
Go, boys.
Wow.
드론 준비됐고.
넌 컨택 가자.
쭉 갈게. 상대
얘네
A롱
A롱
드론.
드론 빨라.
트롤 없다 이번엔.
Nothing by shot. 얘네 A롱 드론 개 빨라. Guys, only Sova, guys. Only.
애쇼 ZV. 탑shot.
I'm the go. One flash? Yeah. Picking? Nothing. 나 이제 빠질게.
나도 빠지는 중.
가득 쏴야 돼, 얘들아, 그대로. 확인. 그냥 욕심부려서 통으로 가줘 얘들아.
확인했어. 내가 먼저 갈게 형들 그럼.
하나 둘 셋.
Viper C, masih bisa 100 cancel. Viper C. Aneh Viper. Makita di recon ya. Backside. Recon. Sabla. 잡아. 떠나 이제 백사이드. 나이스 원이야. 이거 원, 투. 하는 거. 오케이. Save your prowler, don't prowler first, let them end Viper smoke. After Viper smoke, you're gonna prowler. Yeah, I recon. 이거 깨. 깼어? 갔다. 너리건. 싸워, 괜찮아. 야, 죽어. 끼리. 나와줘. 한피. I think they must want to take A, guys. Can you fight A main, guys? Can you fight A main? Can I use the ulti to A main fight, guys? Can. If he take A main, just hit A, okay? Just hit A. Apat dito A, baka mag-drone, pakuha nga pag nag-drone. Ulti ako. Wala ka ulti. Siya pala main. I break molly. Secret. You're doing the setup, I think? No. Yeah, demolish. In the side. Tako. Planting. May pull mo na. Tinol ko na. Sa dagot. Manage pias to. Can you pick the hook? Deal. The low default. I'm default flash. One power. One speed. One speed. One more. One more. Guys. Damn! There's 3 no money, guys. Damn! Okay, ready? Go, come closer. Okay, holding left. Smoke mid, puppy. Holding far, okay, holding here. Two even, puppy, help me. He haven't ulti. Nice. Kill leave. Nice. Give us me the ace, kill. Last in me. Yeah, go kill, I go jump for you, brother. Wait. Go. Trap. Kelly, go, baby. Hey. Sorry. Marshall, instead? Sure. Yeah. There's a smoke. Yeah, do this smoke. Kevin, okay? Kevin. I'm with you. What's my gun? Out. Invent. Heavy. One side. Two. Got a bulldog. Full left B. They're probably heavy groups, guys. Just let the group heavy on Eco. Oh. Nice. Side. Nice, good job, Joseph. 3, 2, 1. Go straight, guys.
Reloading. Launching point.
Someone watch. Watch it, big stun, huh? Yeah. I'm flashing this.
One enemy remains.
Whoa. Run. Whoa. Okay. Ready, no? Let's go. 오pen. リサイト降りるよ。目が見えたらピック行くわ。はい。これピストルと多分同じ。チェックできないなんかナイフとかフラッシュで。よ。ジェン俺とスイッチしよう。ジェン俺とスイッチして。テンポ。多分ピア入ってないまだ。131。この後ドローンでビット確認する俺。ポイント2段できてる。敵降りた。降りてきてる。1回目入れるね。いいよ。はい。6目今入れる。
너무 쉽다니까. B점에 떨어졌어. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
나이스 팀エイス行ってみようか。行きますか。だって B マイリコン。イランディムしてる。おい。全部武器。マジかよ。プラス一つ強かったんじゃね多分。들어가게 벌린다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 갈게. 네. KU 셔. 좀 더 올려. 라인 다 같이 올려. 다 같이. 다 앞에 와. 까줄게. 가자. 하나, 둘, 셋. 다 찍혔어. 램프 먼저. 5명 다 찍혔다. 램프. 샤워들. 하나 더. 램프. 2대2. 야, 뒤조심해. 우리 5명 찍혔어. 빠를 거야 지금. 아, 나 못 받았어.
나 CT 싸울게 그냥. 조심해. 안 보이고. 쇼세 CT, 쇼세 CT 확인. 나 CT 싸울게.
공포를 맞이해라.
살았다. 살아. 사이트 디펄 쪽. 물었어.
So just keep your crosshairs tuned. We'll make sure that we notify you if we see anything. Texture tries to go ahead of things, but he doesn't. Check his back. And Bane only close right under the smoke. Trying to make what he can out of the situation, but Bane now on for 3. He's got no audio, but he's got kills for sure.
Ends up getting taken down. Solid efforts from RQ, but at the same time, Margaret pushing forward, takes some control over B. Stray dead and Xpharaoh. As they get cleared, Cushy trying to hold things down. Francis unable to find the contact, means that Jemkin gets a second lease on life. Margaret still holding though, now on for an ace. This hole. He's anticipating the jump peak from Margaret.
Especially with that smoke in their way, so trying to fend off, but Texture spotted up by the top of his ponytail. The spike goes down. Unfortunately, the util expires. Karen, then the shock dart to try to hold them off. Bane trying to set a bit of a flank, but still continuing to watch it, looking for the timing to swing. The recon goes through, and there it is, Karen!
Jemkin's 2 away from another orbital strike.
Smoke's coming down for maybe a quick exit. They still want to try to hit the go button here. The sun connecting with Xpharaoh with that judge around the corner. It's going to be so damn difficult in his place that he's got another one in the back pocket. And this here would be a huge boon for them to close this out 2-0.
Well, still there.
Well, the push through. Ivy on the swing, able to find one. Margaret getting another. Jemkin, however, holding it down now. A showstopper! They're all collected together!
Let's fly.
It's day 10 of the VCT Pacific 2025 Kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games.
Whatever happens, God knows I tried. No angels watching tonight. Hand on a weapon, devil inside. Turning the water to wine.
VCT Pacific. The future of VALORANT starts here.
Love can be dangerous. Love can be cruel. We play the game with no rules. Caught in the madness, aimed at my heart. I should've known from the start.
You have Stacks and Buzz on the other side. So any message over to them. 그 T1의 스택스 선수, 버즈 선수 다 잘 알고 있잖아요. 한마디 해주시죠.
김구택, 야 기다려라. 김구택, 야 기다려라. 김구택, 야 기다려라. 야 기다려라.
Stax, what are you doing here?
I'm thinking about when being set and how can I crush him.
Okay, Mr. Mastermind. Okay, good luck today, Stax. You can do it. Bing, did you hear what Stax said?
Yeah, that's cute.
Oh, okay. What do you want to say to cute Stax?
구택이 형 실제로는 형이지만 게임 안에선 형 아니다.
To cute Stax, he said, "Oh, you may be my friend outside, but in the game we're not." Okay, let's play some VALORANT. 가시죠.
Wow, starting things off spicy. Welcome to VCT Pacific. We are down to our final 3 days. That's right. Kickoff is coming to an end, but by the end of today, we're going to find out who our top 3 teams are going to be and who's going to be that first team to qualify to Masters Bangkok. I am Mika Fabs, and I'm here with Big Time and Pilski. It's a very, very
Hello.
serious day today.
Good day,
gentlemen.
everybody. This is our punishment because we are both owed a punishment. So we have some helium to get us through this first section. It's quite difficult. Give me a second.
Yeah, I feel like the story has been cut very short.
Yeah, but let's see. Yeah.
Hello. There we go.
Did you
it's
get,
working.
Did you get some? I think so. I feel like I can't even get some. Wait.
Try mine.
Yeah, does yours work? Is that how it works?
Yeah,
Yours
I think
works
so.
better?
The juice one.
Get a big inhale in there.
Hello, everyone. I feel like I sound the same.
I know. Is that
This is not working.
It was working so well before.
We had so much fun backstage. I mean, like, you know what?
We did.
You know, I think you need to push the straw like a little bit.
It's not long enough, Mika.
It's
You know what? We're gonna have to find another punishment.
no,
production.
yeah, we will. Or maybe we'll bring this
try.
back a little bit later.
We'll
I
try.
don't know. We did. It was really funny. Maybe
work.
you know what? Maybe we should upload some of the videos that we took backstage.
True.
Yeah.
Because those were
Yeah.
hilarious. But anyway, it is a very big day today. Balloons aside, it is going to be, we're finding out which team qualifies over to Masters Bangkok, the first global tournament that we have for this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's very exciting. Obviously, it's important as a region. We want to send our top 2 teams so they can compete. Pacifica's finally had that taste of what it's like to win internationally now, so get your tickets. I mean, I think we all want to see it happen again.
You guys know how fast these sell out, so please get your tickets right now. It is going to be the first global tournament in Southeast Asia as well, so that's incredibly exciting. It's incredibly exciting for us from Southeast Asia, so please don't miss a chance to catch PRX and Fnatic live. Funny stuff.
I thought we weren't talking about the incident. I mean, look, we've still got some hope for some Southeast Asian representation over in Bangkok, depending on how the games go today. So, look, fingers crossed for all the SEA fans out there that we've still got a chance for Bangkok.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be very, very exciting. And hey, if you're shopping already and you want to shop a little bit more, check it out. The 2025 VCT Season Capsule is out.
This is actually good. This is a good skin.
It is. It's really good. And, Jake Shin posted like a poll of which design you think is best, and Pacific is leading. Good job, everybody.
It's not surprising. The blue is by far the best color.
Yeah,
Even if we ignore all the
it stands out.
Just from a color perspective, you should put the Pacific one on.
Yeah, the Karambit as well. Really, really clean. Like, they just keep printing Karambits and Vandals, and people just keep doubling down and tripling down every year on year. I keep looking at everyone who has the old Champs one from 21 and thinking, why did I not get that?
Yeah.
Why have I made
That's
mistakes in the past?
That's me. That's my skin. I use the Champs 2021.
Oh, you're so good.
And it's like it's a flex. It's like OG player. Wow. But you know what? This is it's gonna be very, very dicey because we have T1 and DRX. One of these teams is confirmed to go to Bangkok.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. It's especially exciting for the Korean audience here. They get to send one. So there's at least 5 Korean players going to Bangkok. Both these teams have had good, strong runs, and I'm excited to see who makes it.
Yeah, me too. All of these Korean teams playing so well. And on your birthday, nonetheless, Mika, that's what the balloons are for. We're celebrating Mika's, 22, 23?
That's why we're friends. That's why we're friends, my guy. No, it's not my birthday. Don't flood. You're going to flood my social media. People are going to be
Everyone
reading
say
it.
happy
It's like,
birthday.
oh,
No,
please.
free engagement.
No,
free engagement.
it's Pilski's birthday as well. It's Pilski's birthday as well. But you know what? It's kind of sad. It's a sad birthday for me because you only have TLN as the Southeast Asian team that is in here in our top 4. We thought for sure Paper X was going to be here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people did. You know, I think they've made it to so many international events in a row. For them not to be there, I mean, it's a big time for the organization in terms of it's a big time for these players. And where do you go from here? What needs to change? What do they need to do differently as a squad to make it?
I mean, at the same time, they've had a good run, especially with the system that they have and the weird roles and everything and the way that they kind of structure everything. The fact that they've had the results that they've had as consistently as they've had them is very impressive. So I'm keen to see what they do coming into stage 1.
Oh, definitely. And, you still have to, the consistency, right? The consistency of them qualifying to almost every international event. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and their luck had to run out sometime, right? But we still do have talent there. We still have talent there alongside, what could be their Korean gauntlet, so to say.
Yeah, they've got a lot of Korean teams to play their way through if they want a spot over in Bangkok. I mean, T1 and DRX did kind of scrape their way in towards this upper bracket in the first place, to be fair. I mean, you saw Talent already pushing T1. Even Boom in the initial match did push T1 quite substantially. PRX, they almost lost to them as well, so it's not like T1's run through to Bangkok has been clean or anything like that so far.
And lo and behold, I'm really curious to see how Talon Esports is feeling, especially since they have a big weekend up ahead. And ta-da! We have Jovi here from Talon Esports joining us. Thank you so much for being here. I haven't seen you since Berlin.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Well, I have to ask because Talon is a very unpredictable, a very interesting team here in Pacific. So, this team has a reputation of cooking and overcooking and cooking again. So, what was your first impression, joining the team?
I already knew what I was getting myself into. Last year, I was helping them a little bit on the side, and Cross is my mentor, so would constantly bounce ideas back and forth with him. So I already knew what was going down here and stuff. So.
Oh, expected everything to pan out, huh?
Yeah.
You expected this 4th place as well? Or, top 4 as well, rather?
I expected a little bit better, but
well,
we're still there.
Not over yet.
We're still fighting.
Not over yet.
I wanted to ask, coming across from NA, this is something I haven't really had a chance to ask. How different are the scrims here compared to over in NA? Because when I moved across from Europe, I found there to be a pretty sizable change. So does that change how you guys have to approach kind of like your strategy or,
Yeah, it is a little bit of a change for me. Mechanics here are just insane.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to, from a coach's perspective, like, okay, is this strat good because it's everything the util's where it needs to be and we just lost because somebody just hit an amazing 4K, or like what exactly happened, because its mechanics are just unbelievable.
Yeah.
So
that makes a lot of sense.
Got to be objective about some of those results sometimes. I want to ask you a little bit about Talon and the structure of the team, not only just talking about your approach to how you change up your comps and your map picks on the series, but also the language barriers in the team and things like that as well. Like, there's a lot going on. Who are kind of the unsung heroes of the Talon team, like in terms of just keeping things running smoothly in the server? Because there's so much going on inside the team.
Yeah, no, definitely. So Cruz does a really good job of being like the bridge between, Jit and Primi, and then with Ban and Gov. So he's really good at making sure that everybody understands what has to be, what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And is a good, vocal person for us as coaches, because we would go to him being our IGL, making sure he understands, and then being able to then teach it to everybody else.
Yeah,
so,
and I think structure-wise as well, like I wanted to ask about Governor and Ban and some of these guys, because they don't necessarily play straightforward roles. Like, I think I look at your guys' comps and the way that you approach playing the game in direct contrast to some of the Korean teams that just will even run the same comp for like a year and a half in a row for Gen G, for example, whereas you guys are constantly changing things up. So I've noticed, like Governor, for example, just like hard entry sometimes, so you're putting Ban Governor on the double duelist and things like that. So what are those guys' attitudes and like mentalities in terms of adopting new roles or taking on very specific things that they have to do in terms of the whole structure?
Yeah, no, I mean, they're very special, because it takes a very special type of player to be able to do something like that and understand it. Like, at the end of the day, they are professional players, but the fact that they're willing to learn new agents and whatever it takes to win type of mentality, I think it's very important, and that they definitely show that they have that. So it makes our lives easier too as coaches.
Yeah. I wanted to ask as well. So you come from Rainbow Six Siege, and you're one of the few people who have kind of made that transition. Obviously, a lot of people come across from Counter-Strike or Overwatch because Valorant's fairly new. How does that change how you approach the game? Have you found yourself looking at it differently compared to the people around you? And do you think that gives Talon a little edge when you come to creating these comps and finding the meta?
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like I have a one-up advantage when it comes to it, because when it comes to Siege, you have different characters and you play a map differently and things like that. So I feel like it does give me that one-up like ability, I guess you can say. And you know, I think it's a lot of fun thinking of what comps can work and what can counter other comps and things like that. And that's what I guess, you know, Talon is about, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Definitely. I'm curious how you're feeling about the taking on 3 Korean teams this weekend. It's heavy hitter after heavy hitter.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I think we're put up to a very big challenge, but I think we'll come out on top. I think we're feeling confident. So.
And to build on that, like, how are you feeling about the kind of chess game that's happening alongside the battle between you and the coaching staff as well of the Korean teams? Because these are some of the most goated coaching staffs in the world.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, credit definitely due to them. You know, they're on top for a reason. But it's a new season, and I'm here, so I'm excited to take it over.
Oh yeah, Jovi's here now.
That's good.
I mean, Frost did say, right? You know, Pacific isn't prepared maybe for what you have to offer. So that's going to be very interesting, especially, you know, today. But before you go, by the way, we have a favor to ask.
Gotcha.
So we have a little game going on here on the desk where we have these two build their own team. As a Pacific coach, compared to, you know, former Pacific coaches, can you please suggest a player for each of these coaches?
Yeah.
Who's the biggest scrim demon? Who's the one where you're like, I really can't be bothered playing against this guy again?
Yeah. I guess I'm going to have to, like, gotta respect
You went straight to T1.
Meteor's gameplay.
Ah, that's why. Okay.
That's who you gotta respect.
Who are you giving it to? Big Time or to Pilski?
He needs extra help, so I'd give him to Big Time.
Do it.
Thank you very much. I mean, I can't complain with a choice of Meteor. That's wonderful.
I mean, yeah. And where are you assigning Meteor to? Are you going to put him on the Sentinel?
I mean, he picked ISO against you guys.
Put him straight into the Sensi row.
Okay.
He's very dominant.
We're going to put him over there.
And what about for Pilski? Who else has
pick me a player to build around.
Build around. Let's see. You know what? Let's go to Gen G. Since I can't go to my own boys.
Yeah.
Go to Gen G.
I mean, you could.
No, it's too easy if you pick the talent players.
Yeah.
You know them too well.
What? Let's give you texture.
Okay.
How you would build around texture.
Okay. I think that's an easy one.
These are good choices, to be fair. I think we're both happy there.
Chuck him in the duelist role, right? You can put him on something else. You won't go crazy with it.
You want to put him on Sentinel, like, you know, the good days?
I've heard he's a good Sentinel. That's all I'm saying.
I wouldn't doubt he would be a great Sentinel, so you know what? Let's do that. Let's put him
There we go. See, we understand. We understand.
I'm forced to do the same thing that Big Time's doing. Oh, unreal. Maybe you're going to have to help me out with my team.
Well, Jovi, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to let you go because I know you have to get ready for a very big match today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are you sure you're thanking him for this?
I mean,
Pilski?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Why not? He's a bit of a turret.
Thanks so much, Jovi. Yeah, you can
Thanks,
just
Jovi.
that there. See ya. Best of luck.
Yep.
Nice.
Looking forward to it.
2 out of 2 talent coaches. We've completed the talent coach gauntlet now.
Yeah. So far. Speaking of which, by the way, for this My Own team, this is going to be the last one for Kickoff, and it's basically like this is the grand final, by the way, for My Own team.
But going into the grand final, we didn't think there was any prizing, and then randomly they've said, oh, by the way, this is the last day, guys, and there's prizes on the line.
Yeah.
So,
that is right.
So,
there is a prize.
We're both locked in today.
Yeah.
I hear there's a pretty great hoodie on the line for whoever wins.
Merch.
It's so cold outside as well. I need to stay warm, Mika. You have to let me win.
Suddenly, you don't think I want that hoodie? I mean, but I think it's actually over there on the Korean broadcast. I was kind of eyeing something over there that they were pulling up, which is pretty awesome. But if you look at your scores right now, currently we have Big Time winning a little bit closer to that hoodie.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. One of us is really skilled, and the other one is just there.
I don't know. We were in the PC battle the other day. I don't know if that's true information.
That's true. You do have the highest score overall. Yeah. So I think that's okay.
And it's probably because of these players who are, your most popular picks so far. Cushy, you have Jinbong, and you have Jemkin. And I remember when Jemkin skyrocketed your score too.
He got you the match.
Oh yeah, that was you.
Yeah, he hard carried my team.
All three of these players have had very good kickoff performances. I mean, all three of them are out of the tournament now, so we can't keep going back to them to get those easy points. But I think it's a nice way to highlight all three of these players for the excellent runs that they've had.
Yeah, I'll give Jemkin a shout out in particular. I think he's still the highest rated player in the tournament, and he's played a much bigger sample size of rounds compared to the rest of the field. So he's playing more maps, more rounds, and still putting up the numbers more consistently than anyone else. That's amazing.
So far. We have today, though, so I'm going to leave it to you guys to start picking your team, barring the Sentinel role, because you have your pick.
Yeah. Do you want to start with Duelist?
Duelist, yeah.
I'll let you go first.
I'll just chuck Buzz in my team.
Buzz?
Grab me a Buzz.
Okay. That's a wonderful choice. I can't fault you.
No, I got the 2 Korean goats on the same team. It's over for you, buddy.
Well, if you're taking Buzz, I am 1,000% taking... Where's he gone? Human.
Okay.
Because he has really shown up. I think he's challenging Texture, arguably, for the top Korean duelist right now. I think his Asian pool is great. The team really know how to set him up, and I think if anyone's going to get DRX over the line today, it's going to be Human.
He's even had some rough starts to some of the maps, and he recovers very well. And I think if you look at his stats, he doesn't have a crazy KD or anything like that, but he's consistently getting his ADR, and he is consistently putting up numbers and getting those entries and things like that. So he's doing very well for himself inside the DRX structure. Speaking of DRX structure, initiate a pick. Who gets to pick first?
I'll let you have him.
Oh, I'm just going to get free. I'm going to take free.
I don't even need to ask who you want because it's so obvious.
I'm just taking free.
Freeing right there.
I'm out for blood today. Look at that as a core 3.
That's good.
That is
Morgan,
insane.
I'm kind of confusing how much you want this hoodie because, I mean, the setup was there. You have Hyunmin and freeing.
I like freeing, but he needs all the help he can get. I'm not greedy.
You're
I'm not
so
greedy.
kind.
You're going to lose,
Who do I want? Who do I want? I think if we're talking about initiator players, there's one Teo who brings a little extra spice.
Pick Prui is your initiator
Prui's
player.
my initiator.
He's played more duelists than anything else.
No. He plays Teo.
He's playing
He plays Teo.
He plays what he wants.
He played 2 games of initiator.
He plays what he wants.
Don't let this man do
That's
this.
That's what Frost said.
He's breaking the rules.
That's what Frost said.
Deadlock is practically an initiator.
He doesn't even believe in himself.
You did not just say that.
He doesn't even believe in himself.
I believe it enough.
He's blatantly lying
I want
to
the
people.
merch. Primi is in my team. Deal with it.
Okay.
Smokes.
All right, Smokes.
All right, let's go controller.
Next time, I have got everyone except for Talon. Let's go Jip Boys. He's been very good
that's
this
not a
tournament.
bad choice at all.
He's been very good this tournament. I'll take a Jip Boys.
See, now I need a Gen G player in there.
Yep.
And that also falls quite well for Smokes because
I mean, it's the
year's
top
Rookie of
4.
the Year.
There's no bad picks.
Yeah, honestly, it gets quite easy to build your team when everybody on the desk is brilliant. It's so nice.
All right.
Again, our top 4 here, and finally Flex.
Yep. You can pick Flex first.
Ooh, who do I want? What do I need to balance out my team in a nice round way? I'm tempted by Mako.
Yeah?
I think I'm going to take Mako. I actually haven't been picking Mako, but
Yeah, Mako's been not picked very much.
Even with him IGLing, I think he still holds himself up very well. I think he does a good job, and I think he has, there's a little bit of a revenge game. He knows stacks quite well. Call-in versus call-in.
It's a misplay, unfortunately, my friend, because that means that I get Izu.
Ah, that's okay. I'll let you have Izu.
And that is a disgusting team.
That's good.
That is a very good team from me. I'm feeling very confident, but your team's pretty stacked as well.
So, I mean, I don't think you could make a bad team.
Yeah,
out of the 20 players left in the tournament.
I agree.
You've picked someone's who's got 10% of his agent pool on initiator and put him on
plays
initiator.
Teo. It's fine.
I mean,
You've got Texture in on Sentinel.
This is decided by ACS, right? But that's the big thing. I was like, okay. Yeah, but you know what?
Maybe Texture will go back to it. Who knows? Maybe
Joby wants to bring back the good old days of old.
He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, Morgan, what happened to your hand? I keep looking at it now.
Somebody insulted GE, so I had to give him the GE fight.
This is GE fighting.
Yeah.
Do it.
No,
G,
I'm kidding.
GE fighting.
it snowed. I tripped the snow tripped me up, I should say. So be careful out there.
They don't need to know that. We'll stick with the GE fighting, okay? That was it. That was the moment. But speaking of big battles, we have a big one coming right now. It's going to be T1 and DRX. But first, before we head into that, looking at the teams that you have picked. You're feeling pretty good about this. I'm curious what the casters have picked as well, even though they do not get a hoodie, by the way. They don't get a hoodie.
I mean,
I've seen them rock up in one like every other day. I need mine.
They have too much.
They have too much. They have. Achilles has the pajamas, the VCT pajamas.
Easy pajamas.
Where can I get those?
He's got a whole wardrobe of merch. He doesn't need any more.
I know. That's true. It's fine. They don't need it. Never mind. Forget about them. And you guys can vote for who you think has the better team over here. Vote for who you think the best coach is.
It's actually
this
tough today.
Poll. It will be open until the end of map 1. So get voting. Actually, I can vote over here. I can let it.
Who are you voting for?
Vote for Big Time. He needs all the help he can get.
You guys keep saying that. I'm like, but I don't know. I don't know about the texture on Sentinel here. But that was
it's
to
by
be fair.
ACS,
That was Jovi's. But you know what? I'm gonna vote for. Never mind.
It's not worked.
It did not tap away, okay. I did not tap away to something, and Tita Miga wasn't like technologically challenged because of her age. Anyway, going over to T1 and DRX. As we mentioned earlier, one of these teams is guaranteed to be in Masters Bangkok. And, this is a big one, especially since, you have Mako, you have Stax here. It's a lot of these Korean superstars that are facing off against each other.
And these players know each other very well. They'll know each other incredibly well outside of the server, and they've played together against each other so many times that it's hard to have secrets. But I do think one thing we have to touch on today is, of course, Carpe.
Yeah, what about it?
So Carpe, if you didn't know, Carpe is in today instead of Sylvan.
What?
So this is a massive, massive change for T1.
That is crazy.
This is very, very big news. Because they have been playing with Sylvan all throughout, I'm very curious if this is even a good idea. Not because, Carpe, I mean, I've been a fan of Carpe ever since before Valorant even, but I'm just wondering if this is good, this is a good idea, right? At the time it matters most.
We don't know why this was happening.
No.
We have the same information you do, that Carpe is in and Sylvan is out.
Yeah.
We don't know if this is like a positive change, as in this is like a trap to trick DRX, or we don't know if this is some kind of internal restructuring. It's really hard to call, but it's certainly a big change, and I think win or lose today, it's going to be the center of discussion.
I mean, T1, at the end of the day, it's still a core 3 of extremely talented Korean superstars with good IGL. You can put anyone in that 5th position, and it's still going to be arguably one of the better teams in Pacific. Carpe is someone with a lot of experience, even competing in the top tier before Valorant, so this is not going to be too hard for him to fill in. He's also been sitting in that assistant coach position, so he knows exactly what's going on in this team, and he should be able to help them out today.
But I have to say, DRX at the moment looks so clean.
Yeah.
I would dare say they even look cleaner than T1, and DRX have also played the least number of matches here at Kickoff.
Yeah.
This is their 3rd match. I mean, DRX have spent less time on the stage than that Nongshim and RQ match. I mean, come on, that's how little they have. It also means that we don't know what cards they have in their hands.
Yeah, DRX have kept it very clean throughout. We're seeing them use Teo more than anybody. They've used it on every single map they've played so far. I think they're really trying to adapt to this new meta. I think they're showing us that this kind of reinvigoration of DRX is, they don't need those old Vision Strikers guys. I mean, they've got Mako, but they don't need the old school players. They could make it new school and still be incredibly effective.
Yeah, but even Mako for me is kind of the new generation, to be honest, like one of the newer additions. So, this is the new wave of DRX. We'll see what they're going to bring into this matchup. I totally agree with your sentiment there, Mika. The thing is, yeah, they have played the least amount of rounds out of anyone. Are they holding extra cards in the back pocket because they're just jamming Teo all the time? Sure, but also, are they just on a good streak of maps?
Yeah.
Like, is this actually their level, or are they playing at the top of their ceiling right now and no one's tested them enough?
I mean, I remember last year, right, when Mako was just very fresh into the IGL role, and we were wondering how he was going to adjust. He was very vocal about how hard it was as well, but you look at him now, wherein he's able to integrate 2 new players in Hyunmin and Freeing, and set them up to look like two of the best players here at Kickoff. I mean, that's a testament to how well he's doing and, you know, how he's maturing as an IGL and as a player too. How does he match up against Stax, though, who was his former IGL?
That's the big question. Stax has a huge wealth of experience in the IGL role compared to Mako. We can see here their placings. But I'm very happy that Mako came back because we saw at the start of the season, we all thought Freeing would be the IGL for DRX. And then we heard, of course, that Mako went to the coaching staff and said, no, I can do this. Give me another chance. I can IGL. And we're seeing it come through now. I like that confidence. I like that he's taking that leadership position because this is the youngest team in Pacific and he's really trying to lead from the front.
I mean, it's freed up Freeing to be an absolute animal, one of the best rated players in the tournament right now. He's really hard abusing Teo, so the IGL matchup is very interesting to me for sure, but you've also got a lot of heavy hitters inside of the server. I think Mako has a lot more help as well from the coaching staff. It's just a stacked coaching staff on DRX. No disrespect to the T1 coaching staff. They are very solid as well, but also Carpe's been a lot more involved and now he has to step into the team, so that dynamic has been changed up. Going into this game, someone else will be sitting next to Autumn. That's going to be another thing that gets thrown off a little bit. This duelist matchup is absolutely mouthwatering as well. I mean, Buzz is kind of the known prospect, the consistent Korean duelist in Pacific, even in international tournaments delivering. And Hyunmin is brand new, one of the freshest rookies into Pacific, and he has been delivering absolute perfection so far.
He's been playing so good. He doesn't look like a rookie at all, to be honest. He looks like he was born to do this. I feel like his raise is so smooth. We see these stats, and he's going head to head with Buzz in almost every single category. And you know, Buzz has been doing this for a very long time, so it's a great start to kick off for Hyunmin. And it's all about if he can carry that through today, and if he wins this head-to-head today, then, you know, I think it boosts DRX's chances quite a lot.
And I just have to say, too, Hyunmin looks very comfortable on that stage.
Yeah.
How many new players, brand new players, you know, he has, of course, yes, had experience, but how many players have we seen enter that stage and feel right at home from, you know, the first second?
The thing is, that impressed me the most is that he's had a couple of games where he's started like 0-7. Like that Abyss, he was like 0-7, hard entering, running into the site and getting dominated and not really, he's just creating space essentially. And then Mako Freeing and the rest of the pack Flashback are following him up and winning the round. But from there, he was able to turn it around. That's the most promising thing to me. If you start a map extremely poorly as a rookie and you don't just end up, you know, especially moving over to the defensive side with a poor start on Duelist, being not impactful enough on the defense, for example, he was able to pick himself back up and still have impact, still deliver a lot of important multi-frags, and that is a very promising sign for me.
Yeah, the mental to be able to come back from those rough starts is what will really set him apart as a player and allow him to have that long career, because if you bury your head in the sand when things don't go great for you, then it's hard. It's hard to have that longevity because it's a really important skill and it's so hard to develop that. You have to know yourself very well. So for someone so young to already have that, it's amazing.
That rebound is so powerful. Looking at our map veto right now, we're seeing that we are not seeing Pearl, neither are we seeing Abyss, but we are heading to Lotus first.
Yeah, Lotus has been, you know, we've seen Lotus from, I think we've seen it from T1. Unless I'm mistaken.
T1, yeah, in the off-season. I don't think we've seen it in this tournament. They did lose against Zeta in the off-season.
Yeah,
but that's a little bit of a question mark. I think DRX are trying to, you know, pull the card, so to speak, and say, like, you have to show us a good Lotus here. Then you're going to get Haven out of T1.
It's the reverse.
They just flipped their comp and started playing the Fnatic comp with the Yoru and the ISO. So I'm interested to see what comp they're actually going to bring into this.
Yeah, and we've not seen DRX on Haven. So will they use the Teo there like they have on all their other maps? Because I think Teo can work on that map, but it's not quite as smooth as on some of the others. So I'm curious if they're going to go in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, freeing insta-locking Teo, right? You gotta wonder what else Termi has planned for this guy, especially with his performance.
I hope he sticks with it, man. He's so good on Teo.
Let's insta-lock Teo. Why not? It's been working so far.
So on Haven. I don't think. If I see a Teo on Haven, that's going to be a very weird one for me. Fracture is definitely a possibility, though. And Fracture's a big question mark as well, before we just touch on Lotus here for a second, because T1 did not look good on Fracture against RRQ. They kind of got slapped. So that's a big of a question mark. They did comp swap and bring in the Cypher, though, the next game and looked a lot better. So they've had to show a little bit of diversity there. Here, for Lotus, though, this is a bit of an unknown question mark, particularly for T1. On the side of DRX, though, they're flexing into that double in net, whereas a lot of teams are running the Vice at the moment, right? You'll see this same agent comp, same 4 agents with the Vice in. At the moment, though, they've opted for the Teo mixed in.
Yeah, it's just a different change stylistically. The Vice gives you a lot of control on your defense. We see that wall across C a lot of times to help you hold, where the Viper doesn't have that as great kind of stall in that same way.
Yeah.
But it's all about the A fight when you're playing that Teo. That's definitely DRX's style. I wouldn't expect comp changes from them. I think they've shown that they're so comfortable with this Teo style. So for me, I'm expecting big things from them. As you can see, I've predicted DRX.
We are split here. And it just goes to show it could be anybody's game. I mean, it's T1 and DRX.
Yeah.
How hype is this matchup? I mean, the Korean broadcast, I think only one predicted T1. They're very, very confident in
Viewer
DRX.
predictions, very interesting.
Very T1.
Well, you know what? Let's not wait any longer. Let's find out who is heading to Masters Bangkok. We'll send it to the stage for T1 and DRX.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025. T1.
The battle for the first slot to Masters Bangkok is about to begin. T1 versus DRX. It's time for the all-stars of Korean Valorant T1 to show us that they assembled for the international stage. But if there's any team that's likely to steal that spot away from them, it's DRX. A team that has looked immaculate this kickoff with Mako at the helm. Can this new era of DRX take down the super team that everyone declared as the team to beat?
I mean, this is a huge upper bracket matchup for both these teams. Both teams have kind of had their up and downs. You know, we spoke about T1. Are they this super team? Getting to Bangkok is a certain way there to prove it.
Yeah, DRX though, they're on the cutting edge of the meta. One game away from Bangkok, they have been the more convincing team. T1 has almost been knocked into the lower bracket more times than I can count in this tournament, scraping their way across the line in multiple series. But DRX has shown some very convincing series wins themselves, so you're feeling a lot of confidence for this team going into this matchup.
It's also funny to note that DRX have only played Korean teams this whole kickoff, and T1 has only played Southeast Asian teams. So they finally get to face off against the Korean team. They'll probably feel right at home, right?
Yeah, I think the Korean teams like playing against each other because they all have a kind of similar flair, a similar style, because all the coaching staff seems to they all know each other.
They have history.
Everybody goes so deep back in Korean Valorant, so both these teams will understand what their opponents will want to bring to this game quite well, so I think both will be quite happy heading into this matchup.
Yeah, for sure, but I think T1, I mean, the glaring thing is obviously the roster change right before this matchup. That changed things up in terms of roles. You look at someone like Carpe, he's played mostly in it. Silver was on the controller, so I'm wondering where they're going to slot him in exactly. He has played a little bit of Brim in the past, but especially looking at this map pool, guys, like Lotus, Haven, these are not Brim maps. Fracture could be a Brim map, but he's going to have to show a little bit of diversity in his agent pool on agents that he hasn't played very many officials on, guys.
He has to be able to get to Fracture to play the Brimstone, which is the only smokes he's seen. I mean, will we see Izu flex across to that smoke? I mean, I'd like to think that this T1 roster is flexible enough where they can fit Carpe in and make it work, but I really hope there's an extra wrinkle to this, to Carpe being brought in. I want to see something something different coming out from T1 today.
Let's also note that Carpe was very, very active. Even as, you know, say the sixth man, he was right beside Autumn in all of those timeouts. He was very, very vocal. He is very much an active part of the roster. Perhaps it's not that big of a change. As we're seeing the agent comp come out, though, we're seeing that insta-lock Teho coming out for freeing.
But what is that from T1? I mean, I'll break the DRX comp down. The big change being flashback off the Viper onto that Vice, and he was having a tough time holding down the seaside on defense, so that's going to help him out a lot.
I mean, this T1 comp, though, we don't see ISO on this map a lot.
Right.
So what does ISO bring? So his shield should, in theory, let him fight around A a little bit more freely, in the same way you pair up his vulnerable with the nade. So I'm looking at an A control angle here. I also think it's nice when you're retaking, you use the Paranoia to cover one lane, the vulnerable from the ISO to cover another lane. So there should be strong retakes, but this is very interesting. We're seeing solo initiator Sova, so that actual, you have a lot of information, but not a lot of power to kind of burst into these places. So I think Meteor has to do big things.
I think it's going to be hard for them to take lanes at the end of the day. It's going to be a lot of dry dueling with the double duelist.
Well, look at that nervous smile from Buzz, and Stax looking just a tad bit nervous. Is that what I see? Well, we're going to toss it to our casters to find out. We'll go into Lotus with Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we are once again. One of these two teams, these two Korean squads, are going to be punching their ticket over to Masters Bangkok as well as into the grand finals here at Kickoff. The other will have to go down to the lowers, but big changes abound. T1 pulling out something a little bit unanticipated, to say the least.
This is very unorthodox just in a lot of different ways, right? Like changing to Carpe here last minute during a match that could potentially qualify you for a Masters. First of all, pretty crazy. And then you bring in the ISO here on Lotus as well. Now, we have seen it, of course, from Meteor on Haven as well. But this is still not a map that typically you're going to see a lot of ISO on. So this is going to be very curious. And I thought the ISO was okay for T1 for Meteor. Obviously, he was winning a lot of those, ultimates and things like that. But besides that, I didn't see a tremendous amount of impact with that. So I'm pretty curious to see what this is going to look like, what T1 has cooked up here. I like what Big Time was talking about with some of their ability to use the ISO utility to gain some space onto A, but in the same kind of respect, because DRX has Teho, they also have a ton of ability to clear this A space with those salvos and other things. So I think this should be a pretty fair battle for this A main control.
Cage out, Cam going to be cleared on the corner. His swing, out back rubble. Gunman able to find one. Buzz going to be taken down. Paint shells flying. Izu up on top. The Rock, however, is able to find two, but then does get killed from beyond the grave. Headshot out from Meteor, however. We'll go ahead, double up that double tap. Gets T1 into the site with a man advantage. Mako flashback classics in hand. Last two standing to try to turn the tides of this pistol. Swing into the back, and flashback will be able to shut one down. Swings out a little bit wider, knows that the player's up close, and somehow that last bullet manages to take down Stax. Now it is all on Carpe. Called up onto the stage for the first time in a long time. Can he manage to clutch this out? Rides a rope up the top. Spike still here at drop. Smoke's coming through, just trying to not give flashback any inkling, any idea, and so far it is a success.
This is a tough battle now against Mako, who's been so good for DRX in these moments.
Swing onto the corner, and Mako will continue to go ahead and keep them in this one. Pistol round goes the way of DRX.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a pretty good start for Izu, getting up on top of the rocks, doing some damage, and then he gets taken down by the nades. Hyunmin here just completely catches Buzz off guard. They're so tunneled in on what's going on around that orb. They're just not ready for that player there, and even with the shield up for Meteor, he still loses that battle to Flashback, who has really started to pick things up as well for DRX. A little bit of a slow start to the season, but he is right back into that groove we saw last year, where he was such a dynamic player for them, such an integral part of DRX's success in 2024. A little bit of attempt to clear the dart, but can't quite get it through the wall. Not that it matters too much there.
Until they wanted the double face back out here, peek on a mount, but so they have to just go ahead and concede this space. Does allow T1 to scale up close to the site. Smoke just going to be cycled out as some spam sent through. Meteor will go ahead and get taken down a little bit to 61.
Yeah, they're just trying to figure out what the defenses of DRX will look like as best as they can. The Vice utility going to be a big question mark, of course. With a change up from DRX coming in their squad as well, with their agent composition. A little bit of info here for freeing.
Decides not to go for the peak, has the salvos at the ready. Stax just continuing to poke and prod over at C here. And rejoin with the rest of the squad. Salvo's going to be sent through, looking for the stun, freeing, eating a, oh, I was going to say eating a bit of damage. Does fall down to 16, but finds a headshot as Meteor will fall on the side. Now the pivot call is made. They try to shift themselves over here towards C. Guardian, however, flashback, not quite able to align those shots. Does get taken down. Mako with a peek up over the top, but it's not ready for Buzz to swing around the backhand side. He falls down. Buzz scoops up the Guardian, finds himself a third in the round. Now it is all down to Hyunmin. Both players, a single shot will take them down.
Spike planted.
But can he isolate? Still has a paint shell. Going to the corner, finds the first. Paint shell clears bottom of water. Hyunmin having to try to assess and just barely misses the timing there. Swing onto the corner though. He will be able to find the headshot. Stax ends up getting eliminated. DRX will move up to 0, but that is a hefty amount of damage dealt by T1.
Yeah, that's a brutal round for DRX, even though they come through with the win. And they do a pretty good job of kind of sending T1 to where they want them to go. They have the wall at B. They're able to isolate Meteor's ISO using the Vice wall right here. That's a nice setup, and then you know they're going to have to, as soon as they open that door to C, they have to rotate over there, and they are, but T1's just so ready for it. Buzz in particular, just kicking the door open, grabbing a gun, and making the best of it. And still, yes, they get the win, but they're fired up. I mean, Bane is going to be there hyping them up for sure, but definitely didn't want to drop that many guns, so a couple Sheriffs, a couple Ghosts, going to back up that lone Guardian that got carried over. He's still getting value!
What is that? Okay. Yeah, just take a straight shot through the cyber cage. See what happens. Oh, Buzz is dead. Okay, cool. What a great start.
That's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. What a tap.
Still 4 to contend with, and obviously weapon is not going to be recoverable here. Drone try to lead their way through tree. Gets a tag onto Bane. Izu ending up getting locked in. Looks like he did want to maybe tuck back through the doorway, so they have to go ahead and re-trigger it.
See, they're suspicious that somebody's hiding around the corner on stairs. Ping comes down. They're gonna sneak all of their players into tree, try to make a 4-man stack.
On destroyed Paranoia, dodged. Swing coming through. Oh my God, Hyunmin is so instantaneous with it. Meteor, no chance in hell. Hyunmin with 3, swaps over to the Vandal, goes for the push forward. Stax has managed to shut him down, but now finds himself in a 1v3. Spammed out the pistols, whittling away at him as he falls down to 5, and Mako will be the one to put down his previous IGL. A thrifty for DRX to move up 3-0.
I guess the Guardian's all you need. When Hyunmin's just tapping people with it, just forget it. I mean, you can see some of that combo here by T1 to clear some space, but then they're all just corralled in the tree, and that's just a great opportunity there to throw out the salvos to make them have a difficult time kind of considering how they're going to break out of that space to try to clear and scale into the A site. And Hyunmin is just ready and waiting with open arms with that Guardian. Now it's going to be back down to a weaker buy for T1. Same kind of execute there.
The wall sent out this time. Just keep them further protected as they go on the cross towards Rebel.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game here. So let's see if DRX can maybe dial up some different ways to get around that wall potentially. Right now, they're just kind of being forced to play back.
Made at the ready, swing onto the corner. Meteor able to find one. Bane going to be taken down. Showstopper sent. Buzz dead in transit as he tries to go on the entry here to the site. Meteor still pushing forward, poking and prodding over towards stairs, but he's not going to be greeted with anything quite just yet. Gets himself in deep. The double tap shield about to expire. Making contact here alongside Mako, who will be able to collect the elimination. Push down. Hyunmin tucks back around the corner. Still somehow managing to find that to get Carpe, but the trade backs, looking good. Weapons going to be scooped up. But Mako has already since arrived to drop. Strikes right before the spike can be planted. Izu at 85, needing to clutch it, and he cannot. Mako with 3 gets DRX to 4.
Yeah, just a little bit off the ball. RT1, Meteor trying to do what he can to break open some space, and he's able to do a little bit of that. It's kind of nice, actually, that this showstopper ends up hitting Buzz, since he's got that Guardian. But then Mako, just so darn good in the back lines. Always Mr. Reliable. Continues to be so. Shutting down any hope. Nice little readjustment there on the peak, but clean stuff so far for DRX.
You have to think that after this round, should T1 not be able to find the win, timeout is going to have to be called. 3 ultimates already online.
Yes.
Nearly 5 there. As Salvo's just going to be dumped, but somehow... Okay, never mind. Carpe does end up falling. I was going to say, no one really getting tagged up too much, but then eventually he's just locked in. Meteor has not lost in these ults quite just yet. Looks like that win streak is going to continue. Finds the headshot Bane. Eliminated. It's Buzz. Across, out from tree. Vulnerability now thrown here onto Hyunmin to push forward though. Izu somehow not reading this corner. They knew he was there. He managed to double up. Buzz on the floor, and suddenly it's just Meteor and Stacks versus 3, pinged out, suppressed, trapped in tree. Tap of the door and flashback is swung around the backhand side. And Meteor's just not ready for it. And clearly something will have to give. That timeout will have to be called, because right now DRX are just so far ahead at every twist and turn.
This is just very difficult right now. It looks like the coordination isn't quite there yet for DRX. Stack's gonna get cleaned out by Hyunmin, who is just absolutely...
He's on one.
Yeah, he is absolutely on one. But first of all, the start of the round here is a great adjustment by DRX to use some of that utility a little bit deeper. We've been seeing the salvos being saved for some of the later parts of the round when DRX, or excuse me, T1 is actually trying to get into the A site proper. This time around, they send the salvos out early behind Rubble. Catches Carpe. I'm not sure if the C's caught him as well, and that might be why.
I think it had to have.
I think so, and that's why he ends up going down. So the combos now, the deeper utility placement from DRX, a good change up, some of that early contingency abuse that T1 was showing us. And this is just a really shaky start. And this in particular with the comms not coming through for Izo when he's walking around that corner is not good. Let's put it that way. That is concerning. That's something that, you know, this T1 team looks like they've struggled with this year, is some of those coordinations, some of that calming. And you can't afford it right now. Not against this DRX team.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people, you know, have been putting DRX at the top here at Pacific after these opening matches that we've seen from them, because they have been looking so powerful, but T1 was always kind of that question mark, like, okay, how are they going to be able to challenge them? Right now, DRX, they're looking to speedrun this map.
Yeah.
5-0 start on the defending side as T1 get kicked back to another thrifty attempt. That is brutality.
Well, and I think it's, you know, again, like the desk was talking about, like a lot of people have been saying that DRX's read on the meta is just so far ahead. You know, these young players, these new players they're bringing in are playing really well. That's painful.
Buzz is at 10.
Yeah, that's not good.
I mean, here's the changeup in the calls from DRX.
And you have a
timeout.
showstopper, and probably not going to be able to use it now.
I must wait.
Almost certainly not. Push up. Well, Izu. Fast on the draw. Put flashback down. Love to scale forward and recover that weapon, but instead we'll just be able to push up, get that neural depth revealed. 2 on A, 1B, 1C. But how do you decide where to go? Mako on one side, freeing on the other. The other's a double stack with Hyunmin, who's been popping off. Well, 3 and 1.
There.
So for now, it's going to be a tuck back. Vulnerability thrown around the corner, and that double tap shield not going to be too much. Buzz, however, does still manage to get value from the showstopper. But Bane comes up with another Carpe dead. As Buzz at 10 HP, tucks back around the other side. The spike, however, out in the open. And they know this. And he is eliminated. Just Izu now. Has since recovered the weaponry. We can see Mako's position. He's read this beautifully. Knows exactly where Izu is likely to be.
The call there to just wait this out. Left. I mean, Izu, barring a miracle, should be going down. This crossfire is nasty.
I have retrieved the spike.
Well, he's just enough time.
Back and yet, but footsteps are heard, and Mako is right there on the chase. Paranoia at the ready, just waiting. Cage thrown. This is just time delayed, time bought. It'll just be this backside plant here for Izu, but there's the Paranoia, there's the swing in. They will get the plant money, and nothing further. This defuse, doesn't matter who gets it. Everyone's got ultimates. 6-0 start here for DRX.
Yeah, this is just a tough situation for T1. Even with the ultimate, Izu gets all the info. They still opt to try to press in towards the two-player site. Maybe they just feel like if they rotate, it's going to give away what they're doing anyway. But there's no real...
Bane out here looking like art.
Yeah, right? Bane really nasty with the Odin there. But you're just not creating a lot of confusion right now as T1. It's just this A main, A main, A main.
I disagree. I think that they're creating plenty of confusion.
Well, with maybe the fans that are watching.
They're metagaming.
There's that C's and A combo, but this time
T1 is going to dodge it. But in general, you know, the game plan so far has looked pretty static for T1. They're just kind of double dipping. Yeah, they played it a little bit slower this time. They're going to use some of that utility to clear the space, but Gunman's just going to try to press up against it.
Just here comes the timing. Nightfall sent to just go ahead and shove them back. Doesn't get any grabs, but who knows, they've zoned them, so they can just go ahead and leave Hyunmin on a little bit of an extended linger. While the rest of DRX gets ready to push into the site. Annihilation, or Armageddon rather, at the ready. And it's going to be sent here, laying out the red carpet. Buzz does manage to get out in front of it. Just one flashback, going to be taken down, swing under the corner, Freeing, just trying to duke it out with him, and now Buzz gone. Carpet TPing forward, but he's not ready for this position. Ends up getting cut down. Freeing, tucked behind the pillar, has to go for the reload. Swings back out, target-rich environment, but has to play this to absolute perfection because now he's all on his lonesome. Meteor with 2 on the back end of the round will get T1 their first round victory.
Well, and this is a lot in part just due to the fact that T1's working the map a little bit more this time. They're flirting around with A instead of just hard committing every time. They're maneuvering around the map a little bit, re-clearing space, you know, checking things, and then kind of keeping DRX a little bit more off balance, not allowing them to just commit to these fallback plays towards the A site itself. And that does give them a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of hope, but this is your attacker side.
Yeah.
On Lotus. And
you're running double duelist.
Yes. Concerning is mildly putting it.
Oh, Buzz. Good start. He manages to find Hyunmin and Bane. A site opened up, Freeing. Quick to start rotating around over towards Rope.
He barely took any damage. It's down to 87, 23 shields. Gonna scoop up an orb for Meteor, give him the ult as well, so you can isolate one player, make this execute.
Salvo sent over towards Tree just to go ahead for the delay. Double tap shield, however, is at the ready. Also do have that kill contract ultimate. Swing onto the corner, Meteor. Yep, shield broken, gets another one as he takes down Freeing. Looks like the gears are starting to churn a bit here for T1 as they look for back-to-back round wins.
Well, this has been something that we've seen a lot from T1, where sometimes they look like they're completely lost. They're having a really tough time adjusting to what their opponent is doing. I mean, we've seen it against Boom even. Now, against DRX, a little bit, you know, less room for error, I'd say, right? Like, yes, you're seeing a recovery here, and yes, it is your opponent's map pick, but there are concerning signs. Even though they're recovering, it helps when Buzz just gets 2 kills right off the rip outside of A main. Okay. And I've liked what I've seen in the round before this. This round was just more of this kind of push A, win the fight, win the round. But outside of that, definitely has been a little bit of a struggle. See if they can get it together. Well,
Mako saying hello to his former teammate. Puts one down, but cash aplenty there in Buzz's pockets. Very well lined. It's another showstopper nearly built up for him. 2 away from that. Hyunmin still having his. 6-2. T1. You know, I mean, basically win out the remainder of these, but you would feel like at least get to 5.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely something where they're so on the back foot now. You know, they're going to have an unbelievably good defense. Good paranoia there.
Oh, the hunt does get a reveal. Showstopper up over the top, just dumps it into the smoke. Comes away with 2. And now Meteor has to try to shut him down. He is still so damn snappy with it. Hasn't lost the kill contract yet, but there is still quite a bit to try to fight through. Bane going to be taken down. Izu opens things up, is freeing around the corner. Cannot get through Meteor's shield. Now suddenly, the round is absolutely turned on its head with Flashback being the last remaining player for DRX.
That smoke there. I think they were trying to hide away from the Owl drone. Kind of got caught around the corner by Izu, who was able to push there. Nobody was watching that angle. On to Flashback now. One away from an ult, but everybody's playing so far back for T1. Yeah, Meteor, if you die, you die, but then everybody else just wait it out. Maybe Flashback considers that not even worth fighting for at this point.
3 rounds in a row now. Starting to look like a very realistic recovery here for the side of T1. Plenty of money to their name. Whereas DRX starting to hurt a bit. considering how everything has started. I mean, yes, there were some scrappy early rounds that slowed down the bankroll, but right now might be looking at them going into a thrifty, given that Hyunbin 500, 250 there for freeing. So yeah, not enough to really afford too much firepower. Such a solid looking start here.
Yeah. You get 2 for the showstopper. It's tremendous value.
I just
see. Yep. That's what I was talking about. That smoke there kind of worked against him.
Leg exposed to Victorian Crime, and Izu's able to go ahead and collect. So now a timeout call going to be forced here from the side of DRX.
Yeah, and this is now starting to look a little bit scary for DRX. I think it's just T1's just firepower is just coming online, and they're making slightly better decisions. Izu's been pretty good, pretty solid actually for T1 throughout. Buzz is still playing pretty well. Meteor is Meteor. He's always going to put up numbers. So if you can get a little bit more, it's going to be tough, because if Carpe starts fragging, we know he's got some potential in there. It looks a little bit shaky to start here on the Omen. Again, an agent that he hasn't played a lot of. I think before this was like 2 maps of Omen total. Like the desk was saying, he's played a bit of Brim.
Yeah.
Actually, his best rated agent throughout his history is Brimstone, so I'm kind of curious when we get there. You can see how vocal Stax is being in the comms as usual. He's got opinions, and he's going to let you know.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be the question always. Once we had the rosters confirmed was, you know, how does Carpe look coming back in? Because I watched this guy go, you know, stone cold on the bench in Overwatch, and then step in and then just absolutely clap.
Yeah.
But very different game, playing a different role. So not too, surprising.
Did he just
yeah, he
out
was
in the
trying to
open?
TP up into Orb. Big misread here on the setup from DRX. Ends up costing him.
Thought he was just faking the TP to bait the Boombot.
Do get a decent amount of damage across the Mako, as here comes the push in, but Meteor doesn't have the double tap shield available and is just not ready for that position. Stacks over. We'll be able to find one as Izu.
Wow.
More of the silent carry so far in this map here. 4T1 in the round wins. Izu comes up with the goods.
Spike planted.
Spike gets planted. Flashback is here, but
standing.
then Stacks able to strike. That leaves freeing now on his lonesome. Finds the first, finds the second. Now needs 4 in total to go ahead and try to close this out. The salvo sent. Stave off Izu for the moment. 60 HP remaining here on the Cypher. There's the tap. The cam gets the reveal. Removal of the dart. Does he go for the timing? The hold up to half. Does he expect the double tap? Oh my goodness! The swing in from Izu! Narrowly saves the round! The call from freeing to just go for it, and he nearly gets away with it.
But this is another devastating round for DRX. They go up, they get the first 2 kills, and they still can't convert the round. I mean, the firepower now starting to come alive for T1 and win them rounds. Freeing doing what he can. He has been so damn good this year. But oh my God, T1 is just barely getting through. Now a weaker buy for DRX. 1 hero rifle in the hands of Hyunmin. Stacks already takes down Flashback.
Flashback is dead on the entry.
That's
Showstopper's going to be used. There's no one here to receive it.
Yep.
Everyone just going to be tucked back, hidden away. This Buzz just goes chasing forward, looking for anything. Hero theft as well. Used just for safety, not wanting to give over any opportunities for a thrifty here for DRX. T1 know that they need these rounds that they're squandering the beginning of this first half. They're well poised, but Hyunmin has other ideas. Buzz Meteor going to be taking down Carpe up on top of the box. Able to find 3! That's Free and Mako join him in the grave. Swing out from Bane, can't get it done. And T1 are now 1 round away from tying us up at the half. Streak matched.
Yeah, just great call here from T1. Find that opening pick onto the Vice. You know that's going to be C-Site. Very weakly defended. At worst, there's 1 more player waiting around there, so you're able to get that quick plant down, use the showstopper to gain space, cause that crossfire outside of Waterfall, start knocking players down. I was a little bit worried there for a moment when T1 lost a couple players to DRX's push. But Carpe up on top of the box, able to find some tremendous value from that position. Trying to get Buzz way ahead.
Okay, well, Chaos in the smokes. Buzz able to find 1. Looks to try to get the spam out, but counter spam from Freeing is able to find Buzz, and Meteor's going to be taken down with the salvo at the same time. Or no, rather, the Armageddon.
Armageddon.
Yeah. It's rolling that one through. Stacks just jiggling around the corners here. Seal Garden going to be used. Flashback trying to tuck away, but it's going to be a shorty. And Stacks is able to utilize it. It's a strong effect. Drone to lead. Probably caught a glimpse. Now certainly has a full glance. As Bane gets noted, but Carpe gets in front of this wall, TPing up into the side. Paranoia now going to be sent. Rushes forward, spots out Mako over at Waterfall, but cannot win the fight. Leaves Stacks now on his lonesome to try to tie things up at 6-6 versus 3 players of his former organization. And he's just going to get gunned down through the wall. Freeing will go ahead and pick up 3, and DRX will break the win streak at long last from T1 to establish a lead at the half.
This is messy.
Yes.
This is not what I expected from these two teams coming into this. I'll be completely honest. I mean, both teams have thrown away early round advantages. It's been all over the place. There's been huge streaks of rounds put together. It seems like so much of this is coming down to form. That round was just all Freeing's utility. I mean, again, I was joking around a little bit on Twitter when I said that I thought he was the best Taeho in the world. I'm beginning to believe he may actually be.
What do you mean joking around? I think it's been pretty clear cut.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're not a John enjoyer?
Who?
Sen City's coming after you. John
Oh,
KT.
well, they're in the lower bracket.
That's true. DRX might be.
I do like John.
I know, I do too.
He's a great guy.
But that was like one of the first players, of like a good Taeho out there who might compete for it. But I think Freeing absolutely is the best Taeho in the world. But yeah, this is concerning in a lot of ways for both teams. I haven't been like really thorough. I thought maybe DRX was just going to run away with this map, and I was be like, yep, they're the best team in Pacific, no doubt about it. But then they start throwing away these huge round leads where they've got 2 kills to 3v5 and they're dropping rounds. Obviously, that's going to tilt your coaching staff. But this is what this T1 team in part was built to do. They're frag heavy. They've got firepower. There's no doubt about that. It's just as we saw in the beginning of this and some of the other maps we've seen throughout the year that their coordination isn't always on point. I'd like to see a little bit of a deeper game plan from T1 on this map. DRX, they're going to get pinged out. It's a good paranoia.
Yes, it is. Saves them off. Salvos. Decent chunk of damage there on the Buzz, down to 45. Pressure very much noted and dealt with on the backside here as Izu cannot escape, cannot retreat back in to that B site to safety.
But that's just how good Taeho is. He can buy you that time to check your flanks and cover that kind of crunch attempt that T1 was setting up. Just great response from Freeing, great response from DRX. And now you've got a little bit of room to maneuver, especially with Flashback pushed so far forward.
Seems like they are very cognizant of this. And oh, yep, elbow going to be spotted.
Bring them down.
Flashback just tucking back. That Prowler does not spot out Meteor. That means that he's free to swoop out and collect a kill. 4v4, Stacks alone here on the C site, Sheriff in hand. Save them off. Swing coming through the first shots, missing 3 bullets remaining here. Does get taken down. Smattiger damage found, but
30 seconds
player
left.
advantage now established for the side of DRX as the spike gets planted.
That's got to be frustrating, but not much util left in the bag for T1. Carpe.
Oh, look at Bane. Yep. Striking, finding him. This is now all down to Meteor. We know his position. The swoop forward, Hyunmin. Aggressive with it, confident with it. Gets DRX their second pistol win, and now a 3-round lead.
Yeah, again, this is just good coordination from DRX and understanding the beginning of the round so well. They get spotted out by the dart, and their response is to pause, use the Taeho utility to cut off the T1 advance, do some damage to him even. Get a kill onto a player. It's trying to set the crunch on you. Work the map a little bit. You know, I think they get a little bit lucky because Stacks had some opportunities with that Sheriff and he just whiffed. Maybe if he's able to find some shots, it's a different round. Flashback going for the wall shots with the Sheriff. It's a Ghost and a Sheriff for Bane and Flashback, and then 3 Bulldogs. So a little bit of extra cash being saved up for DRX. They're gonna get the spot on the Izu.
Double tap. Does get popped. Swing onto the corner. Hyunmin to try to get rid of Izu here. Meteor already suffering quite a bit of damage. Has to tuck back. Hyunmin does fall low, but has the regen shield. Going ahead. Time to back up. Buzz will find a headshot, but cannot confirm the kill. And Carpe now making his way over from Waterfall. Looks to try to find a little bit more damage, but cannot. Teammates for DRX.
They look well drilled. Working together very nicely in that round.
9-5, swap sides, looking like another day in the office here for DRX.
Exactly. It really did. That's just kind of business as usual here. Just everybody covering their angles. Yeah, you lose player, but at the end of the day, not too big of a deal. So they're going to come through a lot of extra weapons. It's the fans of Busan. Some DRX fans, some T1 fans, I'm sure both sides of the aisle being represented. But I mean, you can see the kill scores. T1, Izu leading the way, but things drop off a little bit after that. Meanwhile, DRX is thriving. Use some of that util to see if they can find. They do clear the Cypher utility. That's another big benefit you have with that Taeho. A lot of ability. There is a readjustment there from Izu. Get the trip back down. Buzz and Carpe gonna have to try to hold the line.
Good clear on the Prowler, disguises Buzz's forward position. DRX drifting away from that A site. Everybody clustered up now here at Mound.
But they haven't forced any rotations out of T1. In fact, Buzz is already starting to lean towards the other side of the map. Another Prowler sent out to bring him back over.
There's the cam. There's the spot out. Recon at the ready as the cage gets popped, gets sent. Hyunmin tucks around the corner, but still gets shut down. Izu able to find one, peeks out free, down to his sliver, but flashback. Need to keep him protected. Comes up with a kill. Haunt gonna be cleared out. Stacks here alongside Buzz, just trying to stave off the rest of the players here. Stop Bane from getting into the site. Spike for now, not safe to be planted. There's a spot out and freeing, forced away once again, just too damn low on HP. Beanie are able to collect two. Flashback, their HP bars falling to pieces. It's freeing now, needs to try to clutch. 8 HP. Meteor on the corner, we'll go ahead and put it down. A 4K for him to get T1 on board in the second half. 3 rounds to go to try to tie it up. But still a decent amount of damage dealt by DRX. 3 guns lost by T1.
Yeah, and I want to give T1 some credit on this. DRX is really working the map, sending utility towards A lot, trying to make some attention in that direction. And they do get a little bit of extra help with bringing Buzz back long enough to kind of try to scale into sight, but Izu does a great job just holding the line with his gun. All of his utility have been cleared out by the Taeho salvos, and he's still able to buy enough time for the reinforcements to get there to completely stall out DRX's attack. So for what it's worth, T1 there played that round pretty well, even though you would have liked to have kept another gun. So that's going to force out a couple Guardians. But other than that, not too bad at all. Now DRX cutting sound, being very, very quiet at the beginning of this round. T1, not a ton of info. They're playing pretty far back. They're giving up space intentionally over at A. Look at where Izu's utility is. They're not even going to fight for rubble. A lot of utility is going to be burned. You're going to lose the stealth drone early. Give up the
stopper.
Yep. That's the one issue.
There.
No distraction. Or at the ready. Kill contract does not get a grab on anyone. First technical loss as Buzz tries to hold the door, and he's going to be good for 2. Free and Mako just going to be taken down. Spike gets recovered, but attention being paid elsewhere. Couple kills come through in exchange. Hyunmin Bane now, last ones remaining. Carpe on the backside, able to find the first, and Meteor drops down from upper to get rid of Bane. 2 rounds in a row here from T1. There's a kickback, DRX's economy once more.
Yeah, this is a really nice planning from the part of T1. Just have Buzz there right at the door, just waiting. Once they break it, has a good opportunity. Then Meteor uses some of his utility, buy a little extra space for him and Carpe to come in and squeeze out the round. But really, that's about the meta picture of that round. Like the big picture, the strategy there is to give up that orb, give up that control, and bait them into thinking that they've able to take some space, do some things over towards B, and instead, that's just all according to plan for T1. I don't know if they can do much here except give this site up.
Yeah, showstopper. Oh, tuck into the corner from Izu, will reposition wisely. Otherwise, that showstopper very well could have gone over his direction. Double tap going to be used, but Salvos continue to delay this approach here from Meteor. Still Garden going to be invested as well. Flashback says, okay, we're on an eco attempt. Want to equalize the weaponry a bit here, but Buzz still bouncing forward.
Oh, he got hit by the paranoia.
Yep, does get slowed up a bit. Trying to find targets. Has hit it deep. Does manage to connect. Flashback going to be taken down. Freeing able to find him though on the trade. Swing up over the top. Hyunmin. Going to be good for one. Puts Izu down to 54. Recover on the Stinger. Meteor eating quite a bit of damage now. And all down to Freeing and Mako. Mako is going to be taken down. Ooh. Freeing tries to hold the line, but with that Stinger only in his hands, just won't be able to make anything else happen. We'll just go ahead straight forward, needing to die, wanting to get that death bonus. Ends up falling. Decent damage, a decent attempt there from the side of T1, or from the side of DRX, I should say, but they do end up investing 2 ultimates.
Yeah, but 2 rounds in a row where T1 is very willing to give up space, seemingly having a pretty good read on what DRX's big picture game plan is going to be for these rounds. And Izu there, playing back off the rip, just saying, okay, let them use that showstopper to gain some space. And then we'll play for the retake. We've got the better weaponry. We've got a showstopper of our own. You can get in there, take care of business. T1 there, combo a lot of utility to make sure they've got rebel control. They've got 4 players there. They really gambled that it was going to be a commit to that push from DRX. Was not so Izu, I think we're going to have to just wait this one out again. He's tucked in the corner behind the site.
Salvo sent, drone getting the spot out, flashback, backpedaling, setting up the thorns here. It's gonna rotate away. There's the tripwire, and Izu swings off it beautifully. Hyunmin gonna be taken down. Nightfall now crashing across connect, I believe only on a Meteor. As Hunter's Fury looks to further delay. Get T1 closer, try to get a flood retake going. Meteor able to find one, swing onto the corner, flashback, finding one, finding 2, Buzz gone. Izu, however, still here, the spike now on the floor, and Stack steadies the aim.
Standing ahead.
Recon out, cleared. Bane in a 1v3. Noise made as they look to just double face. Izu with 3 will tie things up at 9-9.
This is pretty shocking. It felt like maybe DRX is gonna have a good opportunity in this round. T1 committed so heavily, but Izu playing off that utility. A nice little setup, an unexpected position for the trip. Gives him a free kill. Almost never see somebody tucked into that corner quite like that. Nice little game plan there from T1. This is something that they did in the offseason a lot. T1 loves these little tricks and traps. They love to try to make you think that something's safe when it's not. And it caused a lot of teams a lot of grief across the globe, as we saw at the Red Bull Homegrounds event. But here again, you're seeing like them willingly give up space and then have players where you're maybe not used to having them be, where you're not really expecting, Buzz right behind the door at A-Link, right? Here in this case, Izu tucked into that corner back of C Hall, playing off of a tripwire. There's not a lot of, kind of teams that do that stuff on the regular. And so you're seeing DRX struggle a little bit to adjust to what T1 is willingly give up, and what does that actually mean? What's behind that, intentional give up of space?
Well, somehow, some way, the universe has kind of realigned itself, and this map is turning into maybe not the gameplay what we were expecting, but it's in the score line as tight as we might have anticipated between these two teams.
That's fair.
So for anybody who was watching those first 6 rounds and saying, oh, I was just going to watch this Lotus and then go to bed, I'm over here in North America, you locked in for a bit longer now, it would seem.
It's a bit of a yin and a yang, right? Like getting the score line, but we're not getting the gameplay or the, kind of maybe disciplined Korean Valorant style we're used to seeing. This has been pretty wild. Yeah. This is more APAC-y.
Some spanners have been thrown in the works. For now, fairly easy entry, but okay. Well, good luck, Hyunmin. Breaks the shield. A chance, but no. The win streak will be maintained. Meteor still undefeated in kill contracts, as this is just going to be a flawless. As we snap out of the ultimate, everybody from DRX is dead on the floor. T1 will gain the lead for the first time here on Lotus, 10-9.
That's 5 in a row.
I forget how many he had, because the previous time that he played ISO, he didn't lose any.
I don't think he's lost any. He hasn't lost any today.
He has, yeah. No, he's...
That was the closest he's come.
He had one whiff.
Yeah.
Where his ult didn't pick anybody.
That's true.
No one got hit. So that's the closest thing to a loss that he suffered.
I mean, that's the thing about Meteor, is in a one-on-one, he's about the best in the world. One of the best. Just give him, you know, that opportunity. I mean, it's not a fair fight because he has the double tap, but
yeah,
still, he's too darn clean.
It turns out you put Meteor on the character whose entire objective is to just kill people.
Yeah,
he looks pretty good.
Yeah,
on reveal there on the Buzz, just bouncing around like a madman. Barely gets touched at all.
As a judge in hand, I don't think you're not super concerned about that as T1. You're getting a ton of info, and that's allowing you to rotate the rest of the team over. Yeah, there's people there.
Carpe getting Koi a bit of info.
But now, I mean, this would be fine. If you could get him to go right into this judge. Look at the way Buzz is positioning himself, but so far, DRX still trying to work the C side a little bit. Seeing if they can deal with some of that Cypher utility.
This Prowler has to check close, and it does.
Yeah, now you know. Now the game is up. Where Izu?
Ooh, Carpe. Thinking about taking a much more aggressive position. Backs off, Cage is going to be popped. DRX looking to push forward as Carpe TPs right up close and personal, but Mako very quick to adjust. Snaps back to find the kill. Salvo sets out there. The stun rather connecting onto Izu. Swing onto the corner. Meteor having the drag across his Mako just continues to swing out, just drifting in front of him. Player advantage here in a big way for the side of the RX. We can get this in flawless fashion. That would help jumpstart the economy again for them. Stax looks to try to push forward, but Freeing shuts that down. Just Izu and Buzz, who's being held at bay, forced back. Just that judge in hand. Izu, however, coming up with two, making this a bit more costly. As Buzz still does get value. And suddenly, Mako v Buzz, the footsteps heard on the chase, on the hunt here.
That's a stick.
He's holding it down. Mako goes in for the peak, a 4K to tie things up at 10-10. But that is still catastrophic for DRX. They had 5 players strong. Dismantled by 2.
Well, and I was so ready to just talk about how this time it's just better reactions from DRX. Like, they're able to deal with some of these trap and trick plays that T1 is trying to set up. You know, with Carpe TPing around to the corner. Dealt with by Mako. Mako just on that wide swing as well. Just outplaying Meteor. And in the end, they come through, but it is definitely not the way you wanted to do it. Even how good that start of the round was. Quite a bit of util dumped towards Bane's face. But that's pretty nice there. You'll take that trade. Gonna get really close to another showstopper for Hyunmin, as well for DRX, so take a little bit of a pause. It feels like DRX now is going to just kind of try to break down the doors at the C site if possible. Kind of identifying that it's oftentimes Izu on his own.
Ooh, push out. Double push up from B main, flashback, take it down. Bane not in a position to try to provide covering fire. It's not quickly enough. This gives DRX some pause.
Still wait.
Another smoke here to help out Izu a little bit. Still though, DRX wary. T1 has been really active on the map, pushing and prodding. Deep into A, past B. Haven't really seen too much out of C just yet, but this is going to be tough. All hands are on deck if this push does come through from DRX.
Bring them down.
So it will just be this pivot across. Buzz here, ready and waiting, and shuts down Hyunmin instantaneously. He pushes forward, refills the space, the swing out, Freeing, snappy to readjust as Mako holds down the door. Slams it in Carpe's face, and now it's just Stax and Izu left. 2v3 though, given how these rounds have been going, it's very possible for them to clutch us out. And there's the first, Stax. Unable to find the other. Bane and Mako playing widely stacked up. Izu up over the top, finds the first, and Bane, he's down to 47. The neural depth gonna be invested. Bane swings out. 3 ping, tucks back. He's playing with timings here, playing with positions. Izu looking for the headshot, but Bane will narrowly find him. Whittled down to 24 HP. He will get the round in their favor as DRX reestablish the lead.
It's just so back and forth. Another good start for T1. You've got 2 players down. And then, wow, what a response from Freeing. Mako's been incredible these last couple rounds as well. Just reacting so well. And he gets outdone by Izu. Oh, what a play there for Bane. Just a stare down from Bane to the rest of his team. Letting him know, yeah, I got that, no problem at all. Showstopper going to be available for Hunmin. It's going to be that kind of usual combo of utility there early for DRX. No paranoia, though. Held in the back pocket by Carpe. He's pushed up a little bit further forward. The pinks come out close to that door. DRX again wary that maybe T1's going to try to dig back into that bank. See if they could find some more value out of a Judge or something like that. We know that's not the case, but they're very concerned right now, our DRX. You know, some of the success that T1 has been finding has been off of these opening picks. They push out a little bit. There's the wall is going to be behind DRX if they make this B execute.
Cover going out.
A little bit of safety. Site's wide open. There's a camera, of course, but that's about all the info you're going to get here.
Showstopper should make for, pretty easy transition, but there's the grab. Buzz at the same time, able to find Mako. Shield's gonna be dropping, and Meteor will suffer his first fall here in the ultimate. Gunman able to come away with that one. Snaps out of it, and does manage to find Buzz at the same time. But Buzz beyond the grave had already set up the paint shells, comes up with a kill, and Breeing is left on his lonesome with just a Guardian. Finds one, but cannot stave off the rest. Economy once again broken down for DRX as we are tied 11-11.
This is wild.
Just chaos.
It's just absolute chaos. I don't even know what happened. We're busy watching the ult. Buzz is busy wrecking people with his ultimate.
I want to see this from Gunman's POV because, oh, hello.
Yeah, hi. I mean, Buzz has had some really big, important rounds for T1. There once again, even though he's 17 and 21. Using that vulnerability.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Mako just destroyed off the rip. Buzz getting value off the paint shell. Carpe here up on top of Rumble as Meteor swings out at the bottom side, finds Freeing. And this crunch here at A main is just going T1's way at every twist and turn. The dust settles and it's just two players left, both of them beaten and battered. 117 health between the two of them. As T1 look to flawlessly get themselves up to map point. Carpe is like, you know what? I'm just going to back away.
Smart. He's all alone. I really like that from Carpe. Don't challenge there. No reason to. No reason to give up a freebie. Nice kill from Meteor.
Spike down B.
And that's the spook down.
Just Bane. Strafing with the classic, has he?
Has he what?
I thought he had a gun at some point, but maybe I'm just remembering. Either way, nothing more that can be done. T1, 12-11. From starting things off 0-6.
Ooh, the vulnerable into the paint shells that time catches Mako as he's trying to TP, and then just start spraying through the smokes. Maybe he handed the gun over to Flashback, or Flashback had it all along. I'm not sure. I know what you're talking about. There was a Bulldog in there.
Yeah. I was going crazy for a moment, but
well,
speaking of going crazy,
you're already there. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of going crazy, though, how about an overtime?
Sure. You and I are having some fun with those. So
it's on we're here on Lotus.
Yep.
See if we can make it happen. Meteor wants to say no, as does Buzz. It is just going to be a one-sided affair to close it out here. 13-11, T1 collapse on top of DRX and sweep their legs out from beneath them. What a turnaround here on the map.
Oh, this is just great execution of some of these early round trap plays, these early round kind of picks that T1 wants to set up is what really set the pace on this defender side. It looks scrappy, it looks chaotic, but T1's happy to play that way. Their firepower is just good enough, and with the ISO there, you know, to have that extra ability to kind of absorb some pressure, I think it makes a lot of sense what they're doing. I really like it. Now that I think about it more, the more I like it.
I mean, as as a man once said, you get shot, you die.
Yeah.
And turns out, T1, they got some fraggers. Izu, great game from him in particular, even in those initial rounds that they were dropping, was putting up solid figures and looking like he was keeping things competitive round over round. Buzz got going. Meteor just is Meteor.
Izu had a tremendous map.
So there you have it. DRX might be reeling a bit here after this loss, considering how everything had started. The wheels just end up coming off.
It's
T1 inciting that chaos.
Look, it's okay. T1 has been not so good on their map picks so far this year, so if you're DRX.
They finally decided to not go for Bind, so that's something. They're going to be taking us to Haven. That's map number 2, where T1 will look to close things out, and if they can get that 2-0, that will be their ticket to the grand finals at Kickoff, as well as the Masters Bangkok. Absolutely punched, but DRX will have to try to answer back. For now, we'll go ahead and give things over to the Analyst so to break down the action from Lotus.
Flashback to the start of this map. We thought DRX looking really clean.
Yeah.
They're probably going to take this. It's probably going to be a one-sided map. You get a little bit of a comeback from T1, and then you get even more of a comeback from T1, and they close this out. But this was so close. How many rounds did we not know were going to swing in favor of whichever team?
It's a crazy sequence of events. You get 6 in a row on the defensive side from DRX. They won their bonus. That adds, like, if you look at the percentages of how many teams will win a map after winning a bonus and things like that, having a streak that strong, it is a very high percentage to start that well on defense. But their attack side really let them down. I felt like they really showed their nerves in that game. They were very tentative on taking some duels. It felt like the T1 players were so confident and they were able to multi-frag really easily and win these opening duels, which is what the comp is designed for at the end of the day. They're running the double duelist, right?
You don't pick ISO if you're not confident.
Yeah.
Your ISO has to be a confident player. So it's great to see Meteor pick it up, and I thought when we got into that second half, the ISO pick started to make a lot more sense. We really saw it come into its own. The way they were able to control around A, the way Meteor was free to take these kind of fights, and I felt like the whole team felt unlocked.
Yeah, and it almost felt like, you know, T1 kind of had to remember who they were.
Yeah.
You know, it was like T1 maybe had a little bit of trouble adjusting a bit, but by the middle of the series, or the map rather, they remembered, wait, we can frag, we can win these battles.
Yeah, absolutely. When you play a composition like this, it's about excelling your individuals. That's the main thing. And this is a team stacked full of individuals.
That's what this team is made of.
It really allows them to open up, rely on their own mechanical skill to make these plays. They didn't have to go crazy deep. I mean, don't get me wrong, they had some good ideas. I really liked what they did, but this was I felt like, especially in that first half, the way they stopped themselves from getting rolled was just not being afraid to take fights. That's what will have been said in that timeout when you're like 6-0 down, is don't be afraid, go take these fights. So these are the kind of key ideas that we're seeing be used with the ISO. We see this, the way the wall moves forward is there to try and prevent against the spam. So we saw them do this again and again on attack.
Yeah, progression smoke as well to allow them to get out of A main. And you can see DRX, I mean, we've seen this from Teo time and time again. It is so difficult to dodge those missiles. You can see Carpe doing his best to TP out to rubble, but even he goes down. And the thing with the ISO, I mean, the downside of it that was present early in this game is that the shield is a huge tell that you're about to go and kick off a side execute or take some space somewhere. But Meteor is still Meteor, and Meteor still be winning their ults.
Yeah, it's such a double-edged sword, this ISO. If your ISO is on and having a big day, there's nothing he can't do. I really like this little combo as well, trying to pair up the Hunter's Fury with the Vulnerable there. You can tell this isn't a rushed pick, this isn't a loading screen change. This is well thought out. They had a lot of good ideas, and we see exactly the same angle where Meteor is able to win it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him just peeking out, using the shield, abusing the ult as much as possible. Even going back to the ISO meta, everyone was theory crafting ISO Sova, right? The Shockeys getting you 3 kills in combination with the undercut, the Sova ult in combination with the undercut. So 100% there are util combos there. How often did they really pull them off consistently? Not very often. I think very much that the factor was the individual skill and the reads as well. They had a really good read on how DRX wanted to run their attack and how they would deconstruct that by taking fights and being aggressive.
Yeah, I think the ISO definitely helped with that. When we look at that A rubble fight, it's important on both sides, but the way that T1 were fighting it on their defense, by using that vulnerable, pairing it up with the nade, I feel like there was not a lot DRX could do to get out past that utility. And that was huge. They were able to lock that angle, rotate across the sea. They dominated the map because of the way they won that A fight, and ISO was a big part of that. Then you add on that extra layer of Meteor just fragging like crazy. I'm starting to like it more and more.
What about Buzz, though?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Buzz was equally brilliant.
Yeah?
It's but we're used to Buzz being brilliant on Raze. That's,
Yeah,
that's
it's-
less of a surprise.
It's not even worth talking
In
about.
other news, you know, the sky is blue and
Yeah.
snow is cold, sure. But this head-to-head really did deliver.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to favor anyone right now because Hyunmin also did have an amazing performance. Freeing, I mean, it's pretty much the same as Buzz having a good series. Freeing has been amazing. It's down to all of these individual plays. And you know, it's crazy because this is exactly what we expected from this match. But I think what's really coming out here is that veterancy that we're seeing on T1, that they can go back and rely on everything that they've been through as individuals to be able to close that around.
I mean, we've seen T1's individuals drag them through difficult circumstances. How many 13-11 games have we seen T1 win? And then you think about those maps and how many moments were won by Izu, Meteor, Buzz coming up with big plays, as well as these cheeky little setups that they're throwing in there as well. My big issue for DRX, though, that's an attacking half that you start extremely well on defense. That should be a very winnable game for you. You let T1 back into the game, and then you struggle to call an attack side where you can win a round outside of winning the pistol, and then maybe one other gun round here or there. So that's just not acceptable, unfortunately, on the attacking side, and that has to be a bit of a question mark next to Marco.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they were surprised by the ISO and the how strong T1 were around that A-Rumble fight. But I think as we head towards Haven, Meteor also played the ISO here, but it's less of a surprise here. I think all the teams will have a lot more experience going against ISO on Haven than they will have on Lotus, but they need clearer answers this time.
I felt like T1 just went, let's just play the ISO comp on Lotus, and I was like, this isn't going to work, this comp is terrible, and it worked perfectly. On Haven, it makes a little bit more sense. Like, you've even seen Fnatic and some other teams have a lot of success with this comp. This is kind of like the off comp, because the meta comp is so synonymous on Haven right now. Everyone agrees what is the best comp that you play. The Breach, us Gen G, you know, maybe not so much playing Breach, they're playing the Viper instead, which is about as funky as it gets, but this is kind of the other off comp that you play with the double duelists like this.
But I'm still curious as to what DRX have planned for this. Because again, we mentioned this earlier, DRX keeping their cards very, very close to their chest right now. They have tons of secrets. So what could they possibly prepare in Haven? We got a little taste of it in the off-season, right? They were running a Neon, Hyunmin was on the Neon, but I'm not sure if they're going to stick with that. Are they going to do something totally different that could catch T1 off guard?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see a Neon from them. I haven't seen them prioritize it really post these changes. I think the big question mark is, are we going to see Teo? Because Freeing has been on it in every single other map that we've seen from him, and like, I do think there are some similarities between Lotus and Haven. When we look at it, it's a three-sided map, that A control. So will you use the Teo and capture that A control? You don't seem sold though.
I don't think Teo's good on Haven.
Are they going to
Who's
force
run
it?
Teo on Haven?
What if they force it?
Force it on Haven.
Yeah.
I think they're going to lose the series, I'm not going to lie. I think DRX as well, like especially the coaching staff, and it's just one of those Korean teams that I don't really see them as the team that's going to swap things up very much. They like to play the standard comps, they like to play the standard way a lot of the time, you know, with a couple of little twists in terms of what agent maybe they're picking. So I think, again, I would expect standard comp with a change of Senti based on what they're playing, or a change of Duelist, but I don't think they're going to reinvent the wheel here, especially against what T1 are running.
Yeah, they're very firm and stable, or steady rather, in their choices, right? They're probably going to make only minor adjustments here and there, but
I think it'll be strategy adjustments. Like they'll run the same comp, but they'll have reads on what T1 wants to be doing, and they just played against it. They just played against the exact same style on Lotus and lost to it, so you can't shoot yourself in the foot twice in a row, right?
Surely not, right? Right?
Well, I do think they've had a chance to watch this Haven before.
Yes.
So it's going to be harder for T1 to surprise them here.
Yeah.
Is the big thing.
Well, we'll see what we're going to get for the agent select. I really feel like if I'm DRX coaching staff right now, I'm feeling like that game was won. Like we were 6-0 up, and then some things went wrong. The mental did not look like it was well. It didn't look like the communication was on point. T1 are going to double down.
They're forcing it, the Teho again!
Yeah.
Wow.
They really believe in this agent.
We're playing Sova in it, so we're playing double in it, and we've gotten rid of the breach. So instead, we're really flexing on those info units. I guess the Teo can kind of play a pseudo breach role in a way and deny space and clear a lot of stuff. So I can understand how that would work. The no flashes against the double duelist, though, is going to be a little bit brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely curious. I do think there are some nice options with this Teo. As I spoke about, that A main control will be very, very key. It also gives you very targeted damage as you hit that site. Think about clearing back plat or back site on A.
Well, I'm very curious to see if Pilski's going to eat his words in, just a few minutes as we get into Haven and toss it over to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Well, here we go. Once again, DRX going to be looking for a big bounce back. Paper thin, you kind of teed it up. The map picks overall for T1 in this stage here at Kickoff hasn't been going their way too much, but they've elected to go away from the bind. We're kind of brushing that one under the rug, a la RRQ in the first partnership year where they really were going for Lotus, saying like, okay, we really like this map. We must play very well on it as scrims, but it's not translating to the stage, so let's just shift away.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially with these two maps, if you anticipated that Lotus was going to be DRX's pick, a little bit of util dumped by both teams, but you could kind of lean into the ISO, really prep it for this week, especially with changing a player in as well. Seems to be working. Oh, God.
Okay, well, push up into the smoke. Meteor going to be dealt with instantly as Mako is able to find the kill. Paranoia here on to Stacks. Swooping out. There's going to be the reveal, but finds a headshot. Go ahead and equalize the count. The shock dart into the corner will be avoided, and access to the A site will be denied.
I thought he was screwed. He got spotted by the stealth drone. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink there, hitting Stacks, and he's able to hold the line, find a kill. Now he's starting to push the map. Izu, though, right into danger.
Flashback does manage to catch him a little bit more unawares, and doubles up to find Buzz, and suddenly everybody from DRX is starting to click on heads. Flashback now having the deal against Carpe, but back is turned. Carpe on his lonesome, trying to get T1 their first pistol round win. Swoops out of the smoke and will be gunned down. So DRX maintaining perfection in that regard, and they start Haven off with the right foot forward.
Well, the pistol rounds continue to haunt T1. This is something they've really struggled with. I mean, against Talon, they only took 1 out of 5 or 6. And again, they haven't taken a single one yet from DRX. I mean, good early strategies, but I think as this goes on, what I'm really curious about is sort of the very drastic differences in agent comps. Is this T1 sort of explosive combo heavy style going to be able to deal with this very info heavy style that DRX is going to be rolling with? And the Dest made a great point. No flashes really for DRX other than the paranoia. So you're going to have to be really on point with making sure you're keeping track of these T1 players.
Stacks just here as the timing on that smoke dissipates, and Hyunmin will get taken down. Flashback to hold down this back line, ends up falling. Takes one with him. Quick TP across. Buzz getting himself over back into that defender spawn. Bane watching here at A main. Finds the first. Carpe just with that ghost in hand. Swaps to the Sheriff. Forgive me. And he manages to put him down in range already. Very good damage dealt as Buzz gets the spot out onto Mako. Relays this to his teammate, but Carpe still needs to work his way forward. Gets the smoke, grabs the gun. Bulldog now in hand. Paranoia's aside, the drop down. Carpe swings out, freeing, flushed out of hell. Just Mako left standing now. Spectre in hand, Carpe at 1 HP. If he can find the first, and will certainly has it, and he will. Red Bull clutch for Mako, continuing to deliver, but DRX continuing to have very rough goings in these anti-ecos.
Yeah, and that's definitely a bit concerning there. I mean, you're just caught out off guard. Stacks is able to dodge the stealth drone, I believe, by hiding on the other side of that box. And Carpe, look, if there's one thing he's good at, that's...
Give him a Sheriff.
Yeah, give him a Sheriff.
How many aces has he had? How many multi-frag rounds has he had with a Sheriff in hand?
Many.
Years of Cassidy coming to the top.
That is one thing that, for sure, I don't doubt about Carpe, is his aim with those one-tappers.
Stealth drone, Hyunmin beating off the back of this. A bit of pre-fire attempt there. Does go through unscathed. Speedset gets opened up. DRX well entrenched. It's just the fake out going through the tripwire.
Grenade is live.
Mako spotted, repositioning. Hyunmin able to find one, but then gets taken down. Carpe able to find that. Zizou gets rid of Mako. The site now opened up. The wall sent to try to go ahead and block off this spray. Izu is just going to stick for it. They're trying to body block him, but it is far too late. A little bit more damage dealt here on the back end. 3 players surviving, 2 players surviving, I should say, from DRX to the end, but it is going to be T1 denying the bonus conversion.
This is such a cool little play that T1 has in the back pocket here with Buzz, using the fake out and then immediately TPing back to the defender side spawn. That buys 2 players that completely have to draw their attention to the other side of the map, so they're not able to kind of assist with T1's attempted reclear or retake onto B. And it works a treat. It gives them enough room that they're able to clear through, get to the plant. Ooh, that was close. The vulnerable hit there, that would have hurt.
Meteor looking for more. It does make a bit of noise here. The footsteps, the drone as well, spotting out. And it's going to be Stacks. Dealt with over at long. Meteor immediately looking to try to reinforce this position, but now no longer has that shield. Wall in the back pocket. Two players from DRX tagged up. Hyunmin and Mako both whittled away at as both of them going to be the ones kind of facing out here as Mako just goes for the wide swing. Meteor decides to just keep his sights trained. Doesn't manage to go ahead and finish off the enemy jet. It's Buzz looks to try to go ahead and take the space as well.
They're just challenging that. It's a lot of players from DRX there trying to be swinging out into the open like that. And not really much value found for T1 as DRX Flashback has gained a ton of info, a ton of space.
Seems like noting the camera as well. Might have just hit the timing right as Izu toggles off of it. Opts to not destroy it, so this just gives DRX so much space to play with. Looks like it will once again be a go at the B side, freeing. Just staring in towards Garage. Tripwire at his back, knowing that he's got a little bit of an early alert system.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult now for T1. Okay, Carpe can TP, but Freeing hears it.
Has heard everything. Ooh, the crouch in. Oh, catches him. Util in hand. Stun not going to do much there. Carpe can shrug that off. Still though with 3 players left to try to get through. It looks like the call is going to be made to go for the save. So T1 just going to be retaining these weapons where possible. And DRX not going to allow for the tie-up to come through. Once again, will get themselves off to a nice early lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just kind of T1 not being patient. If they wait this out a little bit longer at A-Long, they can probably force DRX into a position where it's going to be a little bit more challenging for them, or at least make them work the map a little bit and try to play for a more even retake. But this gun battle, I mean, there's 3 guns barreling down on you here, and I get it, you're Meteor, I get it, you're Buzz, but no matter who you are, it's a tough situation to find yourself in. Maybe just expecting that DRX would rotate away or something and they could catch him off guard, but did not work. So now you've got the ultimate there for freeing. Armageddon available.
Oh, Izu. Yep, spotted on the crisscross there. Just has a classic to try to hold down the C site. Rotation's beginning immediately, though. T1 sending Meteor to try to reinforce his position. He does have that Vandal. Up and over the top goes Hyunmin. Waiting for the peek out. Getting any kind of ping reveals here, but eventually they spot enough as they go ahead and just flood the backside. Freeing tucked away behind the block. A bit of an unorthodox position. Goes unread. And he's able to collect 2 as the near ult depth reveals all. Stacks pinged. Freeing finds him. A little spray on the corpse from Flashback saying hello to his former IGL. It's now all on Buzz to see if he can do any kind of damage whatsoever, but holding onto the weapon is going to be far more important, but he knows that this flank is likely to have occurred. Swing onto the corner, but Flashback, snappy with it. Will find the kill, and DRX are now up 4-1.
Well, this is just a very hard commit from DRX after that early peek onto Izu. Just feel like they've got him in a bad position. Izu throws a late trip to try to delay a little bit, but with Hyunmin able to get up on top of the box, buys a ton of space and info for DRX. And that late positioning from Freeing is really, really devastating. Does a ton of damage. You're going to get an earlier timeout this time around. As well, is it the same round?
Time.
It was at the same time,
yeah.
You're right. But it was 5-0.
After round 5, but the score slightly better.
A little bit. But this is just, I mean, I think right now it's just a lot of impatience from T1. DRX is able to take full advantage of that. Now, granted, it is attacker side on this map. This is where, in the one time we've seen this from T1 is against TLN, and their attacker side, I think they went 8-4, if memory serves. So that's definitely where they're going to do their damage, especially with the double duelist. But, you know, I think they're just being too over-aggressive sometimes. I mean, that round they had weaker guns and Izu gets caught out. That's whatever. But some of the previous rounds,
sure,
they've been challenging stuff they shouldn't. And that's a little bit concerning. So let's see if they can kind of right the ship like they did on Lotus. But otherwise, DRX is just doing a great job, being patient, making good reads. That's what this comp has to do. That's what it has to do.
T1 nearly with a full house. 2 away.
Breaking down. Standing ahead.
Izu and Buzz here looking for these ultimates as Hunter's Fury just going to be opened up looking for the tag, but everyone swiftly is able to evacuate. Shifts their way over, but okay, here's the pull-in. Meteor able to grab Mako. A true challenge perhaps, but not for Meteor seemingly. He pops the double tap shield. Not even Mako. They're really trying to fight back.
Smoke's gone.
Smoke's gone. Entry still continuing. Cloudburst. There's a drop down. Hyunmin not wanting to overstay his welcome on elevated ground. It just will just die. As Buzz fishes him out of that cybercade. Finds himself another. Izu going to be just mowed over by the Armageddon, but it's a blink and you miss it there for the remainder of the round. That's just going to be the closeout. T1 swiftly able to deal with DRX's attack.
Yeah, this is a great play call coming out of the timeout. Use the Hunter's Fury to gain space. Izu, play for your life. Meteor finds a huge pick. Having those smokes down means that Buzz can peek this angle. It means that Buzz can open up this space and get these 3 kills, and basically break the round open.
Just look like everybody from DRX just kind of lost the plot, didn't know where these flanks were coming from, that Buzz has pushed over towards Lumbers, so just end up getting mowed down in the blink of an eye.
And now you've got some big ultimates to toy around with a bit as T1. You've got the Dimensional Drift, you've got the Neural Theft. So now you've got kind of that extra layer of information gathering, potentially, that your opponent has a slight edge on you normally in the agent composition. So I think you can play a little bit safer here. I think you could play a little bit more for retake. That's seemingly what it looks like. There is the trip right at the front of the C site with the camera behind it. Carpe!
Look at the readjust. Comes up with a kill, entry power taken away, but so too is the smokes here from T1. The stealth drone not going to get a spot out. Buzz going on a walkabout, has the Dimensional Drift in play. Just running at him. Sends out the fake, gets the pop, flash not going to connect, and he will just TP out the safety.
Didn't see much else, so that should alert them that they need to be towards B and C.
Didn't check in towards mid, so still do have Stacks on a bit of a linger there on that B side, but Meteor holding down the door, finds himself a second, repops the shield. Access denied. As it is just shield after shield, kill after kill, and T1 start clawing things back a hell of a lot earlier than we were seeing on Lotus. Now just 1 round separating.
And Meteor there just steps ahead of the Tejo utility. Nice win for Carpe there, the 2v1, but he gets ahead of everything that DRX is trying to use, and he just catches him off balance. Repops his double tap, and away he goes. That's what you need out of Meteor. He's got to find those timings where he's got that extra advantage because of the double tap. And he's able to do so quite nicely there. Got a util from both sides, trying to clear a little bit of space, but the spot out on the Buzz is going to force him back. Reinforcements have arrived. Meteor is here. Opt for Buzz. Trying to use the drone to spot for him. See what they can find. Yep.
Coming on the ground. Not been finding much value here. I believe just a 1 kill. Maybe 1 and 7 on the scoreline.
Now Stacks going for a bit of an explore.
Oh, and finds one.
Locating targets.
But Mako, and I mean, it's still a high value target. He loses his life for it, but Mako out of the equation. So that clutch potential is gone. The smokes are gone.
You'll take that trade every day as T1. Every day.
For sure. Flashback. Ooh, not snappy enough. Carpe able to take him down before falling himself. Continue to just be great trade-ups. Push forward. Buzz has sights on mid. And we are tied at 4-4.
Yeah, I like the patience we're starting to see from T1. Waiting for their moments, being a little bit more choosy with when they get aggressive. You know, setting up for the op there with the Owl Drone. Stacks an unexpected push this time. It looked like with an op there, you know, you're not going to expect that player to re-aggress out of that smoke. So I think that in that moment, that's a good decision. Izu just waiting, just expecting a player trying to clear through garage. It's been something DRX has been very keen to do. You know, usually it's flashback. This is going to force a timeout now out of DRX. So a lot of good back and forth. Honestly, I like from both teams a lot more what we're seeing on this map. This is kind of more, for the most part, disciplined play. You're seeing kind of good adjustments, good counter ideas. It doesn't feel nearly as brawly, nearly as scrappy as Lotus did. You know, T1 does want to force that issue. They're happy to have the map come down to that because of the agent comps that they run. But their patience is also paying off now. They're just playing for a little bit more space. You know, trying to hit DRX as they're trying to get into their executes. And getting Mako out in early rounds is costing DRX dearly.
DRX now intervening. See what the adjustments look like. First half of Lotus, similar timing on the call out here. Only led to one more round win.
Right here.
And the economy is in a bit of a tizzy. 2 stingers. Knives at the ready here for Hyunmin, but that impact still not quite felt.
Still able to dodge the early part of that damage. Stax is in trouble.
Potentially here, but the drone getting cleared. He will backpedal. Mako not able to go ahead and scale forward through that smoke fast enough.
Just barely in time. Look at this though. All 4 players from T1 are here.
Caught a glimpse of multiple players up and over the top goes Hyunmin. Down he will come, but he's going to be dead as he hits the floor.
Oh god.
A little bit of timing with Stax recovering fire. Able to peel off a little bit of that pressure. Up close and personal. Buzz barrel stuffs, finds the kill. Bane dead. Flashback now. Lone player standing in a 1v2.
I have retrieved the spike.
Skips at the spike. Plant would give him a neural theft, but is it worth investing? DRX do desperately need these round wins.
Buzz can TP right onto the site.
Drops the cage, try to fake a reposition. Flash into the back, the TP down. 7 bullets remaining. It's going to be Shorty in hand as Buzz gets 3. And T1 get the lead 5-4.
Man, I like this Buzz, Yoru. It's really annoying to deal with. The way that he uses the TPs here, gets the one with the op, doesn't overstay his welcome. This is something he's so good at, is he's so cerebral when he plays this game. He rarely makes mistakes. I'd say the only time I saw him make something I would consider a mistake in this was when he peeked out down long A against overwhelming numbers that DRX had, but this one, TP's out, sends out another TP as he's moving up into heaven. He can clear a lot of space that way, and then when Izu's able to get to the site, they can push together. He can TP right behind the box, get there with that shorty that you know he loves. Always has one in the back pocket. Finds great value.
Spearing open up here. Bane fishing for anything, clears out the sewers, but nothing identified, no damage going to be dealt.
Goes in the
minor amount of
B, but
it's being read. Carpe ready for it, but just can't quite find the shots. A little bit of aim punch there. Mako takes the kill. Plan now comes through here onto the B site.
Planted.
Pushing through. A couple spam shots coming out, and that's going to be the Armageddon. Saving them all from that A-Link side. Drone to go ahead and refill the position. Gets the spot out on the 2, maybe even a collat ping. Looks like no. A stealth drone similarly clears to the other side. Gun barrel spotted. Hyunmin able to find himself a second elimination. Stack's going to be taken down, and looks like DRX not going to allow for T1 to start running away with this. Couple shots in his Mako. Let's get bold, but just going to be one after the other getting picked apart as Buzz desperately swaps over to the opposite weapon, but cannot make it happen. Up will be remaining on the floor. Still has cash and plenty to buy up another one, but that is going to be a flawless round for DRX to keep things neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a good call off of the timeout for DRX, just saying, okay, we're not having a good time over at A. Let's try a different site. Mako TP's in there, and because he's able to win that battle, that re-establishes control, gives them that extra angle, and it makes it that much harder for T1 to come through. You get the ult, you have the owl drone, you can buy so much time to just stall the heck out of T1. Really well set up, really well thought out. Still enough money here for T1 to buy another operator. They do have to, I think, buy down to, nope, the rest are rifles too. No Guardian in hand. So it is one more buy in the pocket for T1.
Chalk Dart clears out the tripwire. Up and over goes Hyunmin. Stealth drone alerts, letting him know that the site is completely opened up. And flashback, peeks in the garage, able to find one. Meteor Gonna be looking to go ahead and stretch the lead here once again. It's not nearly as snappy this time, and Bane will deliver his second ever loss in the ultimate. It's Mako. Continues to shut them down here on the approach. Stacks on his lonesome, 400 creds to his name. It's just being flooded from all sides. Decides to take the fight to try to take the gun out of Flashback's hands, but he cannot. This is a flawless as Flashback has some fun. DRX are back in the lead. T1 going to be looking to try to make this a 6-6 but the weaponry, see if they're going to be able to accomplish that.
Well, now they're looking a lot more fired up, a lot more crisp with the aim. They just dial up another fast B hit here. Say T1's not respecting this site at all.
Yep.
Let's punish them, and they can't get into the flanks easily. They're not finding ways to get around the utility that Flashback is using.
Should clarify until some stats Daniel comes at me.
Okay.
That, second ever loss this year on the kill contract.
All right, there you go.
Something to be like, oh, well, actually, he played it in 2024.
Achilles doesn't know what he's talking about.
If you will observe that in this game, that's what chat sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Cover going out.
That's what you sound like to me.
Gets a ping out, Buzz suppressed. The back away as the wall goes across. And then backpedaling as Paranoia comes through, but Mako is able to find one. Carpe snappy to the down Flashback. The shorty finding one, but freeing. Comes up with two. Not sure if it was a collide or just through the box. Either way, huge value found. It's now Izu.
Uh-oh.
Salvo. Oh, nope. Can't get out of there. It's just enough overlap. Freeing will find it. Third for him in the round. And 7-5. DRX once again out in front of the half.
All things considered, though, not a bad half for T1 on this defender side. 5 rounds, you'll take that. It's just a matter of, with DRX having so much ability to gather info, are they going to be able to just kind of keep T1 pinned long enough and that they can get their rotations to where they need to be in time? God, freeing is so good.
Oh, what?
What?
Oh.
I just
guess he was there.
I was just trying to buy time. Thought he was outside of A-Link, and we were just gonna, stall him out a little bit.
Happy little surprise. But now, T1, they swap to the attack. You mentioned it. This double duelist composition, this is where things can really come to fruition for them. And if it does, might be looking at a 2-0 victory for T1.
We have so much ability to combo a lot of different stuff here. Just make life miserable for your opponents. I mean, you have the TPs with the Yoru. You can combo that with the Sova util, off the back of Paranoia even. You can scale into sight pretty well with the ISO. The ISO ult makes things challenging. The dimensional drift is really, really annoying. So it's just going to be about being mentally prepared for some of the wildness that's going to be coming your way. Because it's, even with all this extra ability you have to gather info, it's still going to be tricky to keep track of everything that's going on. There's just so many cool little ideas you can do. Even just a recon dart off into a TP sometimes can catch a timing where you're trying to clear the dart. And, Buzz is going to be there to kill you. Big pistol round, though, for T1. Haven't won one.
Yeah. Much needed to kick off into the second half for them. As the rush getting ready to come through. Mako just trying to get any kind of shot through. Knows that double tap shield has been put in play.
Flash.
As, the TP forward, and Buzz will just go ahead and find the kill. Mako going to be taken out as Izu is able to find the other. Pushing out from the defender's side now. Massive player advantage here for T1.
I love that from Buzz. Flash and TP in. Just go at him.
Freeing. Drops in, taken down. Izu able to find him. Spain tries to get a bit of a pincer maneuver here. Gunman left alone. But need to double his score line to get the clutch, but has been dinged. Buzz trying to shut down the young buck duelist here for DRX. The pressure, they're just going to run it down, and Meteor will go ahead and find it. T1 get their first pistol of the series. Just 1 round separating now.
This is just a great decision from T1 The whole round, they're just pushing into garage early, found some open space. God, that is such a good maneuver from Buzz. And then they're able to just kind of tuck into different corners, catch DRX players in bad positions where they have to check a bunch of different angles. Nothing you can do there as Hyunmin. They're pretty screwed at that point. That's massive. It's going to be 2 Bulldogs, a Vandal, the buy-up for T1. Meteor going to be the one with that Vandal, seeing if they can fast-track 2 more kill contracts. Create an extra angle. Look.
Good gamble stack here.
Yeah.
But the dart doesn't get cleared. Mako was looking for it the entire time, but as soon as it comes out, the tension gets tied up. Double ping revealing their positions here as shockdowns now start to fly. It's going to be Freeing who ends up beating a bit of damage as flashback. Decent timing if he pushes up, but here's these footsteps.
Deploying drone.
Drone to check. Oh, here comes the catch.
Cage triggered.
That's going to be Stacks dealt with. Just a ghost to scoop up, though. And nothing too hefty gained. Stun looking for the connection. Buzz rushes forward, eats an immense amount of damage with a smoke, but catches a glimpse of Mako. Takes his head clean off. Oh, finds himself a third. If he could scoop up one more, would be on for an ace, but Flashback's just going to be out into the open. Easy to collect for Meteor. Not much damage dealt, just Stacks on the floor as we get tied up at 7-7.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Good recovery there from T1. And even though Stacks dies on the backside of this, there's a lot of info gathered in this round, not just with the recon dart, but off of this push as well. That's something that T1 could be very aware of. God, Buzz. I mean, just the timing there, expecting Hyunmin to swing the corner. Wide swings himself to avoid that damage, avoid the angle that Hyunmin is going to be looking at. Unbelievable stuff from Buzz.
He is 8-3.
So good.
TP forward. Here at long, Freeing nearby. Ping's coming down, so T1 anticipating some added reinforcements in position here to defend this A site. Stealth drone around the corner, just basically going to be pre-fired. So doesn't spot out too much, but knows that they are rushing up. Is okay. Meteor trying to advance into the site. She's going to be taking out Buzz as well. Similarly, falling as Hyunmin dominant from on top of the box. And all of a sudden, it's just Izu and Stacks left standing.
This will be
slow
tough.
creep call.
One
Tough
enemy
indeed,
remaining.
especially as Bane
Spike
nails the
down
one tap.
A.
Izu challenges in for the fight. Will find one, finds two. Bit more damage dealt as Hyunmin falls to 24. And needs to hold onto the weapon, so wisely backpedals, and Freeing will be able to go ahead and find the kill. So DRX not going to allow for a bonus conversion. Maintain the lead. Can they stretch it from here? Will T1 keep things neck and neck once again?
Yeah, no real ambiguity here for T1. They just try to brute force their way through, pop the double tap, you know, try to TP in, and the timing's just cut off really nicely by DRX. But they read this the whole way. They had the info from the rip. I mean, Freeing was already in towards the site by the time DRX gets to the front door. Or, excuse me, T1 gets to the front door. So I'd like to see T1 now start to spread the map a little bit. Try to keep DRX a little bit more honest. Let's see if they can get some more favorable rotations to come through. Thought for a minute there, Buzz was just gonna waltz through, but that Cypher util, you gotta be ultra careful. It's not in there this time, but dodge of the drone. Stacks gets spotted by the other one. So, you know where Stacks is. That's good information for the side of DRX. And the reinforcements are arriving for T1. Did he get the spot, though?
Double tap still available here for Meteor. Drone to try to check. Bane swings out, tries to clear that. Maybe getting spotted. Clear the TP, trying to just go ahead and stave off the chaos that they know is coming their way as the vulnerable crashes across. Swing onto the corner, Meteor going to be good for one. Izu, covering fire, is able to find Mako. Gunman's still here, but now widely on his lonesome and just cannot finish the reload in time. Izu, a massive 3K for him, maybe a fourth. If Flashback gives him the opportunity. Spike is planted, and T1 look to tie things up at 8-8.
See if Flashback has anything to say about it. Difficult to say the least. May opt to end up saving. Yeah. Probably the right call with Bane having literally 0 credits to his name, but the change up this time, right? You work the map a little bit more as T1, just from a macro perspective. That keeps DRX a little bit more off balance, and then you're able to take that sewers control because of it. You're able to come from a couple different angles, find a great opportunity for the vulnerable from Meteor there. Puts 2 players of DRX stuck in that back corner towards the graffiti, and that's just really well dialed up by T1. That execute looked a lot cleaner than the previous one.
And that's with them losing out on the teleport as well.
Exactly.
Don't have that added bit of chaos for Buzz arriving into the back. In fact, does get taken down there as you saw from Hyunmin, but Izu has just been so steady today.
Ooh, ooh. Killing a Hyunmin. Really, really nice. Yeah, Izu has been really fired up today. 11 and 10 now on this map. He's the hero on Lotus. Look at this stack from DRX. Weaker buy for them, just 1 hero rifle from Flashback.
That was trying to start, ping out onto 2 there at Sewer. Knives drawn.
Just gonna have to rely a bit on Flashback with this rifle. See if he can find a pick.
I mean, good luck. The first player you spot out is Meteor, and you see that shield is popped. Carpe just going for a quick little check here around the corner. Pop flash going to be sent up. Hyunmin swooping in from the side, but Carpe able to find 2. Bane flashback both going to be taken down. The blind comes across. Hyunmin able to find 1. Gets the other. The 4K on for the ace. Looks for it. 1 knife remaining. Doesn't manage to find the kill. Neural Theft now getting the reveal, freeing Noted. The spike still on the ground. Izu going on a walkabout, swinging around, considering playing ring around the rosy, going through the garage, freeing sights, not turning that direction whatsoever. Now checks back, getting a solid read, tucking here. But Widely will just have to play this out patiently. 70 health remaining on Izu.
30 seconds
Cannot
left.
take him down in a single shot. The peek across, I believe he identified that the spike was still on the ground. 10 seconds till the next salvo. The more patiently that Izu plays this, the better opportunity he gives to freeing. 3 seconds. The plant now being stuck.
Spike planted.
Backside in, he could just try to flush him into the open. But instead, they're gonna drift into one another, and the headshot will connect. Freeing will bail them out of the round to get the win. DRX once again in the lead, another Thrifty.
Oh boy, this is huge from Hyunmin. It's just one of those difference maker rounds for a Jet. And he had a slow start to the map and he's heating up now. I mean, good maneuvering here by T1 to break open the site. The paranoia catches. Carpe stuck out in the open there, fully blinded. And a freeing just barely able to win that out. Huge, huge turnaround potentially for DRX.
It would have felt better for him in that round if it had it ended in a win, but worth noting, Carpe now has joined the 1K club with those 2 kills that he was able to accrue. So congratulations to him, but I think the icing on top would be getting the qualification over to Masters Bangkok. Here comes that kill contract, looking for the grab. He's able to find Flashback, and Meteor is right back to his old ways. Buzz now forward position, finds the first, cannot TP out the safety. Hyunmin does manage to cut him down to size, as the Hunter's Fury doesn't find much. Carpe up on top of the box, but time ticking. The plant got in very quickly as there's the TP forward, looking for a little bit of spray across. The drop down, Hyunmin able to find stacks. His Meteor, however, is still here, and he is still a menace. 4 kills in reply to the Thrifty T1. They keep it neck and neck.
And that's the value that you're getting out of this ISO. You're able to get the huge first kill on the Flashback. It gives you a lot more comfort to push towards that C site, get the plant down, set up your crossfires. Hyunmin does a good job here, putting a deeper smoke and then dashing a little bit further forward. That breaks Carpe's angle, so they can't just set up a crossfire with him in stacks towards the entry from C-Link. So he's able to break open some space, but then Meteor just swoops in and knocks a bunch of players down. Absolutely just ridiculously good stuff from him. He is such a talented player.
You see the patience here. Fully anticipating that there's just going to be that dump of that ISO util early. Mako catching the spot out. Meteor leading the charge. Sees one. Shield about to expire. It's just straight Guardian shot's going to be sent through. Only the fake out. Catching one here, as the Armageddon's able to be avoided.
Nice response from DRX. The last time they saw an A push, they gave up sewers control. This time they're using that ult to clear that space.
They so badly want to maintain this and try to flush people over towards C side, because right now, I mean, it's flashback tucked in with a Bucky. Filter not spotting anything. Swing out of the corner, Hyunmin able to find one. Stacks trades it back. Paranoia, try to hold off the rest of T1 at bay. That was well sent, but oh, Meteor takes a nasty hit from that shock dart.
They're gonna try to go back to the front door. Still a lot of weaker weaponry other than Freeing's rifle.
30 seconds left.
Too much damage found can be shrugged off. Bane sends out that recon a bit early. It's just the drone
Out of charges.
to try to check forward as flashes start flying. Ping reveal onto one. Paco dead here in front of the site. Bane dead similarly as Freeing tries to hold his ground, but can only come up with a single kill. Flashback now on the rotation.
10 seconds
About
left.
to be noted by a tripwire. Has been able to recover a gun, so doesn't have to try to play this out with a Bucky, but you can see T1 more than happy to just play this one back. As Buzz goes for a quick check, confirms that he's here in sewer. Throws the shorty on the floor. And sprays DRX on the floor. That's exactly where he's going to put flashback down as well. A grave marker perhaps here for the Cypher as T1 get up to double digits.
Yeah, it's T1 doing a great job just holding their ground against some tricky maneuvering from DRX. Losing that player there, a little painful. Mako tried to hide in the smokes and find a timing there. They're able to clear that owl drone to keep his position secure. T1 able to recover very, very nicely and able to swing together around the box to make sure that Freeing isn't able to do any more damage than one kill. So the timing and the coordination starting to look a lot better for T1. That's going to send DRX into yet another timeout. Trying to see if they can find a way to stabilize, send this to a map 3, keep their Masters Bangkok hopes alive. Because right now T1 looks like they are in a really decent spot to get there. Still some work to do for sure. But on this attacker's side of Haven, a lot of what we've been expecting from them. Some good combos, some good executes. Some pretty good decision making too. They're working the map pretty nicely. They're making good adjustments to go for the C site when it's the weaker, more opportune moment. And even though there was that one round with the Blade Storm, you almost give up the ace. I'd say other than that, it's looked pretty good for T1. So let's see what DRX wants to do outside of this timeout. I mean, they do a decent job of trying to contest some A lobby control, but in the long run, with that ISO there, it's so difficult. And the Yoru as well. Kind of have to backpedal and kind of force out some of that utility and try to use your info gathering abilities. Sort of stall them a little bit. Don't give them the opportunity to set up for those executes.
Doctor does clear out the TP. Buzz losing out on that initial gate crash. Spain
Standing ahead.
setting up for a little lineup here. Bounces in pretty deep, instantly gets cleared. Close on the corner of the drone to try to lead the charge. Considers for a second going for his own, but that would have been a very bold move. But I think that gets a spot out on the 2. Hyunmin might have been noted up on top of the box. Either way, vulnerability going to be thrown in. Bane going to be flashed up and Freeing still here, finding one. Stacks does manage to go ahead and take down the enemy Teo, but Buzz and Meteor have both been cut down to size. The tips of the spear eliminated as fishing into the smoke. Mako finds one. Izu now with everything to do, and yeah, 2 targets, 1 weight closer than he might have anticipated. DRX will have a very steady round to keep things tied up.
Yeah, there you go. Nice stuff from DRX. Call here to just, okay, they're going to try to go for this execute. We're just going to cut them off as they come through. God, that's just a great reaction, though, from Hyunmin.
Oh, Hyunmin.
Oh, my God, just absolutely destroying in this round.
Fishing into the smoke and reels in a carpe.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
Nice dad joke. Well, now you got another Blade Storm. Probably might not see it. We'll see it from Hyunmin in this round, but able to dodge the recon dart. Now you're going to see a bit of an exploration towards B from T1. They're grabbing the spike, but that smoke going to prevent them from getting any further forward. That's a little too much for them to handle right now, but gotta watch this back line. Hyunmin is so close around this corner. Drone's gonna get him though.
They got him in the garage, and yeah, Hyunmin gonna be noted. 2 players here, as he will just tailwind across over towards long.
It's nice though. Got the tailwind out of the duelist. Gonna make it a little bit tougher. Still though, trying to reset up for this B hit. Smokes are giving it away.
Flash is going to be set free, not going to be really caught by that. He's a fake out on the TP, and Mako gets taken down. Buzz doing wonders here for the squad as Carpe is able to find freeing. Meteor lost so far. Gunman noted. Buzz here at backside, able to shut down Bane. A 2v4. T1 have so many options available to them. He attempted to push forward, the flash coming through. Hyunmin, it all falls to him, which is 24 HP. T1 they're going to take this up to 11. He has no other recourse but to slowly drift away.
But this time around, you know, T1 is playing with the map a little bit more now. They're experimenting with different ideas. They're saying, okay, let's go to the front of B. Let's see what attention we draw. Let's see what kind of response DRX is going to give us. And then, okay, let's go over to A. All right, we got the spot. You know, we knew we gave up the space. I like the awareness here from Stax to use that owl drone quite early to check around that corner. Put Hyunmin into a position where he can't really do much that round, where he has to back all the way out to A. Then they're able to find another really good entry. I mean, if Meteor and Buzz get into a site, it's basically round over.
Feels that way.
It's just, they're so clean. It's just a matter of stopping that. And it's so hard, of course, with the Yoru TP, with the ISO double tap. They have so much ability to absorb and misdirect and redirect. Now they've got some ults. Okay. This is one of those rounds where lock in if you're DRX. So you got a dimensional drift and a kill contract available. Oh.
A little bit of chip damage there. Buzz rushing forward on the hunt. Should have gotten a sense that Flashback was there, and there's going to be the nab. Meteor once again grabbing him up. Mako at the same time ripping people apart as Buzz and Carpe both can take it down, and now finds Meteor anticipating and knowing exactly where he was going to snap back to after the kill contract had expired. Stax on his lonesome. Not much to be done other than to die. 11-11. Tied up once again.
Love to see this from Mako's perspective, because even though the other player on that site gets caught in the kill contract, he just holds the line. He just wins. I don't know what happened, but it was good.
Looks like a timeout call is going to happen here. T1 pumping the brakes, but we'll take a look back here as just some narrow margins. Is like, okay, yeah, kill contract right here, no problem.
Meteor knew it too.
Yeah. How could you not?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
It's a timeout call. Does come through. Everything in the kitchen sink used here by both of these teams as we are once again tied after the 22nd round. T1 from here. They did close it out. They got that 13-11 on Lotus. Can they tell the same tale twice? Get themselves qualified to Masters Bangkok into the grand final here at Kickoff. Will DRX be able to dig deep enough, extend this over to that third and final map?
And that was such a painful loss for T1. I mean, you have two huge ultimates in that round, and you're not really able to get much out of it. Credit to both Mako and Flashback for doing a good job of making that dimensional drift fairly worthless. Yeah, you're going to catch Flashback, but they never really identified Mako's position until it was too late. They already lost two players. And the kill contract just pops out right in front of him. So that's just another huge brain play.
Sheriff has a Carpe has a Sheriff. I said Sheriff has a Carpe is almost
Sheriff has a Carpe.
You might as well. He basically is the embodiment.
He is the Sheriff. They are one.
We really need to do some content. Carpe as a Sheriff. Back to that old West set that we had
oh yeah, that would be sick.
A couple years ago.
It's got a Sheriff. I mean, we have a lot of cracked Sheriff players too. Meteor.
Fake teleport.
Anybody on Gen G.
Gate crash here at the front of site, likely going to be a fake. As start up over the top. Not going to be able to get the spot out here on the Flashback. Paranoia will connect, and oh, the shoulder going to be seen. Flashback dancing around the side for Buzz. Quick to chase forward, does end up getting subbed out. However, as Meteor goes to the backside, being able to find a second, finding a third. Meteor still alive. But now just Hyunmin left, still rotating.
I know exactly.
With the plant, there's a neural theft built up. Izu doesn't even need the reveal. Meteor is just able to win out the fight. And T1 will once again move up to 12. This time match point. Masters Bangkok right here in front of their grasp.
Phenomenal stuff from T1 on this execute. The paranoia lands squarely onto Flashback, and he's stuck behind that box because of the recon dart. He can't clear it, and they're able to scale into sight because of that. And then Meteor's just able to just use that double tap and use his natural aim to shut down that C-Link angle. Such powerful stuff, but look at all these ultimates for DRX. Blade Storm popped, you have a Judge for Flashback, you have the Armageddon. A lot of tools still available.
Oh,
even
Flashback.
Oh boy.
He gets pinged. He was disguising what gun he has in his hand.
It's all bait. Just baiting for the Armageddon.
All right, now T1 not biting. Still thrown out in towards mid. Ping coming down, but it's not going to be able to identify too much.
I like this. T1 being very aware of their opponent's ultimate situation. So they're really doing their diligence. They'd love to identify as much as they can here, of course, but in particular Freeing. If you can find him, you're feeling pretty good. Ooh.
Meteor does eat a little bit of damage there. Sends out the wall. Keeping them interested, but in reality, sights are now being set on B. Everybody working their way out a window. Gunman, however, scaling forward. Ooh, flush along the wall. Meteor needs to read this. Timing missed. Doesn't spot him going down to the sewer. Gunman, it all falls to him. Finds the first. Looks for the second. It's going to be Mako getting involved to take down Buzz. Meteor, however, does manage to strike. Comes out of the sewer with the Armageddon. Ripping across. As there is the kill contract once again in play. Double tap shield is still there, and Meteor still good for the shot. Gets the refresher, but is snapped back right in front of Freeing this time. The TP pick up the spike. Brought over to B. A 3v2 to try to end the map. To stop this from going into overtime. Izu scales forward, taking space. Neural Theft, however, gets the reveal, spots him out, Freeing. Considering going for a push. Flush alongside the smoke here effectively is Carpe. Spots on the TP, but then Freeing immediately just barrels into the site right behind him. As Izu has to try to clutch it. Spots one, cannot make it happen. No repeat of Lotus this time. We go into overtime.
Oh, man, DRX. So good here in these moments of being able to wait out the utility of T1. You know, T1 doing a good job of trying to work the map, but it's just a better response from DRX's Hyunmin to wait this out, to tuck into this corner. And Stax just had no idea. Another good kill contract, but Meteor knows it. He's just dead when he comes out. Nobody else had been able to claim the space behind him.
That's a couple kill contracts in a row where it's just nothing more to say other than I got mine.
Yep. Glass cannon for Buzz. Coming into this defender side, the op rounds looked pretty solid. See if we can find some more value. A trip right at the front of B. So I think we're...
Oh, timeout off the Renault?
No. I'm not sure.
Is that old footage?
A replay.
Yeah.
He dodged the recon.
Just a bit deeper than his position, yeah.
This is, you know, T1 remembering, hey, B site was where they started to find value. Let's commit a little bit heavier towards that side of the map, especially with Buzz able to watch short A sewers with that operator. Trying to hide from the drone, throws out a TP just in case. Never gets a spot of him though.
So that last dart go out right before the drone had expired, sent it immediately into the corner where Buzz was at. So they fully expected he's going to be in that spot and likely with it off. Here comes the push out now into the B side. Carpe going to be good for one. Stax joining in. Finds another flashback. Hyunmin both going to be left on the ground, and Stax instantly dealt with, Freeing. Finding the kill, scaling forward, taking space over towards back site. The fake out sent their way. No one falling for it. No one looking to give Buzz line of sight. It's Freeing and Mako splitting the difference here. There's a spot on the one. Kill going to be collected. Izu, however, somehow comes away with two. Now, down to Bane. The dart sent flying. Bane pushing forward. Tucks up into the smoke. Skirts around the cage. Pushes out. And he just does not check left. Izu with three. Gets T1 up to match point.
Unbelievable.
Such great movement from Bane the whole way throughout.
Yeah, just at the last moment, just didn't expect the tuck into the corner. Didn't anticipate it. Unbelievable. I mean, Stax here doing a nice job holding that. No, I knew that had to be insane because Stax had barely come around that corner around the box. I was like, what in the world was that free?
Such a disgusting pre-fire.
He is brutally good. Look at that, 26 and 17.
He needs to continue and maybe even do a little bit more. The side swap. T1 back on the attack here to try to close out the map. DRX needing to extend this. Stealth drone. It's a spot onto one. Cam cleared out. Freeing. Sends out a couple shots. Puts one in the shoulder of Buzz.
Still though, you're keeping a lot of attention. And now you're able to TP out towards the other side of the map.
More than enough spotted there. You see Meteor, you likely see the site that they're looking to end up on. Reposition will come through. Gone well into the back. Simple clear. Mako nearby. Gate crash working its way forward. Paranoia at the ready. Gate crash uncleared. TP forward here from Buzz. He's able to find Mako. Takes him down, quickly traded out. Hyunmin repositions, gets himself here back sight. In the meantime, flashback, scaling forward, ready to try to intercept. But it's not going to push through the window. Gonna wrap around all the way towards C. He looks to just play this out as quietly as humanly possible, but there's still that tripwire previously set up, so getting a backstab angle is not really going to be easy at all.
Oh, Meteor.
Meteor is lingering behind a little bit, freeing. Here, ready to greet them. The vulnerability not going to hit anybody as the white swing comes through. Stax able to find one. Izu gets another. Hyunmin trying to strike. Flashback now. Makes his presence known. Backside plant. All down to flashback to try to keep this overtime going. To try to keep them in this series. And he's got it done. Flashback gets the 3K, gets the defuse, and gets the RX a second lease on life.
That is unbelievable. They don't swing together. T1 gives him the 1v1s.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And Flashback happy to take it. Great patience, great stall. Again, using that info so well as DRX, mirroring their movements, taking map control. And even though T1's able to scale into the site.
2 bullets left in the mag.
This goes here.
Once again, onto the defender side. Here's T1, but this time, no glass cannon.
Curious to see what they're going to try to do. With like 3 players right at the front of B. Maybe considering a bit of a push out here. I think they got the spot on the flashback.
Buzz is going forward, freeing, tucked around the corner, and Buzz able to find it, gets out scot-free before the punish can come through. In the meantime, C site looking to be taken. Cam still set up, and Meteor holds things down, notes the flank, brushes him aside as Harpe not quite able to find the adjustment there, ends up falling down. Player advantage, however, still here in the hands of T1 as Hyunmin looks to go aggressive and still somehow comes away with one. Tailwind's back over onto the site. Stax able to find Bane. The Buzz dead. Stax and Izu to try to keep T1 in the lead. The drone to check. Hyunmin does get tagged, has to try to retreat, but cannot. Stax guns him down. It's all on Mako. But the time is not on their side here for T1. They have to get a move on. When you're playing against Mako, it can prove to be very difficult. Now comes down to the 2 IGLs, the 2 former teammates. But the time not quite gonna be there. And Mako gets the Red Bull clutch. DRX up to map point.
Switching sides.
Man, oh man, this has now gotten really scrappy. We're into overtime, a great pick early. Kind of one of those classic T1 plays. But then Hyunmin taking so much space out here, that dash out so good. It's a great spot for Stax, just barely reacting to that. But
this guy's been playing Ose.
Yeah, right. But T1 is way too cautious at the end of that round. You know, they've got the C site well pinned in. And the timer there was just ticking so fast. 1 round away from going to fracture. Oh, freeing. Hello, fake out.
Well, doesn't identify anything else as flashback will get the spot up in the Buzz.
That's going to force out the drone, though, so you get the stealth drone out of the way. It's going to give you some info, though. The area around mid doors has been abandoned. An earlier drone going to be cleared. Oh, Buzz.
Okay, Bane able to get away. Damage not suffered.
Izu a big fight here, potentially.
Swing out, and oh, the second shot from Flashback is clean. Right between the doors, right between the eyes. I sat here in the smoke. Recon at the ready from Bane. Sends it. Gets the ping out onto 2.
Oh.
That's everything that DRX needs to know as they look to bring this map to a conclusion and send us over to Fracture. Ping reveal out, Meteor scaling forward, tries to get the double tap shield refresh, cannot. Stacks ends up falling, as will Buzz. 15-13. DRX dig deep enough, and we are going the distance here in this first series. Those tickets to Bangkok are not booked yet for either squad.
Unbelievable comeback. The tenacity that this DRX team is showing, absolutely incredible. Saw it against Genji on Vine, now you're seeing it on Haven against T1. No give up at all in DRX. They are doing a great job of finding these adjustments when they need them. Some big hero plays from the likes of Hyunmin, Flashback, Mako, bringing them over the line. Freeing is an absolute monster. The guy is so good.
It's just a machine. Unreal. I mean, this is what happens when you let loose the IGL reins, I suppose. And Mako has been calling overall a pretty solid game. Some mistakes here and there from both squads, but it has been neck and neck the entire way throughout these first 2 maps, and now we get rewarded with a third one for our troubles. For anybody who thought they were just gonna tune in, watch a quick little victory from DRX and from T1 and then head off to bed, you're in it for the long haul. Fracture will be the decider here between these 2 squads. And Sideshow co-streaming might have to dip out a little bit early, because you got an early call time, son. It's head off to bed, you got a job to do.
Bedtime, old man.
Well, for the rest of us, though, we'll be sticking around with bated breath as we wait to get into that third and final map and see who's going to be going to the grand final, who's going to be going to Masters Bangkok. But for now, we'll pass things back over to the analyst desk once more.
Yeah, good luck to you, Sideshow. You might not be able to stay up for Fracture, but we sure do. I mean, this is a banger of a series. Those last few rounds in particular were nail-biters. My heart was racing. I was sweating too. I wasn't sure who was going to take it because there were just so many clutch rounds that time.
Honestly, that's a map that really could have gone either way. T1 will be beating themselves
so
up that they didn't win this. Meteor doing everything he can on the ISO to try and claw their way through it, but it's freeing time. We have to talk about this guy.
Unreal, like the mechanics, you know, some of the pre-fires and the shots that he was hitting in that game was amazing. I didn't really feel like the Teo utility was that much better than a Breach, to be honest. Looking at it on the face of things, I felt like a lot of the time on that A site, you know, the Teo and the Salvo value that they were getting would have been the same as a Paranoia or an Aftershock. I didn't really feel like when they were taking a lobby it was making that much of a difference, but his individual performance is undeniable, and DRX just winning enough clutches to get them across the line. It was a very nervy game from them though, as was Lotus, to be honest. I get this sense that there's a little bit of nerves there. The players aren't quite confident to peek off of each other well. You saw a couple of whiffs there in overtime as well that you saw a lot less of from T1, but at the end of the day, they've kept themselves in the series and they will go through to Fracture, which is another Teo map. So nothing but Teo from DRX. I was questioning it here on Haven. They're just going to keep jamming this until they go to Bangkok or they go home.
Yeah, I mean, I think also you can doubt the idea of Teo on Haven, but it doesn't matter when he's able to drop 28 kills. There's a certain level of comfort that comes from
I don't think you do that on a Breach.
I agree. You don't see Breaches pull that off. Freeing on the Teo, it's a match made in heaven. And you talk about nerves. I mean, this is where the stakes are at their highest. So we have a couple of replays here to show you the kind of ideas that Freeing was bringing to this Teo. We see the power that this drone is able to have, and we also see how they're able to use the salvos at the start of the round and add these executes for control.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of teams run these executes with the salvos on Pearl. It's been very annoying to deal with, but the double drones are so good on attack to be able to take a lot of that space.
Yeah, the double drone is really, really impactful. We saw them use it a lot, and we see the stall coming in here. This is where Freeing feels so natural. He's not necessarily holding it for the post plant, just trying to disrupt when T1 are trying to play.
Yeah, for sure. Similar to a breach fault line, right? You're seeing it used in all of the chokes here on Haven to stop the other team and disrupt them from being able to complete some of those retakes, to try to zone them out of this A-main control the same way that you would use a breach fault line, for example. But with a little bit more kill potential. But what I really want to highlight is on the T1 side of things. This is exactly why you play ISO Yoru. The ability to run up into the site, disregard trips, disregard everything, and still come out on top. Buzz just TPing into the face of the opposing Sentinel. You get a lot of really nasty set rounds like this one as well. Dimensional Drift just scouting out the entirety of the site. Buzz looking high and low for the Cypher here. Finally finds him on spawn side. Instantly you get the kill contract. Meteor wins that kill contract. Buzz is now in an aggressive position where he can catch a player on and off angle coming in for that retake. And then when you've got Meteor in the mid round or Izu in the mid round, I'm sure these guys are going to multi-frag and win you the game. And this was just insult to injury from Buzz.
The DRX spray.
That was a
so
moment.
Good. That's so funny. But I mean, freeing, it's hard. I mean, I feel like we talk about this guy every single time. I feel like I see his face in my dreams.
Yeah. If he knocks you out of a tournament, this is the photo you come back to, you know?
He's so good on
Unreal.
the Teo. And like we say, I mean, I don't even think it was like the perfect fit, but I think it's clearly a comfort agent. Then as we move across to Fracture, we've broke this down in the past. Our Teo is becoming more and more meta on Fracture. It's an even better map for freeing, no?
Because there was literally moments where I was looking at the T1 players POV and I'm seeing freeing like pre-fire one-tap them. If that's happening to me online, I'm hitting the report button straight away.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But the thing is, he's just that good.
He's
just that good. But I also want to point out, it wasn't just freeing. Hyunmin got a massive round. Remember that Blade Storm?
Yeah.
There were a lot of those
well.
moments. Yes.
Flashback had a lot of very big impactful rounds. You know, it's difficult to defend up against this ISO Yoru, as we saw from some of the highlights, but he really had some good reads. I like the fact that especially as the game went longer and longer, he actually got active. He started pushing out Garage, taking space and reading the rotation, because T1's game plan has been the same all day long. It's been, we are going to have a straightforward approach. We're playing single Enir, double duelist on both Lotus as well as Haven. We're just going to drone and hit the site. We're committed to that game plan. So if you're able to take space elsewhere and read the rotations, things become very, very obvious at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think T1's game plan has kind of been, we're better than you.
Yeah.
It's saying, we know we're better than you.
Coming into the site, it's just about when.
Yeah, they're basically saying to DRX, we can run at you, we can do whatever we want. And it was really nice to see the other players on DRX, apart from freeing, step up in those individual moments. Like you speak about the Blades 4K from Hyunmin. He was having a slow game a little bit, but he really came alive when it mattered. As we head towards Fracture, of course we're going to see DRX stick with that Teo. And we saw T1 pick that up also last time they played this map.
If it ain't broke, don't do anything.
Could be a mirror. I mean, this is the thing. T1 has 2 gears, and we've already seen it with the main gear today, well, which I thought was like, this was going to be their off pick, where it's like, oh, double duelist will be the thing that we mix in. No, double duelist is the main strategy, guys, and then sometimes we might play something else.
Right. It's really tricky, especially since this is it's now 1-1 and we are down to our final map. I turn to T1 who are on stage, and now that pressure is getting to them. They know that they are supposed to be the team that takes this, but you look on stage and as DRX wins, I'm not sure. Of course, this wasn't shown on camera, but you can see it if you're here in the venue with us. Buzz tosses his headset. He slams the table. Stax has been, aggressively communicating, and that's never a good sign. I'm wondering, do they tilt?
I mean, the nerves, the stakes, the emotions could not be any higher. This is the game for Bangkok, and especially when you lose in overtime like that, you know you could have had it. I think it's okay to be frustrated. It's okay to be annoyed with yourself. It's also okay to be a little bit annoyed with the people around you, because you guys as a team didn't manage to get it over the line, but it's now about how you reset. You can't let that frustration bleed into map 3.
I think at the end of the day, people really criticize giving negative criticism, but some people do need a kick up the butt. It's not always going to work for everyone to motivate everyone to be nice to them in a competitive environment. At the end of the day, this is like a sport. This is very much you're pushing other people to be better, and sometimes that's going to work for a team better than, it's okay, buddy, good try that game. That doesn't work for some people.
Yeah, you're amazing. No, you'll be fine.
You went 5 and 20, but it's okay. You're fantastic at everything. You just need to work on your aim, your communication, your teamwork, your setups.
Also, like, nobody knows what went wrong more than the players, right? So if you go up to a player and you say, oh, don't worry about it, you'll get it. Like, all that's in that player's head is, I made this mistake, I made this mistake, I made this mistake.
Yes.
You have to acknowledge it, get it out of your body, get it, speak it, get rid of it, and reset. You get a clean slate, you get a fresh chance on map 3. So you don't want to ignore those mistakes. You have to learn from them and be better as you come into map 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm going to be looking at as the players walk out on stage. How is T1 going to reset? Because they've been in this position before. I mean, how many times, again, have Stax and Buzz been on that stage, right? In this high pressure situation. And for DRX, for some of them, this might be the first time ever. Their hearts are pounding. I want to see how those nerves settle down and how that turns into a massive performance here.
It's such a high-pressure map. Like, this is the best of one on Fracture.
This is it for Masters.
There are so many long storylines and rivalries and players that have played in either team and know each other very well at this point. Like, this map is just going to be a pressure cooker, and I'm keen to see whether it's going to be the less experienced team with some very fresh rookies. Like, Freeing has obviously played Ascension and things like that, but someone like Hyunmin, not much experience going into a tournament like this, and this is the big game. This is it. Whereas T1, they've got the players that have been in these situations already time and time again.
Yeah, it's almost second nature to them. It's almost like we expect them to do so just because they are who they are.
I mean, they expected to win already. You saw it from the reactions that you were talking about.
Yeah, and there were so many rounds that time where they knew they had it. It's just that, somebody misses one kill, somebody misses a step, somebody moves just a little bit forward, and it all falls apart. How do those mistakes get remedied as we step into Fracture, especially since DRX, they've been looking pretty good on this map?
Okay, well, T1, they are going to back themselves with the Teo pick, but the Vice out for Flashback instead of the Cypher, so it's just a change of senti between these two teams.
Yeah, I like it. I think Vice is also a nice fit on this map, and I think Flashback has some potential on this agent. It's also a good swap when you see the T1 bring out this Teo, as we saw last time. So moving across to the Vice, the wall is not breakable by the Teo util in the same way that Killjoy and Cypher is. So this feels like a slight adjustment to counter what T1 are bringing.
It's obvious to say, but for me, Meteor is the defining player in this matchup. The way that he cans on defense and pushes and takes map control, and he's active and aggressive. If he makes some round-winning pushes, if he gathers some info with the cam or gets the good lurk timing, that could be the difference for T1.
And it's on Freeing and Human to shut him down with that utility that they have. Break his cam, break his setups, and make Meteor have a hard time. That's what this best of one essentially is going to come down to.
Ooh, a best of one for Masters Bangkok. How intense, how more intense can this possibly be? We're going to step into Fracture and we're going to toss it one more time to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we go, map 3. See which team gets that grand final spot, gets over to Masters Bangkok. And which one is going to have to play through that lower bracket. Pressure is on. Both teams have been neck and neck the entire way throughout those first two maps of Lotus and Haven. Will that continue as we get on a Fracture?
Sure feels like it, but this has been a map that T1 has played a lot this year. Played it against Boom, played it against Paper X, played it against Talon, beat Boom and Talon, lost to Paper X. But they won convincingly after the swap over to the Tejo for Izu. So let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling, or if this change in device is going to give them fit. DRX is going to have a good read. Could clear a space there with the salvos. Buzz just trying to play the jiggle peek angle.
Cool. Buzz taking the brunt of that. Quite a bit of damage. Down to 45. Meteor similarly tagged up to 75.
They're expecting it. Two players facing.
Cuts back across. Just slide through the door here, waiting for any kind of contact, any kind of noise. Paint shells can be let loose to try to stave off this attack. Fault line will go ahead and force it back. Unmin with the blast back forward, instantly finds a headshot and gets the one tap on the stacks to boot. Another paint shell into the fray. Izu up on top. Be safe here for the moment. It's Carpe making some noise, drifting across here from Sands. Spun out into the open. That stealth drone does eventually get cleared. Meteor pushes up, able to find one. Not yet found, but Mako plays it patiently. Springs the trap. Meteor falls. Zoo and Carpe now. It's Carpe instantaneous with the first, gets the second. Keeps them in with a
30
shout.
seconds left.
Low HP, 100 between the two of them.
Well, this has been in Carpe's agent pool, his best performing one that he's had.
Spike planted.
Showing you some good maneuvering there. They're going to take the ropes over to the other side. Try to throw DRX off balance there. I mean, Flashback was so far ahead of this towards Canteen. Now Bane, though, has a pretty good idea.
Set up, even if the pressure comes through, has that fault line. Just try to peel back, goes on the peak, sends it. Time, however, ticking, working against T1. Salvo flushes him out, Bane, he takes that. Swings out, finds Izu, guns him down, Carpe. No way.
Hold on to your head.
To try to win this one out, we'll just be tagged up and picked apart. Flashback finds the final as DRX will once again get themselves a pistol round victory. 4-1 in that regard across the series.
They just play T1 like a fiddle at the beginning of this round. Anticipate the trap setup. Stun never even hits Yeonmin. He's able to blast back right past it. Oh, two just clean kills. And as usual, Mako outthinking, outsmarting his opponents. Carpe answers in kind. But it just takes so long to get there if you take those ropes. And by that point, it's an uphill battle for sure for T1. So no buy-up at all. No Sheriff for Meteor. Just classics all the way through.
And I think the DRX are going to be somewhat relieved to maybe see this, depending on how the rest of the round goes, because these anti-ecos have been very rough.
Yep.
So with just classics abound, should be considerably cleaner, but already T1, big push out over towards Dish. 3-player working forward to check that north side out. In the meantime, stealth drone forward onto the B site, spotting out nothing. Space refilled here by Carpe and Meteor.
And you can see DRX is so wary. Oh my god, Meteor, crazy person.
Yeah, he is an absolute lunatic. Just pushing forward, paint shells now into the back. Carpe, having been noted, just get forced away. Flashback finds one over towards A site. Buzz trades it out, can upgrade to the Ghost. And in the meantime, there's still a good amount of damage onto these players from DRX, so they are far from out of the woods. Flash packs up over the top. Carpe plays it patiently, waiting as Stax is able to collect one. The push forward, the right click rewards him with a kill. Now suddenly Buzz puts that Ghost to good use. It's all on Mako. The Spike stranded here in this position as paint shells for Molly will be expended, traded out. And Mako gets tagged up. Blast pack sent, Buzz with 3, and T1 get the thrifty to tie it.
They've been so close so many times to getting those thrifties to come through, and this time they get it done. They just keep retucking in behind this smoke at the front of tree. You lose your lurking player in Izu, which, you know, again, you don't think is a big deal initially. Or excuse me, you know, you're going to trade that Ghost. You know, Izu dies, Buzz picks it up. But that's the Ghost down, whatever, who cares?
Okay, so I had been fed false information previously, but Carpe has now actually achieved 1,000 kills. So congratulations.
Oh boy.
Carpe backpedaling though, says there's a stun onto Meteor. Gets worked down into the ground. Buzz quickly storming forward as Isu's able to find one, but Hyunmin on for 3. Spike, however, still stuck here in main. DRX having to recover. Needing to fight into these 2 players. They've gotten some weapon upgrades, but a lot of the util gone. But here's the showstopper now as Buzz pushes forward, manages to find 2. Hyunmin needing the ace to try to clutch it out, and he gets it done! As we just continue to go blow for blow, back and forth. Advantages in this series mean absolute jack.
I mean, just so much util thrown by both squads, but with Meteor down, the other 2 players stuck behind the door. Buzz just says, okay, well, you got the showstopper. I'm going to pick up 2 and leave it down to Stax. Usually so good, but Hyunmin has been electric these last couple of maps. 7-2 now. Almost an ace with the Blade Storm. This time gets it done.
Guardian, 2 Sheriffs, 2 classics here for T1. So here comes the 2-2 scoreline. Let's tie it up.
Well, Buzz has the showstopper too, so, you know. Look at, he's just pushing. Because they know that there isn't as much flank control, they have to throw a body at that problem. And it is going to be Flashback who's going to dissuade Buzz. And everybody else can just lean into this side of the... Oh, that's a lot of
Meteor's
damage.
getting cooked. Push out does get great timing. Comes with Mako just before falling Flashback's hand.
Looking for the showstopper angle. Buzz might find a good one.
Does he anticipate the close angle? The answer is going to be no. Showstopper still does find one, but Flashback will find 3 overall. Carpe's position very well noted. Flashback, not quite an ace, but still gets himself a 4K. Does not allow for the Thrifty to come through. DRX, once again, off to an early lead.
They look really good in some of these chaotic moments. Some of these ideas that they have to play off of each other. Good awareness by Flashback there to be ready for Meteor to try to repush that angle. Covering Mako. Even though Mako dies, Flashback really solid in that round. A 4K for him. Some of these big explosive plays from the DRX players, giving them an advantage. Now rifles back in hands for T1, but the economy not good behind it. Love to try to...
Economy's not too bad, though. They're very close to having some critical ones, but Flashback for now. Steel Garden is online.
There's the orbital strike for Carpe. Got him the orb.
It's going to be noted, though. Can't use it for now. Suppressed out. But DRX unable to scale forward safely onto the site, so time does get bought. Izu similarly, that Armageddon at the ready. Big combo potential between these two, as Buzz catching a glimpse there.
They don't like that either. That sends all of DRX packing. And the Buzz as well, mirroring their rotations. Watch this push from Flashback, trying to re-clear this space, but now Stacks gonna be on lockdown duty. Flashback probably just gonna wait this out. Uses the Steel Garden over here to try to sell a fake.
Yeah, and it's starting to get a bite here. Rotation's now beginning, the slow creep up continuing, but nothing spotted. Cam gets situated, door opened up, and this is gonna be heard here by Izu, who has the ult at the ready. Rolls out the red carpet in main. Green just gonna be held up, Spike as well. Not into the site. All the rest of T1 have now getting congregated over here towards this site. Meteor will find a second kill. Green gonna be taken down. Orbital goes through, Carpe cooks Mako. Bane will be noted! Whoa! Time ticking, but he's got enough. Rolling Thunder sent to try to get the plant. Has he offset the Aftershock? Has enough position though to get out of the way. Spike now planted, Stacks on the drop. The 1v1 as they note each other, and Stacks comes out on top. The defuse will come through. T1 shorten the gap, but there is a hell of a lot of investment here to get this round win.
For sure, both teams invested a lot. I mean, that Rolling Thunder there to try to secure that round makes a lot of sense, but not able to get it done. Winning that 1v1, Stacks finally able to come through. Izu playing this position really, really nicely. Some good covering fire from Meteor. And Bane, that is disgusting. Stacks. Pretty nonplussed about that one. Just listening to the other players talk it out. Now it's going to be DRX's economy. A little bit shaky. One hero rifle. Orbital strike for Mako. Guardians. A lot of Guardians. T1.
3 of them to try to work with here. He's got been bouncing up into tower. Tripwire going to be cleared out. As Meteor hold close just here alongside the box. Ring spamming forward. Meteor does end up falling. That opens up the B site for the tanking. As Mako will happily snatch up a weapon upgrade.
Spike planted.
Plenty of noise being made here as Buzz. Oh, just going to get taken down. Mako finding him through the box. Now Izu given reason to pause. His Flashback, all he wanted was the weapon here. Swings out, collects it, isn't ready, as opposed for this timing. Mako now tucked. Oh, couple shots, finds it. It's all on Carpet, see if he can deal some additional damage. Finds the first salvos, flush him forward. It's a little bit of damage across there, but pushes up, cannot find Bane. DRX will maintain a 2-round lead.
The Guardians here just have no value in this round. There's just so many smokes on the B site.
And value for Mako.
They did have value for Mako. I mean for T1. he scoops that Guardian up, but you know, with these stingers and all this smoke that they're able to generate, they can force these close quarter battles. It makes it pretty tricky to find the use case scenarios for those guns. And DRX has really clean setups for that B site hit. Hunmin as well, so quick to push tower. And Meteor, you know, playing Cypher instead of Killjoy, you're not gonna have some of those nanos and other things to delay. You have to rely on your positioning a lot more.
Similar start, Sheriff in hand here for Meteor, but is going to be stunned up. The push not quite coming through. Carpe tries to take the fight first and foremost, but Hyunmin will be able to gun them both down. The rest of T1 just trying to catch it off timing, trying to catch some off guard. Only going to be good for one. Izu drifts across the rope. Seems like it's already been noted. Freeing will go ahead and bring it to a swift conclusion as DRX continuing to have a very strong go of things here. And there you go, I was going to say, scoreboard is a little bit laggy to catch up. 5-2.
And now they've got some huge ultimates as well to go up against this gun round that T1 is going to be able to bring to bear. Just turning up the tempo. They're happy to scrap, they're happy to fight. Now they're starting to get themselves, they're starting to feel the game a little bit more.
12-5-1 right now here for Hyunmin. Another showstopper built up. You said that overall ult economy has just cycled right back into their hands.
Yep. They're rolling and they're not afraid of this B site at all. So yeah, the call for T1 is to just play further back, give up this space.
Whoa, timing there from Carpe. Oh, just trying to slow up the approach out of tower. Pays the iron price. Zach similarly taken down.
Spike planted.
As this is going to be another round going the way of DRX, it would seem. Mako down to 11, everybody else relatively healthy. Izu and Buzz, there's no economy behind. Izu still a world away. The call has to be made to evacuate. As DRX look for a flawless.
They didn't even use a single ult. Still have everything. Just don't know what Carpe's trying to do there. Trying to find a timing that he could throw out the molly, but it was way too late at that point. DRX was already on the site. I thought for sure T1 was just going to let them plant and then play for a retake. And then all of a sudden, try to fight it. Buzz gets one, Izu gets another.
All right, well, far from flawless. Izu one away from having the ult online.
But I don't know, I'm left scratching my head a bit after that one.
Well, I think the coaching staff of T1 is as well, so timeout is going to be called.
You don't have everybody there. They go for a timing out of the smokes, and I'm not sure whose call it was. But it did not work.
6-2. Red hot start here for DRX.
That is attacker's side on Fracture. I mean, say what you will, but frankly, T1, outside of a few rounds, has looked very uncoordinated. It doesn't seem like they're all quite on the same page. I mean, the defense for Carpe and Meteor on that B side is looking extremely shaky. And I think that's got to be part of the idea here for DRX, right? You're bringing in Carpe on very short notice. You know, this week at some point, the decision must have been made. That means he's not going to have as much practice. Why not just abuse the heck out of that? You know you can deal with the Cypher util. If you get Meteor cleared, that's a plant for you. So there's got to be some kind of adjustment here for T1. You know, maybe slide Izu over to get a little bit of help. Use some of that util to buy a little bit extra time and space at tower in particular, because that control of tower has been completely non-existent for T1. And that opens up that B site so nicely for the attackers.
Stack deck here for DRX. Steel Garden one away, Rolling Thunder for Bane. 2 off from having that online. Axel has his, just hasn't really gotten into a position to utilize it. Izu just immediately gets destroyed. Coming so clean. Back of these blast packs. Orbital strike now going to be called in. That pushes Carpe forward into Mako's spray. Swift demise here. Meteor potentially slipping the net a bit, but it's a stinger at range. Doesn't go for the ADS, doesn't go for that tri-shot spray. Stacks will be able to go ahead and clean one up. There's 4 more players to go. Line must be back up, but doesn't get the opportunity to use it. 2 for Hyunmin, 2 for Mako, 7 for DRX overall.
Just keep on rolling. Just go B until it doesn't work, I say. Just keep punishing this side of the map. I mean, yeah, it's a weaker buy. This is so clean from Hyunmin. These entries he's having, the way he's recovering from the blast packs, very, very good.
Look at my prime Jing.
Exactly. I was just thinking very Jing-esque.
There.
And he is causing grief for T1, who desperately need a round to turn things around. Couple big ults though. Oh my god.
Full flash connecting, full line into the corner. Showstopper to try to stave off the pressure. That does send them packing. In behind the box here is Meteor, the peek out, the kill. He gets obliterated. Buzz here on the north side crunch. Looking for a little bit more. His own Showstopper now in play. Spots one down in the sewer. It goes past Hyunmin. And he does eventually fall. Down 3 kills. The drift across. Buzz is so damn low. Mako just comes drifting in. The smooth criminal guns down the final 2.
Unbelievable. What are we seeing? I mean, the attempted crunch here looks like it's going to work for T1. It looks like they're going to be able to cover. The Hyunmin hits that shot. The second one as well. And then Mako. Tapping there.
My God.
With the Vandal.
And that is a pop-up you rarely see.
Yep.
From the Gentle Giant.
You almost never see him fired up like that.
Well, once again, fighting over towards this arcade, and this time, it's Buzz. Taking this around by the horns, the spike completely stranded. And pop-off quickly quieted. As Mako put to the test.
Can scoop up another orb here for Mako.
I mean, you've got so much money, some kills. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and play Pac-Man for now.
Yeah. This is no reason not to go die. Might as well make a go of this, see what you can get out of it, see if you can do any more damage.
Maybe, you know, Neural Theft 1 away, Buzz 2 up to Showstopper. Are some concerning ultimates. For now, we'll just be the double stack up here. Drifting across to this defender spawn, trying to see if they can spot anything out. Killer 2, and that go button is going to be hit. They have to know that this spike is completely and utterly entrenched. Stacks and tower, it'd be a quick turn from him. Mako not in a position to try to go up and get the punish here, the backstab. It's just going to be Carpe gunning down the last 2 to get the flawless here for T1, a 3rd round victory. Seeking an 8 and 4 at the half.
So you're 1 away from Mako's ult. You have a few for T1 as well. So this is something maybe they realized from that previous round. They're like, if we could just hit that same flash, we might be able to catch DRX off guard. It did hit last time before they sent the Rolling Thunder. Let's see, Carpe has his ult. Izu has the Armageddon, so does Freeing. Rolling Thunder for Bane. 1 away from Meteor's Neural Theft like you were talking about. A lot to consider. Another north side crunch for T1. And I'd just like to see them just spread out a bit. Play for a retake, because you've basically given up the site. You have control over an orb. Get Buzz 1 away from a Showstopper. You've got the Neural Theft available from Meteor, grabbing the Orbit Dish. Being really cautious as DRX.
Flashback is going to be setting up that steel guard and looking to zone them away. Take these weapons out of hand. Flashback forward. Yep, Buzz has been caught by this. Just going to be back gen as Mako pushes forward, gets himself flush. Orbital strike here onto the site. Bane unable to escape. It's blast radius. Ends up getting taken down. Mako lingering here, but heard that blast pack up. Looks for the second. Can't make it happen. Izu dodging out those bullets. Himself alive as the Neural Theft now gets invested. 2-man firing squad set up out here. Try to spray through the smokes and come up with any kind of value they possibly can, but now it's all down to flashback, and he cannot find another target. T1 recover as much as they can. They get themselves 4 and 8 at the half.
Well, T1 finally able to get their heads on straight and kind of adjust to the DRX game plan. And this is kind of what I wanted to see sooner, was a little bit more of this play for retake on B. You really can't contest it with the Cypher. And Carpe just looked lost as the Brim, so just just wait for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive. Good ult combo there. Able to use some of yours to flush them out. Dodge any of the big ones that DRX was able to send. Claim a nice round and a extremely crucial pistol for T1. If they can win this one, then you really start to believe that a comeback could be possible. It's got to start here, got to start now. Because otherwise, you're going to have to run the rest of the half with T1, or excuse me, with DRX. Only getting 2 rounds if you don't want to go to overtime again. Assuming DRX doesn't lose another Thrifty.
Sure.
Which is a big assumption, given how a lot of them have looked.
Well, you don't even want to be in that position to try to have to play for it. These pistols have been overall still a decent thorn in the side for T1.
Let's see what they've got prepared. They looked really good their last time out against Talon on the attacker side. Just had some explosive execute.
Please, please, please.
Please win, please.
18-8-2 for Hyunmin. It's been on a heater the whole way throughout. See if that's going to continue as he moves over onto the defensive side. Ooh. Yep, Molly there at the feet. Tiny bit of damage. Flashback eats. It's Mako. Pushing forward. What? Just opens up and finds Meteor. Flashback. Pushing out of the smoke over here at main. Comes up with the kills. Carpe does get taken down. Buzz works his way forward up through Canteen. Keeping count of the amount of players that they have noted. Freeing has not been in the mix there. Salvo is going to be sent. Buzz looking to try to close the gap here. Pushes forward. Point blank. Look at the headshot. Freeing is able to find it. Stack's going to be taking down Izu now. The one that has to try to play this all out. They nearly aligned for him. The Salvo still online. Sends it. Keeps them off the spike for the moment. Just so many players to try to isolate, to divide and conquer. Finds the first. Needs to hit this headshot and cannot. Fate will take him down. 5-1 in pistols. 9-4 on Fracture. DRX, a 5-round lead.
And that might have been the backbreaker. Just Flashback playing a really cheeky spot. Great entry from Buzz. But Mako had already got one, and Carpe there was all on his own on that side of the map, getting pressured from their spawn. And he was forced right into the waiting arms of Flashback. Now again, a buy up for DRX. Does T1 have any more magic left in them on these weaker buys? Was able to get ahead.
Still just that shorty, and now he gets into the longer stretch of the hallway. Makes things all the more difficult for him to try to get value, and he is just tucked in and taken down so very low. Big value off the paint shells here. As Freeing on the Jiggle Peak spots out multiple players.
Just trying to make sure they get that orb. Get those showstoppers funneled. A little bit more damage taken by Stacks. Try to work towards the other side of the map now. A lot of resistance found, so try to find the path that has less of it. Send Meteor for a lurk towards the sewer. Doing a good job of at least fast-tracking a showstopper for Buzz. Stacks out in the open.
Mako swinging out for the fight. Flashback working his way closer. As there's the flash, there's the spray, and there's Buzz dead on the floor. Thrifty this time looking like a bridge. Very well, much too far.
30 seconds left.
Right here.
Yeah, what else can you do?
Looks like the call's going to be just trying to keep some general interest on this side of the map and hope that Carpe can maybe get a plant down, but you can see here, Bane pushing forward, hearing the footsteps. So quick with the tap. And this time, DRX, flawless in this anti-eco. Now up by 6.
I mean, T1 has to have an unbelievable half the rest of the way through. These Razor Vines are so annoying at the front of this site, just like the Nanos, make it so much more difficult to get through. Seen some good value out of the Steel Garden ults as well with Flashback, able to sell some fakes or at least stall T1's retakes. Really like the change up so far for DRX. Has looked pretty good. Oh, this is
Fault line at the ready. Looking for the crunch. Buzz is able to fight back for one. Gets himself a second. The paint shell just lands right behind Hyunmin's heels. And Free just desperately trying to find some spray. And it catches one to the face. Izu turns back towards north side. Notes flashback, and now it is all on Mako with just a Spectre to see if he can make this a little bit more bloody. 2 players low on the opposite side as he gets himself tucked here in a tower.
Love to see if you could get a way to get this kill over to Buzz if possible. Get that showstopper easily online, but Orb's pretty easy to play for on attack side.
Push up from Meteor. Finds the first, finds the second. Good damage dealt. T1 not going to allow for a bonus conversion though. Still so much more to try to run back.
Still though, TRX I think got a pretty decent read on this round. Just a little bit deeper util there for the side of T1. Gives them that slight edge. I mean, obviously the gunfire as well. Man, that's pretty good stuff. There, Izu. Mako, as always, so sturdy.
You mentioned it though. The showstopper now online.
Yes.
Buzz able to obtain that in death.
Izu very close to the Armageddon. Should be funneling that orb over to him here.
Calling it out quite just yet. Some spray. Oh, Mako continues to just get away with just daylight robbery.
Showstopper only got flashback down to 5.
It does not get that kill. I don't necessarily know that they've actually noted him here on the site. He's trying to play anti-flash, but it's going to be Stacks who ends up getting flashed at the same time. Swings out. He's able to go ahead, confirms the kill. Well-timed pop there from flashback, just unable to hold his ground. Carpe swooping forward, finding one. He and Stacks is 56 rather, health between the two of them. Not impossible odds. Looks like Carpe is going to try to go for a reposition, but yet just won't have the time for it. Stacks seeing one, but the spray is just off. Mako crouches. Carpe snappy with the initial headshot, but now is forced away. And the plant is not for him. Doesn't have a molly, doesn't have an orbital, doesn't have a hope in hell. Mako will get 3 as DRX move up to 11, looking to bring this series to a swift conclusion after so much neck and neck. They are just running away with this fracture.
They're so well drilled here. Mako just so ready, knowing that they were going to try to get that orb over, but it's been arcade after arcade after arcade for T1 on this attacker side. There's no diversity in what they're trying to do in terms of their ideas towards starting these rounds. So, okay, you're going to time out now. But this feels very off balance. This map in particular for T1 just feels like trying to integrate Carpe into the roster for today. Just didn't quite have enough time to get this map there.
I mean, I don't think it's spoiling much to say that this is something that has happened very recently in the last few days.
Well, yeah. Had to have.
It's not all quite come together, at least not for this map. The previous tenacity that we were seeing from T1 on those first 2 maps to be able to scrape by and get the win after a very rough start on Lotus, to be able to play into a very competitive overtime on Haven. It is not being put on display right now here on Fracture. Final timeout call to look to turn the tides. 8 in a row to try to avoid another overtime. 7 just to guarantee one. Or at least give themselves that safety net of it.
Let's see if they can dig deep. You know, they did have quite the run on Lotus. Kind of get the match back pretty close to even. Flashback, taken down by Meteor.
That's exactly the kind of play that you need to see for T1 to get back on the horse. Mako waiting the cage, about to dissipate, and Meteor anticipates it incredibly well, as this guy is just taking over the round.
That's insane.
And immediately, the neural depth invested, they're scattering to the winds, needing the save.
Let's see if they're going to anticipate Buzz here.
Slowly drifting across the rope, would love to upgrade this stinger. Takes an immense amount of damage. Fault line holds him back. For now, Bane somewhat safe, but here comes Meteor. There he goes. Bit too much noise, a bit too readable. Bane does manage to go ahead and shut him down. But already a huge turnaround for T1. This is the kind of round that can get some wind in their sails.
What do you want? Meteor won this round. That's all there is to it, folks. There you go. Won some duels. Carpe with an outlaw scooped up off a flashback. Gonna take down Bane. Just left a Hyunmin. See if he can do anything else or if anybody else even finds him in time. Doesn't look like they will. But, I mean, you're gonna need a lot more of that here as T1. And it can't just be Meteor. I mean, probably not, I should say. I suppose there's a universe where he just takes this map over and drops 30 kills in the next, 7 rounds.
It's always the probability is higher than 0.
It's true. But okay.
Pushes DRX back now economically. Also, however, still decently on their side. They have that steel guard and to try to equalize the firepower a bit. Gunman just sailing forward, gets himself up on top. Just going to be finding a Cypher cam for now. As once again, T1 turn their sights on Arcade.
Well, at least, you had a round where you did something a little bit different previously, so you're forcing DRX to respect. There's going to be different ideas coming through. I think he found just enough of a corner here.
Oh boy.
Nope. Maybe
Flashback
not.
mode down. Armageddon coming up with value. Paint shells here at Bane, stops him from pushing up into tower. Looks to try to refill that space now, but knows that Buzz is pushing up, getting ever closer, but he's still able to find the headshot. That one orbital strike now going to be called out. Gives his life to try to go for the play here. Texas get headshot and he goes pushing into the orbital strike. Almost gives him a window back into this one, given that Izu also takes an immense amount of damage. Obviously, clearly, just scattered a bit, getting a little bit too chaotic, but T1 still managed to persevere in the round.
Just a south side crunch for DRX. Doesn't find anybody, so they're able to get back into place pretty quickly, do some damage. I don't think he had enough room, actually.
Maybe not.
It's hard to tell from the minimap when I looked at it. It felt like he did, but maybe not.
Either way, died.
He did die.
And the timeout gets called. This one here from the DRX camp. Termi not wanting this team of, widely young upstarts, sure. Second year for Bane flashback. It's just only Mako who really has solid veterancy, not wanting them to let this slip through their fingers. He saw what happened on Lotus after that 6-0 start. They're 2 rounds away from taking this. And he wants them to get over that finish line sooner rather than later.
And this is a great moment for a tremendous coach like Termi to come through with a game plan, with a game call, that to at least get you that next round, to at least get you one more, and then from there, say, okay, you guys, I'm gonna let it fall to you. I think they still have one more timeout. I think it's their first one on this map.
Yeah, they haven't called any.
So he's still got some room to maneuver too, and just kind of, win with that coach's experience. Take some of that pressure off of Mako, take some of that pressure off the players, put them in the right positions to succeed. Got to get their heads on straight, calm them down maybe if they're overexcited or something or getting nervous. Got some big ults too. Just kind of explain to them, hey, let's, in this case, it looks like set up for that kind of classic Breach Taeho combo towards A main. If they push through there, we've got the Rolling Thunder, we've got some other stuff. As we can see, T1 this time on the north side of the map, but now they're going to swing through the dish and drop area, which has been left widely undefended other than Carpe. He's kind of keeping an eye on it, and DRX should be kind of figuring this out pretty quickly. But they're just content to play back a little bit.
Line at the ready, gets sent. Was able to get out in front of this. Hyunmin, faced here in main, doesn't manage to find one, but now the Rolling Thunder crashing across. They lose one of the players who can try to help them play against this pressure. Stack similarly sends out his ultimate. Aftershock into underneath the side, but Carpe is just absolutely massacring them. Flashback now noted the cam getting the spot out. They know exactly where this Vice is coming from. Door tapped, and Meteor good for the kill. T1 not allowing for the timeout call to lead to success for DRX. 3 rounds now separating.
Just a little bit of extra patience from T1 with their ultimates. Bane there maybe pulls the trigger on that Rolling Thunder a little bit before the rest of DRX is ready. They can't really follow up off of it, and then Stax is able to respond with a Rolling Thunder of his own. Gets behind the pillar, lets it out, and that completely nullifies that advantage you have. Carpe!
Oh.
What is that?
Welcome back.
Man, he's still got the mechanics.
Top fragging at the moment.
I told you this is his best agent.
And once again, DRX kicked back. Full stingers aside from Bane, who does have that Sheriff in hand. And already some early damage found on the flashback.
They're so ready for this. Yeah, I think this is wise from T1. This smells too much like a trap, especially with how much information Meteor's got on the other side of the map. You know, maybe there's a world where players are tucked in on A or something like that, but they're able to clear so much space as well with the drone. Although hot on their heels, TRX not wasting any time to try to catch up.
4-man push. Just look at the death ball with stingers in hand.
Oh, Carpe.
Carpe, oh boy. Still somehow gets enough time to get his weapon back out. Tucks around the corner. Showstopper now from behind, chasing forward. I think here onto the salvos. Mako able to gun down one. However, lost the Showstopper, not finding value. Bane still held at bay and caught. Trying to go for a flash, trying to set up for the rest of his team.
Comes Buzz.
One enemy remaining.
As Meteor, finding 2. Buzz around the back. Gets rid of freeing. Just 1 casualty in the round. T1, 2 away from tying this up. 4 rounds consecutively now.
When do you pull the trigger on this other timeout? To give him 1 more? And then call for the last 2. Money's not going to be good for DRX. After this one. Just smart stuff from T1. Not much to say other than they got a little bit of contact. Meteor's able to scooch his way all the way through drop. Nobody was there. Now they're going to try to work that space a little bit more. Meteor on his own. Gets fault line, says, you know what?
I'm good.
So nice. Yeah, I don't like this. This looks like a bad time. They're back over towards drop. They're going to try to sell some more attention towards B with Carpe and Meteor. That might be, except for the Vice wall, might have been good.
Right here.
And wall up. It could still maybe just try to cut noise and play this patiently, but it has drawn the attention of Freeing as they once again drift across that north side.
We've got so much info on the map.
Flashback, if he gets picked, that could very well just be the round in the hands of T1. He has that steel guard, and he needs likely use this. Pulls off the angle. But it seems like maybe getting a sense here as these smokes start coming down. Thorns over the top. The countdown here, the 1, 2, 3 go from T1. Salvo's going to be sent after shock, trying to clear the close angle. The Thorns already popped. Shorty, the blast pack forward as he tries to send it, and Buzz cuts him down.
30 seconds left.
Kill and Sleep found the man advantage here for the side of T1 as they look to get within touching distance of this scoreline.
Spike planted.
For TRX, how do you try to get out of here? Do you have to end up making a 4-man save call? They may, but they do fight back for 1. Bring down to 70. Meteor gets picked off. Buzz back up in the tower alongside Stax. Swing out. Shots exchanged. Mako putting the final 1 front. Looking for the hold here on that plan. Carpe gets 1 with the molly. Hunman going to be taken down. Armageddon going across. Buzz sends to the paint shell to delay tactics. Working out of their favors. He gets a fadeaway shot. And he will find the 4th and final. T1. 1 round away. Economy exploding in their favor. TRX absolutely broke.
Oh, what heroics from Buzz. This jump in catches flashback at the perfect time when he's swapping guns. Nothing he could do against that shorty. And then he's playing this tower angle so well, dodging the ultimate, throwing the paint shells in, catching Freeing, then taking down Bane. And now all of a sudden, it is 1 round from being tied up. T1 maybe looking to do the impossible. It's even the Outlaw for Buzz this round. Has a showstopper, actually had bought 2 guns. Had an Outlaw looking for a pick, swaps back over to the Vandal. Bunch of ults here, if needed for T1. You would hope they'd be more of a safety valve against an eco. Let's see if they can find any more value. Back over to that Outlaw again. Gonna try to lead the way. Some clearing of space. This time around, DRX playing a lot closer in A main. Not nearly as bunched up as they were on their last eco.
Ring ready to send these salvos. Paint shell close here. Push Mako back. He evacuates. Showstopper still in play. Gets the catch. Flashback going to be taken down. Still guarding big damn. Still is able to find some value. Swaps to the shorty and puts Mako down to 5 HP, but cannot confirm the kill. Going to be good for 2. Carpe Meteor both going to be on the floor. Is now the 3v2. The spike being shipped across here towards the A site. Bane the closest one. Just that Sheriff in hand, however. Bolt line up in 3 seconds. Can he stem the tide? And can he keep himself alive?
Could just find one. That'd be massive.
Ring rotating around the back. Is able to go ahead, pick up the Vandal. Fault line at the ready. Sends it. Looking for the stun into the orbital. But this time, Stax not going to get cooked. But they've bought some time. 7 seconds remaining. The plant now being stuck. Forward position. The fault line across. Bane held at bay for now. Izu tucked it, drop, freeing. Able to catch a glimpse, and Stax falls down. It all comes down to Izu. His attention is split. And DRX will scrape by with the victory. Weak goodbye, be damned. They get themselves up to match point with a thrifty.
This is such a good play call from Mako. A very different look than what we saw in their last eco. They don't give up any information until T1 has already scaled up onto site, and they're able to use that steel garden so effectively. And then Yeonmin is just pressing A main control this time maintained, whereas previously on their eco it wasn't for DRX, and they're able to use that because T1's just not mentally prepared for it. This is such a mental battle between these two teams. And DRX right now has the lead, has the advantage, and they're 1 round away from going to Masters Bangkok.
Second international that Mako qualifies for as the IGL. Buzz finding an opening. Izu taking a big battering though, down to 31. As the neural theft will be invested. No reason to leave anything on the table here for T1. Know that they need to force this out to overtime once again to try to close it from there. Get the spot up, but they're not able to scale forward into the site. Meteor gains a bit of space here over towards Sands. The spike, or rather the smokes get ready to dissipate. Freeing, staying tucked, but now going to be forced into the open. The orbital goes his way, and Meteor will be able to cut him down to size. Mako, however, still present, still doing damage, finds 2. As it all falls down to Flashback.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder here as well for Stax.
Honestly though,
you'd hope not to use it.
If you can try to get him to use it, that could be huge to close it on a 13-11 scoreline. But he wants to win. But right now, the players split apart. 1 on the side, 1 in main. Stax here hovering on the corner. Shoulder spotted, finds the first. Rolling Thunder no longer an equation. As the Meteor goes for the peak, he's a bit of damage, and Flashback lays him out! 13-10, DRX are going to Masters Bangkok. They are going to the Kickoff Grand Finals.
Unbelievable stuff from DRX. The tenacity here to weather so many comebacks, so many bounce backs from T1. But today, they had just a little bit extra in the tank. It was a hell of a back and forth. But 2 maps in a row here, Flashback in the final round, comes up clutch.
What an insane effort for DRX. Qualifying in first place for the moment to an international. That grand finals could still very well change that, as it will affect the championship points, the seeding, etc. But for T1, if they want to make it to that international stage, they're going to have to do it through the lower bracket. And we still have to determine who that opponent is going to be. But overall, I'd still say commiserations to T1. Well played considering the last second swap. to make this as contentious as it was at the end of Fracture, to be able to make this a 3-map series to begin with, I think that certainly does get them some much needed credit. But for DRX, they maintain their position here at the top of Pacific.
Well, and you're just seeing that they're so well coached. You know, Mako being that veteran presence for this team, Bane as well, doing a great job as kind of that emotional leader. You can see how fired up this team was today. Like you said, even Mako was getting into it.
Absolutely. Well, you can see the players getting flagged here. We're getting ready to hear from one from the side of DRX as they take their victory photo. And I am very curious to hear the thoughts here of the team after getting such a momentous victory. Grand finals abound just 2 days away. For now, we'll send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by with one of the players for a post-win interview.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the first post-match interview, and I'm going to be joined by the entire DRX team and players. Ooh, full stage. DRX와 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 와, 무대가 꽉 찼네요. 제 마이크. All right, first up, I'll be talking to Bane. I saw him in the pre-show. I want to ask him, the Masters slipped through your fingers last time, and you really, really wanted to win this match against Stax especially. So I want to ask you, what is the meaning of this win for you? 와, 작년에 마스터스를 아깝게 놓치고 정말 가고 싶어하는 모습으로 저희가 볼 수 있었는데 오늘 승리가 그래서 더욱더 값질 것 같아요. 지금 승리 소감부터 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 믿기지가 않고 제가 구태기 형한테 도발을 한 만큼 퍼포먼스를 못 보여줘서 그냥 팀원들한테 너무 고마운 마음만 들고 저희 마스터즈 가서 더 잘할 거니까 저희 계속 응원해 주시고요. 정말 너무 행복합니다.
I can't believe it that we won, and although I made all of that, fiery comments to Stax, I feel bad that for my team that I didn't really pull my weight. So I'm really thankful for the team. I'm really grateful, and I'll try to show my best performance in Masters Bangkok. Okay, the man of the hour, flashback. What are you thinking right now? Because you sealed the deal on Fracture for your team to go to Masters Bangkok. 와, 플래시백 선수. 가장 마지막에 이렇게 딱 우리가 먼저 갈게 하면서 문을 닫아줬어요. 지금 좀 어떤 생각, 좀 얼떨떨해 보이는데 지금 무슨 생각하고 계세요?
일단 기분이 정말 좋고요. 뭔가 약간 요즘 자신감 같은 게 많이 없지 않았나 싶었는데 마지막에 또 이제 형들이 너무 저를 잘 챙겨줘갖고 자신감도 올라오고 되게 좋은 경기 할 수 있던 것 같습니다.
Of course, I'm happy, and lately I don't think my confidence was at its top peak, but I think it's the teammates that helped me to gain my confidence back so that I could seal that deal on Fracture. All right, congratulations. And Mako, hello. You secured the troops seed here, but I wanted to talk to you as the IGL. What was your initial thought after seeing T1's unique comp on Lotus? That is one that we don't expect, and it must have caught you off guard as well. 일단 마코 선수에게 IGL로서 가장 먼저 물어보고 싶었던 게 있었어요. 좀 로터스 T1의 조합이 예측하기 어려웠을 텐데 그걸 보고 좀 어떤 생각도 했는지, 그리고 그 이후의 경기를 좀 어떤 마음으로 다잡아가면서 풀어나갔는지 한번 이야기 좀 해주세요.
일단은 로터스 같은 경우에 확실히 당황한 거는 있었어요. 아이소 조합을 처음 보기도 하고. 근데 이제 초반에는 저희가 잘 풀어 나갔다고 생각을 했는데 저희끼리 이제 콜이 갈리기도 했고 또 이제 후반전에서는 저희가 이제 교전에서 많이 진 것 같아가지고 뭐 그런 점에서만 좀 힘들었지 나머지는 잘했던 것 같아요.
All right. Oh, that ISO comp was definitely that we don't see every day. So I was taken aback, and I thought that our team was doing well initially, but our comms were a little off. But we decided to show on our focus on our aim, and I think the rest of the match went pretty satisfactory, considering that we're taking the win today. And Hyunmin, the youngest member of DRX, this is his first Pacific, and he is off to Masters Bangkok. So you've been playing so consistently, so confidently. So I want to ask you, out of Talon, Genji, and T1, who do you want to meet again at the finals here? 일단 현민 선수 막내인데 정말 그 막내라고 하기에는 놀라운 자신감과 이렇게 안정성 있는 플레이를 계속 이렇게 보여줬어요. 뭐 칼폭 쇼도 그렇고 에이스도 그렇고 그래서 막내 현민 선수는 그랜드 파이널에서는 좀 젠지, 탈론, T1 중에 누구 만나고 싶으세요?
솔직히 한국 팀들 다 만나봐서 이제 탈론 같은 팀을 만나보고 싶습니다.
다른 형들 만나봤으니까 이젠 탈론 다음.
안 만나본 탈론을 만나고 싶습니다.
We've met T1 and Genji, so I think our next stop should be Talon. I would like to play against them. All right, congratulations. Freeing.
네.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, Freeing. Your last shot on Lotus was the one that opened the door on Fracture. This is your first Masters Bangkok as well. So tell me, how are you feeling? 이제 프링 선수의 로터스 마지막 샷이 프랙처를 열어줬거든요. 그래서 그걸로 인해서 스노우볼로 이렇게 프랙처도 가고 첫 번째 마스터를 이렇게 진출하게 됐는데 소감부터 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 너무 좋고 말로 표현할 수만큼 좋고 제가 마지막 맵은 그래도 조금 부진했지만 이겨준 팀원들 너무 감사하고 물론 방콕도 방콕이지만 아직 결승전 남아 있으니까 결승전까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Alright, I want to say thank you everyone for the support, but as long as I know that we are secure for our Masters Bangkok flight and all, but we still have the Kickoff finals, so please, the fans, keep sending your support so we can take the trophy for Kickoff as well. Alright, this is a hot stage, so I'm going to ask Coach Termi for this. 터미 감독님. All right, this is a Masters, 1 in 2 years again, so you must have missed this. This must mean more for you as well. So I want to ask you, what does this mean to you, and what do you want to say to the boys? 터미 감독님, 2년 만에 마스터스를 다시 가게 되신 건데 감회가 되게 남다르실 것 같아요. 좀 소감과 그리고 팀원들, 이 선수들에게도 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 우선 오늘 저희 선수들이 너무 잘 해줘서 좀 이길 수 있었던 것 같고요. 정말 지금까지 이 정도까지 성장해준 선수들한테 정말 고맙다고 전하고 싶고 정말 대견하다고 말을 해주고 싶고요. 그리고 2년 만에 마스터즈에 가게 됐는데 사실 작년에는 저희가 마스터즈 직전에 젠지한테 2번 다 지면서 이제 아쉽게 못 갔잖아요. 그래서 올해도 사실 조금 걱정을 했었어요. 네, 바로 뒤에 있는데 네, 그래서 뭐 어쨌든 징크스가 생길 뻔했는데 좀 저희 선수들이 그걸 이겨내 준 것 같아서 너무 고맙습니다. 네.
First and foremost, I want to thank the team, the players, that for putting their incredible performance top tier, and this is all thanks to them. They pulled all of their weight, so I'm extremely happy for that. And as for the 2 years, it's been 2 years for my last Masters, and we slipped it because of Genji. They're standing right behind us, and they were giving us looks. We almost had a jinx, but I'm glad that we were able to come through, beat that, and play spectacular. All right, congratulations, DRX. 너무 축하드립니다. All right, it's a hot stage, so we'll be back in a bit, and off to you, Jen and Mika.
She mentioned me by name. Thanks, Bella. Thanks so much, Bella. And Jet's over there on the other side. But we were all freaking out with this whole series and with this map too because T1, they were making that comeback. Suddenly it was like it was possible, but there were just these tiny little moments that DRX just managed to take away from them. That must be so frustrating for T1, but so satisfying for DRX.
What an insane series. I mean, I think this series highlights more than anything the power of strong mental in professional Valorant. We saw, when DRX get close, finishing and closing out these matches is the hardest thing to do. We see T1 run with that momentum, almost make the comeback, but then Flashback gets DRX across the line right at the end.
Yeah, and the thrifty win. Don't forget that. There was multiple moments. It really felt like T1 was bringing this back. They looked like the better structured team in that last half. They were bringing it back on the attacking side. There was a lot of mistakes for DRX, so it's very, very fortunate that they were able to win that thrifty. They won 2 thrifties in that map, if I remember correctly, and then this 1-on-2 that, let's be real, guys, it's Stacks and Meteor. They know how to play a 1-on-2 in a like a 180 crossfire. That should be the attackers round every day of the week. So the fact that Flashback's able to get through that clutch with not even like crazy aim or anything, a couple of whiffs in there as well, he should not be let to get away with that at the end of the day. So look, I think DRX, they're going to be counting their lucky stars. They were able to break it across the line. But the reason why they were in that position to win that game is just how solid they've been playing macro-wise. They're on the cutting edge of the meta with the Teo pick every single map, no matter what map it is. They're playing the Teo. And I think it's almost kind of poetic that Freeing's been carrying them on the Teo, map in, map out, but it's the map that he finally has a lackluster game. He hasn't had one yet so far this tournament that they win and go to Bangkok.
And it goes to show how ready the rest of the team are. We talk a lot about Freeing, but this series, this map in particular, this Fracture shows that it's not just Freeing. It's Hyunmin as well. It's Flashback. It's Bane too. And of course, it's Mako. I am just so impressed with Mako, with how he's able to face T1 as the IGL. Yeah. You could see it in the timeouts as well. You could see it was Mako that was actually doing a lot of the talking.
Yeah, I mean, he stepped up. He's grown into this IGL role, and he had something to prove today. He was not about to go down. He was not about to lay down and let his old teammates walk over him for that master spot. Today, he stood up strong and said, I'm still on this team for a reason.
What was he doing? Like, he was running around with a ghost on the ecos, like winning them rounds that they should have absolutely no business winning. Like, positionally, the plays that he was making, Mako was all over the place, where some of the other players were looking very nervy and making some mistakes.
That's the power of that experience. We talk about this DRX team being an incredibly young team, but they got it across the line.
The way that this game started, it was just such a messy start to this game. So many make or break rounds. I'm pretty surprised that DRX started to go on a little bit of a run after getting eco'd in round 2, but Hyunmin's ace here really turned the tables.
I mean, when you lose that round 2, all of a sudden you're right in jeopardy, and you need that individual. You need a hero. Hyunmin was that hero to win them round 3 and get the momentum back on their side.
Yeah, and then look at all of these util combos that you see. Like, you saw it all game long. You saw similar comps from both teams. The difference of the Cypher, which Meteor was not that impactful on really, compared to normal, versus the Vice that also wasn't fantastic, if you ask me. It was an interesting compositional difference, but the clutches really going back and forth. What really impressed me, though, were these set plays. Time and time again for DRX, they forced the side of T1 to respond to their tower splits, and Meteor, in direct contrast to what you saw on their last game of Fracture against Talon, was not able to hold the site despite the tack timeout here from T1. DRX just run the same strat back again and win with it again.
I mean, it goes to show you that's how confident they are on this map, that's how confident they are in this composition, and in this strategy in particular. We did eventually see an adaptation from T1 to counter what was going on in this attack, but it came so late. Look at this, 8-2 before Buzz finally manages to shut down this arcade pressure.
Yeah.
Nice little fault line. So much momentum in favor of DRX, and I feel like the map pick as well, Pilski. It's that ego boost. It's that confidence knowing that they know this map.
Yeah, and I think, it's been hit or miss from T1. You saw that half to half. They 10-2'd Talon on the defensive half and then got 8-4'd, and it could have realistically been a 10-2. They had some good plans, though. That's a good example of one of them. The double salvos and the molly in towards tower. They had so many little plays that they were making, and I really do think that they were bringing this back on the attacking side. Like, once T1 moved it onto attack after a really, really rough game on defense and a rough start, similar to Lotus, they were down 0-6, but they were showing that they were able to be resilient enough to make a bit of a difference. Mako there, I mean, that's your flex player, and he's come up huge.
Literally flexing.
Literally flexing on them.
Yeah, of course, Mako is... I mean, I can't stop praising him because we've just seen so much growth from him. From being this player that is reluctant to take on the IGL role, who says that he doesn't know how to do it, to being able to lead players like Hyunmin and Freeing to be these next superstars for DRX. And above all things, of course, to qualify for Masters Bangkok. I mean, that must feel so good, especially for Hyunmin. It's going to be his first.
Rookie season, no Ascension experience, no big stage experience at all. They get eco'd round 3. This guy aces with a stinger. He's been phenomenal this tournament, and we've been talking about this rookie, that rookie. You're saying Cushy, you're saying, Freeing. This guy absolutely delivered in the pressure match where Freeing had a bit of a rougher one.
You can't ask for anything more from a rookie player like this, especially when he's going head-to-head against Buzz. Hyunmin will have been watching Buzz as a kid, probably.
Yeah.
You know, so to know you going head to head against him and be able to deliver such a fantastic performance, it speaks to such an incredibly high level of individual skill.
Yeah, that confidence, like to be able to go up against somebody like Buzz. Like as you mentioned, he was probably watching him when he was on that Masters and Champion stage, and it's like, oh well, I have to beat this guy now. That's gonna definitely make somebody nervous. And he was able to, you know, stand up next to the task. And right here, I would say that both of you guys did pick right on the duelist, because Buzz did still have an amazing performance for T1, right?
Yeah.
But how are you guys feeling so far? Big time, you have a lot of heavy
Feeling
hitters.
great. 73.7.
Yeah, he's got
Oh,
the MVP points. Buzz almost outdid him even with the MVP points though.
Yeah.
That's oh wait, no, I think that's not counted into Hyunmin's total, but yeah, very, very close games, very, very back and forth. I mean, I picked Freeing. He had one shocker of a map, the same map that Meteor had a bit of a shocker of a map when they were both on for the first two. So pretty even in terms of overall points, but look, I'll give it to you. I'd give Hyunmin the MVP every day of the week, and he deserves his flowers after a game like that to qualify for an international event. That is legit. And those are the kind of performances that you're really going to look at someone like him on a DRX roster full of rookies going into an international tournament and point at this map and this moment and say, he can handle the pressure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's not over yet for T1, right? They still have a chance. They still have a chance, but DRX will be going over to Masters Bangkok. You saw in that DRX interview with Termi, Texture was kind of peeking his head out. He wants to play, and that's what's coming up next. You're gonna have Genji taking on Talon, the sole SCA representative. We're gonna see if they'll be heading over to Masters Bangkok or have a chance to, at least, right after this short break.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh,
there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고. Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me. It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific's second series of the day, and we find out whether we get another Korean team in the running for Masters Bangkok, or is there a chance that we get that Seoul SCA representative on that global stage? It's gonna be Talon and Genji. This is a match with a lot on the line, especially for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, Talon have shown time and time again this tournament that they can play against anybody. They really pushed T1 already, and they've even looked maybe susceptible to teams that you'd hope that they would put away a little bit more easily. So the floor is low, the ceiling is high. We'll see what kind of level of performance they're bringing today. It's going to have to be right up near the top because Genji are kind of monstrous.
You hit the nail on the head there for me. I think when these guys play at their best, there's no doubt they can hang in Masters Bangkok. But if they don't show up in the server, then, you know, we're asking a lot of different questions about this team. And as you say, Genji is a huge problem for Talon right now.
Yes.
We saw Frost talk before about how Foxy9 always shows up against them. You know, there's some history here. These teams know each other.
Yeah,
That's the thing with Talon. Sorry to cut you off there, Pilski, but to jump off on how you mentioned that Talon sometimes can, you know, fall off against unexpected teams. For me, they're the true 50-50 team. You can kind of see them winning against anybody, but you can also kind of see them losing as well against unpredictable teams. So I think to that testament, like you mentioned, Genji, they're not looking perfect at the moment, though. They're not really like on top form, and Karen even mentioned that in a previous interview.
Yeah, they've been very slow to start. Like, they are taking a long time to get into some of these games. When they finally break into form and some of the resilience, some of the clutch plays come out, that's where they look a little bit more competitive. Their last series was a little bit better, and to be fair, they've won pretty much all of the head-to-heads in the off-season against Talon, and a lot of those maps have been pretty one-sided. So I think Genji, at least in this matchup specifically, will be feeling very confident going into it. And I think Yeoman did play a lot better in the last series that we saw, whereas some of the opening games, he was looking a little bit rough around the edges for sure.
Yeah, Yeoman's been getting a lot of criticism, but I actually think he's doing perfectly fine. I think he's just slower to warm up into Pacific, which is totally okay. Like, it's Kickoff. But, you know, Genji did this last year also. They got to the final through that lower bracket, so they know it's possible for them.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they're not worried. You know, I think when you see them walking around and we see them backstage, they're laughing, they're joking, and they're still having fun. So I think they very much believe that this is theirs for the taking.
They are no strangers at all to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to jump off your point on Yeoman as well. I think what you mentioned, sure, he might be getting a lot of criticism, but he brings in this new kind of motivation for the team. Because you can kind of tell it in his body language how much he wants this. He is so hungry to win. He is so hungry to prove himself. And I think that could also further Genji's motivation too into getting back on that international stage.
Yeah, these are the opportunities that every up-and-coming player wants. They want to be able to jump onto a top team that has the potential to win. I mean, yeah, Talon. I mean, this is Talon against every Korean team in existence. They've got a tough road ahead of them, but as we've said, they have the potential to be able to do it. This is some of their win-loss records against the Korean teams. It doesn't look too pretty on paper. You go look at their head-to-head against Genji in the off-season, it tells a similar story. So we'll see if they can break that narrative today.
Yeah, it's a tall order for Talon, but they seem to be up to it. We were talking to Jovi earlier, and he says, I'm feeling good. You know, it's looking pretty positive for the team, and that's important. The vibes, especially coming into such an important weekend like this.
Yeah, I do feel like, you know, we speak a lot about Talon, about their flexibility. I mean, this head-to-head kind of shows it, where these are essentially the two Sentinel players, but we see how much more Ban is able to play. We see him on Gecko. We also see him pick up Deadlock. We don't see so much from Foxy9.
Well, Ban, the difference between them is, like, they both kind of play initiators. They both will play Gecko on Bind, for example, as well as Sentinels, but the big stylistic difference between these two teams right now that I'm seeing is that Talon have not really been playing a hard Sentinel very often. They are just kind of playing Deadlock and then other stuff, either double in it or they're mixing in a secondary controller and things like that, whereas Genji, they do just have a bit more of that traditional style. I mean, the whole thing is they've been playing the same comps for literally over a year.
Yeah, I mean, we speak a lot about Talon and how loose they're able to be, and I do think that is a nice little wrinkle. It's a good advantage to bring in. Speaking to Jovi, he mentioned that earlier, and you know, I think especially when you match it up against Korean teams, which are typically more structured and more anti-strat heavy and more top-down in their approach, just because of like the culture, the hierarchy that's built in here. I do think Talon's mix-ups can give them a nice edge, but they've not managed to convert it across the line against these Korean teams just yet.
I want to bring up also, you know, this big IGL matchup that we have, right? You have Munchkin on the side of Genji, and then you have Cruz, who definitely wants to play, you know, in front of the home crowd of Masters Bangkok. Not to mention that Cruz has also been one of those players that's been on that stage from the very beginning. He has so much experience, and as Jovi mentioned earlier, he is so important. He's that, you know, centerpiece in the middle of the team that's helping everybody meld together. That's going to come into a head today. He's going to be so important today.
We saw both of those IGLs step up massively in their last games as well. Both of them have really turned up their individual firepower.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz had a big game on the Fade on Bayern. Munchkin, I remember that Abyss game. He just started dry peeking and winning duels. Get into the map veto now. I mean, I'm not too surprised about that from Talon. They've been looking pretty good on Bind the last couple since they comp changed, although one of those halves was a little shaky. That is pretty much what you expect from Gen G. They're just going to pick Lotus. They're just going to play the same comp over and over and over again for the next 5 years.
They've got it all. They've got it locked down.
Yeah,
I mean, this is our map pretty much.
They understand that map very, very well. You know, we say if it's not broke, don't fix it, and I don't think they want to change anything about Lotus. I think both these teams will be quite happy with how this veto's going, and of course, Talon's Lotus does not look bad either when they have Prumi on that Clove.
Yeah, they did only beat Global, though. They lost to Nongshim. I don't know if I mean, Primi on the Clove is the best part of the map for them, but outside of that, I don't know if I'm agreeing with that necessarily.
I think it raises their ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, when Primi drops 30, it definitely raises every team's ceiling. I'll give you that. Talon on Bind, though, so far so good. They did have a shakier second half in the last game that they played, but they kind of stomped on, was it T1 that they played? I think they played T1 on this map, and they destroyed them. Like, it was a very, very nice looking game. So for Gen G, this is a map that, once again, they're playing similar comps that they've always played. They're playing that double in, you know, Gecko Fade style through the Viper. It's a very util heavy comp, similar to what Talon are playing. They're going to be playing in their comfort zone, really for this whole series long. These are maps that they're very comfortable on. They've beaten Talon head-to-head a lot. So I think they're going to be feeling just fine about this veto, and they should be feeling confident.
Well, in that T1 Bind game, we spoke a lot about how fantastic we thought their defender side was. And then when they played the game again, it was their attacker side where they got 9-3, and they looked a lot more dominant. So this is a very strong comp on both sides of the ball.
Yep.
I am actually surprised looking at the predictions that we have here.
Very
of course,
even.
myself and Victoria, we need to stand by our Southeast Asian representative. We want to see that storyline just come into full fruition. I'm surprised that you voted Talon.
So I do think Talon are a slight underdog, but I also feel like Talon have shown a lot of potential. I'm not seeing the Gen G that I saw last year in the same way. So I think in this head-to-head, I do think Talon are the underdogs. I feel like they're fine being the underdogs. They like playing from that position. And we haven't seen peak Talon just yet either. So I'm hoping that they find their feet today and they manage to push through.
I mean, for me, Gen G is just winning the head-to-head every time, so I can't not back them in this series at the end of the day, even though I think Talon is better than people give them credit for.
Well, who continues their kickoff journey here? We'll find out as we send it to the stage for Talon and Gen G.
VCT Pacific 2025.
Second series of the day, and it's Flight Club taking on the Tiger Nation. Talon, the only remaining Southeast Asia team, they have their eyes on the prize. getting to that hometown stage in Masters Bangkok. But first, they have to get through Gen G. And Gen G, they want to keep their streak going. They want to continue to represent Pacific on the global stage. Maybe bring home another global trophy for Pacific as well.
Yeah, SEA's last hope. Everything but Koreans' last hope. You know, so they have a lot on their shoulders today, and there can be no mistakes from them in the lower bracket if they want to represent Thailand in Bangkok.
Yeah, Gen G though, they've had a very slow start in this tournament. DRX have taken them down, they've lit a fire under them, and in the series after that, they looked a hell of a lot better. So I know that these guys don't want to look back on last year as their best year ever in Valorant. They need to step up yet again with these new additions and show why this core is such a winning core and one of the most successful so far from Asia in Valorant.
You remember when Talon had that interview on stage and Texture was like telling Cruz like, oh yeah, come at me, come at me. Cruz mentioned that the last time they went up against Gen G, they got smacked.
Yeah.
Is that gonna happen again? Are mistakes gonna come back, or have they learned from it?
I mean, you learn a lot more from your losses than your wins in a way. It's very easy to be critical and it's very easy to grow from those. So, and this coaching staff will not let this go lightly.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited for this chess match, as I mentioned earlier with Jovi, right? Because you have such, again, a very big task for Talon this upcoming week. If they can get through Solo and HSK and everybody, then you have Termi waiting, then you have, you know, the rest waiting, Autumn waiting as well. So this is their first step, but it's already a very heavy one.
I mean, you have to run the gauntlet at this point. If you win today, you play tomorrow in a best of 5. And if you win that, then you play the day after in a best of 5.
So many matches.
It's so much Valorant back-to-back. But I do think if anyone can be adaptable in that situation, it's Talon, where I think if Gen G make it through, everyone's going to know what to expect.
I mean, they've lost to them head-to-head. They've seen what Gen G have done. Everyone's seen what Gen G have done. They don't really change anything too much. Talon have had a week to prepare for this game, thereabouts. They should know exactly what they were getting into. They should have game plans prepared. They just need to execute it in the server.
I have to say, I love that Gen G don't make any changes to what they're doing, for the most part at least.
Yeah.
I love it that they just back themselves and they go, yeah, you can watch, you can know what we're going to do, but we are better than you, so it's fine.
You heard that energy from Talon though. I heard it through the mic, and it's infectious. You know how much is at stake for this team. For Gen G, I feel like they just need to stay calm. They need to remember that they were that Master Shanghai winner. They need to remember their position here. And as we pull up our Asian comp, we are seeing Primi on the deadlock.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I mean, he's played a lot of it this tournament. Talon are going to back themselves with the same comp online that we always see from them. Almost similar kind of approaches from both of these teams with a few little differences, but it is the double init util heavy style from both of them.
Yeah, we see the Gecko on both. Gecko brings a lot to this map in the way you're able to reuse your util in those key areas, as well as adding to really strong post plant and really strong retakes, something that's both very important on this map. So it's nice to see both teams go head-to-head in quite a similar fashion.
Well, here we go. We're going to kick this off with our first map in this series and toss it over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. We've already sent one team into the grand finals and over to Masters Bangkok. These two teams, though, vying for a position forward in that lower final to see if they can make the run. This is going to mean a lot for both of these teams. Gen G, the beacon of Pacific last year, able to bring home that first trophy. Talon looking to make it to another international, but this time in front of that home crowd.
Yeah, this is so much pressure on the line here. I mean, I can't even imagine what's going through, in particular, the Talon players' minds, knowing that an entire nation is behind you right now, watching this match, hoping that you can get it done, and we go over to their pick of bind. Super interesting stuff here for Talon, because this is a map they have never lost in official play in a VCT match. They've lost it in off-season stuff.
Sure.
But in VCT, they have yet to drop bind.
Lay the numbers on us. How many wins?
6-0.
There you go.
Since 2023. They only played it once in 2023, to be fair.
Minor aside, I feel like today, first time I've ever seen Frost not wearing a hat.
I was just thinking that.
Really weird. It's like
I didn't know he had hair.
It's like seeing the Pringles guy with no mustache.
He could have been bald for all I knew.
Well, already, we're off to the races. His Governor's going up and over the top, and Karan is just shooting him out of the sky like a clay pigeon. Pan, however, holding things down, finds two outside over by Fountain. In the meantime, Cruz on a deep lurk. Karan tagged up, rotating across here alongside Munchkin. This backstab setup here from Cruz could very well bring this pistol round to a swift conclusion, as Talon are already out in front.
Yeah, they really had a good read on the start of this round. Just sending out Governor as the sacrificial lamb to buy them some extra time and space to set the crunch on the push out, and another kill for Ban.
3 to just go ahead and try to fast track towards that ultimate. A couple players dangerously low, but Cruz gets the one tap, putting down Munchkin, and Talon get the pistol.
Yeah, this is so interesting to me, because right off the rip, we saw something that, so I had a chance to talk with Frost the other day, and he saw me on Plat Chat, and he's like, I want to talk to you about a few things. And I'm like, oh, this ought to go well. But no, it was totally fine. He's actually quite nice. And he was telling me that, you know, the thing about Governor is that Governor will do whatever it takes to win. Governor doesn't care about a stat line that much.
Sure.
Governor wants to do whatever it means that the team wins. And this round was a great example of that. He just dives out on his own and buys a ton of attention.
I mean, as one should, you know, or should not care, I should say.
But even more so, you know, like, stats really don't mean anything to Governor.
A win is a win. As planting the feet, headshot does come across. Texture going to get knocked down and taken out as Primy's able to scoop the kill. Does manage to find that one little elimination, but player advantage is, you know, as well as the weaponry, very much in the hands here of Talon as they look for a relatively clean 2-0 start.
Just love to get some value out of Jit on this flank. See if you can prevent any more guns from being dropped. Would be super nice, because you know eventually Genji's gonna have to make their move. Time ticks down. And the opportunity to see if Genji can do any more damage.
Clear on the haunt, Cruz.
Oh, Primy.
Dobbed up a bit here in the corner, but no one really able to push out of this smoke here. Widely, they are contained. Foxy will be able to find one kill. Really gets an opportunity for a second there as Ban. He'll survive with 24 HP, but Talon, the 3 players surviving, will start things off 2-0 here on Bind.
Let us make it permanent.
Good start. Good start for Talon. Looking really clean. Again, just sending Governor out ahead to scout here for Primy. That easy follow-up kill. He's got a great crossfire set up towards the site. Jit Boy's in the wings just in case things go awry. That's something that having the Astra, you know, versus a Viper gives you, is that ability to set up really deep in the post plants, make it a lot more difficult for your opponents to be able to dislodge you if necessary, because they have to get so much further into your back lines. And as long as you have good flank control, which in theory you could with the deadlock in particular, this attacker side is really annoying.
Gun barrel not going to be spotted there. They think that they are in the clear, but Jit Boys is picking them to pieces. Munchkin catching a glimpse, but backs away. Showers wide open. Talon, though, still playing this out patiently, knowing that there's going to be some push and pull here across the map from Genji, waiting to see what the reply looks like, but now they will start slowly getting collected together and in all likelihood striking this A site.
Man, Jit has been so good for a long time for Talon. Just such a smart, sturdy player. Just making great decisions, great aim. One of my all-time favorite players to watch is Jit. Little info spot there, but Karin really can't do anything about it.
The Molly still is going to be a risk, though, because the pressure's coming in from the flank. Governor just bounce forward here into the side, finds the kill, and now they are basically committed here. At least Yeoman is. Munchkin's still over on the opposite side, but Yeoman's going to have to give the relay, like, I'm trapped in. Not much that he can do, and now he's been ping revealed, so he's just desperately going to try to break this wall. Turns back and looks like he will be able to escape. Not quite going to get caught, but this is already a fantastic start for Talon. 3-0 on the bonus conversion.
It's a flawless on the bonus, assuming they don't go reach out for more kills. Unreal. It's hard to do better than they did to start a map. They've already got Von's ult online. I mean, things are looking rather good, and Genji already left scratching their heads. Trying to figure out a way to deal with this, but I mean, what do you do here? You just get outdone by Primy and A Showers, and that's kind of round almost over. Barring any kind of miracle play. I mean, we saw plenty of those on Lotus in the previous match, but unbelievable stuff from him.
Jit Boys coming up huge.
Yeah, they mad.
Clearly having a good time saying they mad. And I don't think that they wrong right now. As this has been very clean these last 2 rounds. As you mentioned, ult online. Van could just go ahead and send that off the rip to try to clear out Hookah.
Yeah, it's like the desk was talking about.
Ooh, texture. Pushes up for a little bit of info off the rib, and it's going to be Foxy who ends up getting picked apart. Governor just swings out, finds him.
He almost had Texture with that grab well, too. Nice attempt at a combo play from Talon. This opens up a little bit more space on the map. Cruz is all the way over towards A short.
Had a little bit of a poke and prod fight there against Munchkin. You could force back, but it's just going to call.
Yeah, this is smart from Cruz. Hasn't seen anything over here. Nobody's jiggled or sent out any util.
I think it's also just understanding the tendencies of Gen G, that they're more willing, you know, more often than not to just kind of leave Munchkin on an island, as he's able to go ahead and come away with 2 kills. Looks for a little bit more. Takes Primi down to 42. Can't quite confirm it, but does give his team an opportunity now at a 3v2. Brought now into the advantage. Primi tucked here outside of Lamps. Pain Shell still available from Texture. Where and when does he decide to send it? Bounces it forward. Primi forced to try to take the fight. As he swings out, will be met with death. As Texture continues to try to take some space, but Ban still accurate as ever. Finds one, but cannot get the others. Defuse will come in. Gen G get themselves on the board here in round 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty well played, pretty well read by Cruz and Talon. Just an outplay from Munchkin this time. Saw it in the previous round with Jip Boys, and that was Munchkin's turn to just kind of turn around on its head. Oh. God, that's fast. Nice, Governor. Oh.
Yeah, and I believe there was a seize there, so not able to have as much awareness. A little pinch in from Munchkin. Saw a little capitalization, get the team in with the advantage. Economy, though, still very healthy for Talon. Gen G trying to build theirs up, and yeah, some minor tags on the Yeoman as well as Munchkin, but Ban does eat a bit in kind.
Able to take control of that orb at the very least. Now you got Munchkin playing the front of sight there. Same place saw Foxy9 die. Karan able to avoid death. In fact, finds a kill.
Yeah, finds Ban. Puts him down clear on that haunt. Spike still dropped here over at Connector as a slow creep up from Cruz. Works his way in towards this A site. Foxy peeking in towards Showers, not spotting much of anything. Texture here at Heaven, trying to steady the aim. Ends up just going for the wild spray and ends up falling down, but it sets up for Foxy to have some heavy impact.
Down A.
2 kills found, Cruz at 56, just he and Primi left standing. As the net will be removed, Plant gets ready to come through, but Foxy, anticipating the push, takes his head off and spots the 4th and final. A huge round from Foxy9. Get Gen G up to 2.
The demon that continues to haunt Talon of Foxy9. He has been an absolute thorn in their side throughout the years. Continues to be so. Phenomenal stuff from him, but just really good map control from Gen G. A slight change up in how they're positioning their pieces at the front of B. Using that toxic screen. Just spraying through.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'd be like that. That first shot was nasty.
Sometimes you just get rewarded for game sense. Karan watching Mako in the previous series, he's like, oh yeah, I'll just shoot through smokes. Just rely on my instinct. That's how we get advantages.
There you go.
Governor now attacking up. Texture has one on the defense as well. Looks like right now neither is slated to clash against the other.
Certainly something you have to be aware of as Talon. You know, obviously a big piece of Gen G's game plan, a big piece of the puzzle is to get that op into Texture's hands.
And I've spoken too soon. Smoke dissipating, Texture holding the line. Ban might just end up being an unfortunate casualty, but no, Texture's going to continue to swing, and Governor pulls off the angle, looks for the repeat, and Texture's able to collect. HL's further slows things up. As now, ooh, the double detain into the orbital, no! I think he catches on to absolutely everyone! The combo play, Foxy and Karan stack up the ults, and they have burnt Talon to a crisp.
That is unreal. The coordination from Gen G looking so sharp now. Talon in tatters, trying to scrape something together here as Ban, but a 1v5, and the money's gotten away from them a bit after such a great start for Talon. 3 in a row, and Gen G punches right back with 3 of their own. So many of these rounds today have just been decided by like one moment, just one big play.
That was a huge one. I mean, it's not, similar to, to go back to
10 seconds left.
the Raze ultimate from Jemkin that first round of overtime. It's not every day that we see the triple kill orbital strike, much like the showstopper.
For sure.
It's just that coordination coming to fruition as Foxy will ensure that nothing is carried over. Flawless round for Gen G as they tie it up 3-3.
Well, okay. How long do we wait on the timeout button? Sometimes Frost can be pretty fast with them.
And I think he's already called it. Saw the timer stop there, so barring any kind of potential tech issue, that'll be it. But yeah, just gorgeous setup here from the side of Gen G. It's just another great read, great understanding of where these players are going to be clustered. They're able to capitalize. Kind of reminds me of the setup, that Seize nade combo that we saw from them on Lotus outside of B, I believe, versus Heretics over at Shanghai.
Oh, yeah.
Where they're just able to get texture like an instant 4K. When the coordination is on, it is on. Solid start for Talon, now slowed down. Let's see what the playbook beckons here as we come out of this timeout.
Yeah, very curious. Jovi as well getting involved. Really trying to get the boys all situated. I'd like to see, a little bit more aggressiveness, I think, from Governor. That was working for them. Even though, again, he doesn't maybe frag out of control or anything, but
sure,
that extra space that he was buying was opening up the map a lot for them.
Opening up map, he was getting information for them. I mean, ultimately, like, you can play that style. We saw, Buzz was doing that. Still kind of does it from time to time on T1, but very much when he was on DRX. Ultimately, the goal is, don't go -31, and then, as long as you're gaining information for your team, you should be in a good spot.
Yeah, as long as you're winning the rounds, who cares? That's what matters at the end of the day. Got a couple big ults. Primmy's been sitting on that Annihilation for quite some time. Maybe trying to find some value out of that. Attempt to clear does work. Snakebite is going to follow up and do some damage to Governor. 4-man stack outside of B, or 3-man stack, excuse me, outside of B for Gen G. So just Munchkin with the Viper left to try to control that shower space, and does enough. Talon doesn't really feel like they want to re-aggress into that, so they're just going to set up. Spot of the head.
Plenty spotted out there is clear on that wingman. Just going to be slow drift away here. And tucking back over towards that connector, but space not really being gained at all. What does the go button look like for Talon? It looks like it's going to be this Nightfall, but there's 3 players clustered out over towards B, and Texture just peeking out. This long angle being completely ignored. He just comes away with a free kill. Attack now onto the A site, getting ready to resume it. Oh, Primmy playing on elevation, unanticipated, is able to find a very nice headshot right to the enemy Raze.
30 seconds left.
Oh, for maybe a double swing with Governor. Great covering fire. So man's able to answer one back. Showstopper, however, for Governor online. TP taken. Going to be noted here. This Governor himself pushed over towards Shower, sends it. Isn't going to find too much, just a bit of damage.
Oh, Karan's
able to find one. Governor going to be taken down. 2 players left. Primmy does have that Annihilation. Does he send it in the round? Might not have to, but he's going to use it anyway. Gets the headshot onto one. Foxy stunned up. Cruz picks him apart. Talon look to regain the lead. Both committed. The swing out. Ready for the double face. The time is not going to be on his side. Ultimately, Yeoman can maybe make this a little bit more costly here for the team, and he will be able to do so. Ensures that they don't carry any weapons forward, but cannot win the round. So Talon regain the lead.
Tremendous patience shown by Talon in this round throughout. The fact that Primmy is able to challenge a player like Texture when he has an operator, so impressive, but he had been just slowly creeping down this hall. Goodness, that's fast. And then Governor able to claim a life. Karan got trapped behind the deadlock wall, and I'm like, oh, he's in trouble. Oh, never mind. He's Karan. Thought maybe Primmy might send the ult or something, but
Nice. Good job.
able to hold on to it for the post plant.
Make it happen.
And finally, a change of direction for Talon back into the winning side of the column of the leaderboard. Couple big ults though. Showstopper, Nightfall for Yeoman. And push up here. Let's see what they want to do.
That's going to be sent. Does get dodged. Just talked down and ooh, head spotted, but not taken off. Shot goes a bit wide there from Texture.
It's huge info, though. You know, there's at least 2, including the op over at B. So now if you can just find a little bit of space at A, especially if you can get Munchkin dealt with, should have a pretty good opportunity to get around conversion.
Munchkin being tied up in showers means that this does leave a lot on the shoulders of Karan, who catches a glimpse, pushes out of the smoke, is able to strike and finds one, and Munchkin is ready for the rush. Jit Boys taken down, and now for Talon. Have to be scratching their heads here. Do they take the teleporter? Right now, everybody's just clustered up over towards Lamps, and Karan is looking to pick them apart. Looking for the 4th, has it. As it is a flawless 4 kills for Karan, 4 rounds for Gen G. We are tied once more.
Oh. Well, sounds easier than it is getting rid of Karan and Munchkin on a site. Just tremendous instincts there. I mean, of course, with the blast pack noise giving it away makes it a little bit easier for Karan, but Jit just getting outdone by Munchkin. And then it's Karan time. Just an Iron Man is Karan. He just is so strong.
Has been. I mean, I believe it's Pilsky talking about it on the desk, setting up for this game. Said after that series against DRX, the immediate level up that we saw from Gen G, looking a bit more like their former selves. With Yeoman as well, looking a lot more comfortable and having a lot more fragging power. Speaking of which, look at the HP bars. 2 players absolutely destroyed. So Yeoman just staying tucked here into the corner for now, but so much damage dealt.
So hard with this toxic screen for Talon to take control of Hookah the way that they want to. And anytime they get any presence in there, there's just spam and nades thrown their way. This is...
Oh! First shot, wide. Looks for the read, peek, looks for the flick. Texture unable to find it. It's a lot of damage in transit across. Just opt to play this out a little bit more slowly. Looks like Talon might be getting grouped up for a teleport play, but no, will just base in. That's going to be a collapse.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, just down the Jit and see if he can try to stop it from being a flawless, but nope, Karan will just go ahead, spray up into the smoke. Finds him. That's a flawless as Gen G regain the lead by 1 round.
Yeah. Not a lot to do there with the weaker buy, and just great delay from Gen G. Again, comboing this utility to make Hookah an absolute nightmare. And even though Texture whiffs a few split the uprights here, doesn't matter. Yep. Still gets 2 out of 3 shots, so not bad. Ooh, the spray through the wall, too.
Players popping off. I believe it's Karan who's being the loudest, and understandably.
He's been the hype man now.
He's got another orbital strike already cycled through. Showstopper now out. Texture sends it. Crew's going to be whittled away at, but not killed off. And Munchkin, with a rare appearance on the operator, is immediately put down. Thrash now sent out, clearing in towards the B site. Foxy staying tucked. Knows that his flank is covered here as Yeoman rotates over. Wingman goes for the plant. Wash in towards the side and go ahead, stave them off. Oh, Bam now with the op in hand. As, ooh. Governor somehow not really getting those shots to connect on the Texture, but takes quite a bit in response. Yeoman considering his angles.
Look at Jit.
Yeah, deep flank. All the way around the back, the barrier mesh. Try to hold them in for now. Primi swings out, catches 1. Hookah window, Ban finds a shot. Texture forward here in the site now. Looking to strike, comes up with 2. 3 players, however, still left. Spots out 1. Grabwell comes in. Governor strikes from behind. And the flank be damned, not needed. Talon will tie it up.
Yeah, that looked like maybe Texture had some kind of miracle. Just like, I'll never forget that one against Paper Rex on Lotus last year.
Right.
At 1v4. Maybe he's got another one of those in store. Oh, snappy stuff from Jit. Using that ult to clear space on the site. Wingman didn't get cleared. Took a couple of bullets, but survived, got the plant down. That was huge for Talon. Gave them a little bit extra time to spread their wings. Get around that site. So once they get the plant down, they're starting to look pretty solid in the post-plant scenarios. Just sometimes a matter of getting there. This time Texture so far forward with this op. Jit Boys. Okay. Prowler doesn't get the identification necessarily that it's the op. There's a player there.
Yeah. They're going to be doing mental gymnastics and likely figuring it out, though.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Pass over on the operator once again into the hands of Ban. Governor wanting to be the tip of the spear here. Texture rotating over, though. Gets into position.
Gotta smoke this corner off.
Prowler cleared. Swing coming through. Texture nails the shot this time around. Looks for the re-peek and is so damn snappy. Finds a shot. Primi sends out the net. It's a catch. Caron watching the opposite side of the map. Will find the headshot. Now the push forward. Primi trying to keep them in this. Teleporting gets taken. 2 players now arriving. The 1v3. Can Primi be that guy? 35 seconds to try to play with, but the spike still dropped outside of garden. Double stack, high-low. Foxy gets the shot as we just go blow for blow, trading the lead.
Last round in the half.
It's been quite the back and forth. But this time, again, this is something that has hurt them on the eco round, where that angle's not smoked off, and Texture can just make it rain with the operator. Sure, eventually you break through, but the round's basically done. Get the up, get the up.
Well, they got it. Is going to be in hand, but you can see here, going into the last round of the half, 2 stingers, some rifles. Lots to play with, though.
Face your fear!
No showstopper here, which would be a critical one that you would love to have. Annihilation going to be sent out. Primi goes swinging and somehow wins the fight. Coming in now, planting his feet. Picks up 1, but Foxy tries to hold down that side. What is that? How does he connect that spray? Unbelievable! Won't get an ace, but who gives a damn? I'm on my feet. I cannot believe that. 7-5 at the half.
I am just, my jaw's on the floor. I thought this looked great for Talon. What an entry there for Primi and Governor. Show this again. Ooh, ooh. That is, it's hard to do it better than that, folks. He has just been so good against Talon throughout, again, I go back to it, throughout the years. He seems to just level up. I mean, he's been good for Gen G this year too, but that was something else.
That is absolute insanity what Foxy was just able to conjure up. Oh boy.
Oh my. That one's gonna be in the highlight reels. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely. Still though, Talon down by 2. Able to find that opening pistol. If they can do that again, they're on the fast track to try to restabilize this map. As you mentioned, have not lost it in VCT. We look for 7-0 overall on Bind.
And attack side is usually pretty good for them. Against Nongshim, they went 9-3 on their attacker side. So this is going to be kind of interesting. Gen G seems to be pretty in control other than the first 3 rounds. When Talon came out hot, won their bonus, and you're thinking, all right, their map pick, they're looking good. They're looking like they might go on to face T1 tomorrow, but Gen G just has such tremendous players, such great combos with the utility, with the thrash, and the orbital strike, deep throw.
Gen G on the attack now. Mosh landing. Primi back over towards elbow. That does go out. Governor tries to swoop in, tries to capitalize. Ends up getting taken down. Ben, however, able to find a second, looking for the third, but wide swing comes out, and Yeoman's there on the flank. Covering fire to find the kill. Spike, tap the plant. Not yet held. As Noise gets cut.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, shit.
Boy's able to find 1. It's going to be teleported now, taken here by Caron. Trying to clutch this out, but fast on the rotates. It's not going to have too much of a window here. Shallow plant just in front of Showers. Tell them pretty much everything they need to know as the concuss comes through. Caron now not quite able to tuck into Showers. Will get caught out in the open. 2 for 2 on pistols. Talon close the gap. Just 1 round separating.
And this looked like maybe Gen G was just going to bully their way through the B site. Texture just very little hesitation. Goes right into Hookah. Last pack's in. And they're just all going in there with him off the back of the Dizzy. Brim smokes as well, right where they need to be. But Talon able to punch back. Able to find just enough damage to slow this up. And then Jit, as soon as that smoke dissipated right outside of the B hall door, crew's fired up, trying to keep Talon in this match. This map feels so important for them. Outlaw for Governor, Guardian for Ban, a couple Bulldogs and a Stinger for Cruz. See if they can convert. Gen.G really patient, a couple Sheriffs as usual.
He's going up and over the top.
Scary.
Drops back down. Ooh, swings out. Munchkin met with his demise. Solid opening kill here for Talon. Some Sheriffs still to work with from Gen.G.
Talon seemingly reading that this might go back towards B. I mean, Munchkin on his own, he dies. A lot of times he might just be on his own, quite literally. So that's what makes Gen.G so hard to read. Now this round maybe won't make too huge of a difference, but at the very least, it might have bought Gen.G the ability to get a plant through. Governor tries to contest, gets immediately dizzied.
Yeah, up and over the top, then gets marked by the Haunt. Plant can now come through. Pain Shell lob in. Not quite going to connect there onto the wingman, at least not in time. So Plant is in play. Still no real weaponry here for Gen.G. Talon should be well poised. Try to equalize. Scarron looks to try to hold the line here at Lamps. Net comes in, Boombot gonna have to be cleared out. Right click deals with it. Couple Sheriff shots. Counter spray here from Talon. 2 on point. Plant passing forward. Texture looking for another target. Can't quite make it happen. Scarron makes it a hell of a lot more costly than we might have anticipated. Comes away with 2, but Premi with 3. That's enough to go ahead and get the round win. Talon tie it up at 7-7. If they can get another bonus conversion, they will regain the lead.
Yeah, this is just so cool from Gen.G. The way they toy with you, with the information that they know you have, and then how they use that against you. You know, in this case, Munchkin on his own, no other contact made. Oh, surely they're going B. When in fact, they just set up for a slow push towards A, and Governor can't really do anything about it with the utility that they have to clear that site space. To keep a Guardian and an Outlaw, some Sheriffs, a little bit of armor.
Look at this, though. Heavy stack in. As it's just going to be a shooting gallery where they're able to collect 2, but Texture answers back with 2 of his own. The TP going to be taken, tries to steady the spray. Ban does survive the spike now here on the ground. Primi has the annihilation. Heron swinging, finds the first. Net going to be lobbed in. I mean, Munchkin, I'm not sure exactly what he's looking at. They know where the last player is. Now starts to go on the rotate to join in. Seems like maybe didn't realize that Texture had basically killed off the entire team. And now, ooh, Gun Barrel, I believe, has been spotted. Bemi, ooh, turns the sights back over, gets the headshot. Swaps weapons. All on Charon. Slowly inching forward and somehow wins out on the fight. Pinpoint accuracy. But a still fantastic bonus from Talon. They might not be able to gain the lead for themselves, but they take so much out of the hands of Gen.G there.
Yeah, they're just so tenacious. Sticking through this fight, they're you know, this is fine. Try to send the Dizzy through. Didn't matter, still able to win, even though it got cleared. Charon, God, he's so just rock solid, man. He's the thing. Just built of rock.
Onto the showers this time, no stack. Spread out a little bit more here onto the A side. I say that, they're all getting clustered towards short.
Just wait. They've decided the stack must be somewhere else this time. And we can fight there.
Or pick up outside of that B site.
Thing is you do have the annihilation for Talon. Find a good opportunity. Primi just holding a tight angle at Showers. Decided to throw up the wall instead. Just force the issue over towards short if possible.
Prowler, oh, gets bogged in the teleporter. Doesn't actually get the check, so Munchkin's position for now still going to be covered. As, okay, just going to be a face out on short. Texture coming away with 2. Foxy. This end up being a bit of a casualty here for the side of Gen.G as Munchkin drifts off the angle. Or as the pressure starts coming in, Primi going to be good for 1, but Texture finds himself a 3rd. With the rotate in around the back, 3 kills, 2 players pushing their way over towards short. Texture in back sight, Munchkin. Gonna be looking to take the first fight here. Hasn't noticed anything quite just yet. Swings in, Shit Boys. Able to find the kill.
Smokes down.
Smoke called in from Karon, just watching the narrow angle. Has that orbital if he stays alive and disconnects, but looks like he won't even need to do so. Just takes the fight and wins it. It's all on Ban to see if he can try to find some punish, but right now Gen G looking like they're poised to move up 9-7. Yeah, time is just not going to be there either.
No, there's no way. Way too late, even with the wingman. Yeah, no hope. Time to back off. Karon. I think if my eyes don't deceive me, 19-8 right now.
Sounds about right.
God, he is on another level. I mean, to think that after last year, how good he was throughout all of last year.
Right.
You're like, obviously Rookie of the Year in all of VCT. Crazy mechanics, great game sense, plays off his teammates so well. I think that he might just be better this year, and there's going to be, in some ways, maybe more called upon him because it's a new squad. And I'm not saying that it's because the other players aren't as good or anything. I'm saying because it's going to take time to get this all together again.
Sure.
And he's still just stepping up to the task. I mean, Primmy's having a great map as usual, 17-12, but he's not able to best Karon.
Well, Boombot cleared out plenty of noise heard here as Ban just taking the teleporter out. Himself away, eluding damage. So the team, though, does get tagged up. As a ping directly on Munchkin's position comes through.
Well, they've got him pinned, but they're backing off of this. They have all the info. They've cleared all of the back of A, and a bunch of them are going over to A. Ban's like, guys, go back to B. What are you doing?
They rotate back through.
They almost, Gen G almost had a window.
Okay, well, good timing on this barrier mesh coming through. To try to lock him off for now. But with the noise being cut here, you can see Talon trying to make up their mind, trying to really establish where the hell they are. But Ban getting so far forward over at Connector, or at short. He says, yeah, they're not over here. They've got to be over towards B. Nightfall gets committed to here by Cruz. Talon wanting to pull off this Thrifty.
Your risky TP. Gen G has no idea what's going on the other side of the map.
Once again, though, they start doubling back. They're continuing to doubt themselves and doubt the call. Cosmic Divide holding Gen G at bay for the moment. There's the Nightfall. Up and over the top goes Texture, and down goes Primmy, cooked. Karon able to find one more with that orbital.
10 seconds left.
Ban now trying to strike, but here on his flank is going to be Munchkin, but it's just that outlaw in hand, so he can't get it, and Cruz swinging out, takes Karon's head off. The HP, though, just not on their side. 94 between the two of them as Texture turns the sights back over towards Long, looking for the right click. Even though he's got a perfectly good rifle in hand, wants to take him down with a classic and will do so. Gen G close out the round, get themselves up to double digits.
They just have great coordination again. Using the ultimate, using the Thrash to clear a ton of space and catch Talon completely off guard. Talon just really having a hard time reading this round for whatever reason. Even try to throw the Annihilation at the problem. I don't think it hit anybody. God, Texture has just been so electric. Jeez, Karon. Yeah.
He never stops screaming.
He is, yeah. Some say he's still screaming to this day. But what do you do? I mean, you know, it's hard when you're having some of these rounds and they're just out-coordinating you. They're kind of out-reading you. They're out-shooting you. Everything's swinging towards Gen G right now, and you know, again, Talon has had some rounds, has had some good moments, but anytime it seems like they might get some momentum, just right back. Gen G's right back into it. I'm never going to get over that Foxy 4K. Oh my God.
It's rent-free.
Yeah, that one was...
Got permanent residency right now in my brain. So disgusting to pull off.
That's one of the nastiest ones I can remember.
Well, Talon need to have plays like that flushed from their brains. Just try to clean the slate and try to run things back from here. Double Thrash available. Governor not too far off one charge from that next showstopper.
Has the op all alone in showers. Everybody else, I'm pretty sure on the other side of the map. Yep. So a lot of pressure here. Yes, you have the sonic sensors to give you a little info. Haunt as well. Gonna clear out something. Governor trying to reposition off this, but Texture's already in U-Haul. Is he going to be ready? Yeah.
Boombot gets the spot out. Up. Not quite confirmed here. Meantime, Jit getting a glimpse on the Munchkin as the bite comes through. And Karon double faces forward. Does take a bit of damage, down to 10 HP. Is Primi going to be spotted, rotating in towards backside. Foxy's able to find Ban, the blast pack forward. Plants his feet, looks the kill, cannot find it. Primi going to be good for 2 as Governor takes down the enemy Gecko. Karon and Yeoman now. 1v2 is Pain Shell not quite going to go deep enough to get the kill. Just a smattering of damage found. As never mind, Yeoman ends up falling even further than I could have anticipated. Karon. Oh, swings out! How does he find that timing? Karon is a Time Lord. He knew. That is unbelievable. Right as he goes for the Boombot, now asking Cruz to do everything. But Karon continues to be an absolute force of destruction.
Well, we've already compared him to various Marvel characters. Iron Man.
Go for the obvious one, Thanos.
Thanos. Now you kind of said the Time Lord, so Doctor Strange.
Can't even be, I mean, Thanos died. Like, you know, it's,
yeah.
It's not even that accurate.
Yeah, no. Karon's just better.
He's looking like an immortal being.
Yep. Good God. The man has all the Infinity Stones. It feels like he can do everything correctly. He's got the soul, he's got the time, he's got the power. Unbelievable the way he's performing. Well,
he's connecting, but nothing to swing off of it.
Yep. Nothing you can really do. I like the way Gen G does that entry onto that site as well. They get a spot onto a player going behind the tube. They throw the paint shells to back that player off. Hold the phone.
Munchkin. Oh, this time he's good for the shot. Swinging in, Primi holding the line, just not able to come away with it. Has a devastating loss at the top of the round here. Talon need to be turning the tides.
Just patience from Gen G. Seeing what, if any, reaction comes from Talon from that pick, but now you've got Shower's control. Now you can lean towards A, and Governor, poor Governor, all on his own. Yeah, he has a showstopper. He can maybe do some serious damage. He's trying to hide his presence, tucked into that corner of U-Haul. But against Gen G, man, see if they read this.
Cross start flying, bounce into the corner, has not checked for it quite just yet, but Governor, he's also blinded up. Now the showstopper goes in. The shallow use and nothing found. Mosh into the corner, and he is absolutely dead. Just worked down, whittled away at. As Karon holding the angle, shifts.
Taken down.
Gets the kill. Jit Boy's not given the opportunity. And ultimately here for Talon, the call to save to try to play this and force it to overtime has to be made. So Pan will just slowly drift back through the spawn. Gen G will move up to 12.
I just can't seem to make the right decisions now. The mental game starting to crumble for Talon. You know, Governor there under pressure, can't find any value out of the showstopper. Gets trapped in U-Haul and eliminated. Ban might be able to pick up something. Nope.
Minor wide swing into the planting of the feet. Texture ensuring that they are able to carry over very little. Gen G, one round away from delivering Talon's first ever map loss in the VCT leagues here on Bind.
This is just tried to find some way to hide from that, but nowhere, no space left. Thrash cover, or excuse me, the Mosh covers a ton of floor space.
Bam has the glass cannon.
Got to try something. But they're four-man stacking at B again, trying to go for a fight.
Gambled correctly overall. So Orb gets taken. Poison Orb staring them here in the face. The slow creep up as this falls. Chaos will ensue. Firing squad going to be set up. Foxy Texture one apiece. The blind is in. And Primi is out. The crossband now arriving. Tries to replicate. The spray down can only find a singular kill. It's Governor. Whittled away at, pushing out of the smoke, dead. 13-7, Gen G looking for that spot in the lower final, looking for a ticket to Masters Bangkok for themselves. They draw first blood here on Bind.
A slight slow start for Gen G into a quick turnaround into dominance off the back of Texture and Karan. In particular, Karan, who was red hot during this map. Foxy9 had a great moment. I mean, Munchkin is Munchkin. He didn't need to do much, to be honest. He won a couple crucial fights on some flanks and made some good calls. But really, when Texture and Karan are fragging out like that, you just sit back and watch. Enjoy the show.
24, 9, and 10 on Karan. It was 4 first bloods. It's a 308 on the ACS. Woo! All right, given how this had started, it was looking so good off the rip from Talon, but Gen G, I'm pretty much the team that, you know, is joked about, okay, slow start, drop the first map, then really ramp things up. They ramped things up midway through that first half. Did not take long to get the gears turning.
Yep.
That is a concern.
It might have been something like that Foxy 4K. That was the one that just, you know, snapped their fingers. Karan snapped his fingers, and that was the end of it.
By the way, some unbelievable showings here from the Gen G camp. I mean, Talon, their moments were out there.
Yes.
Some snappy shots, but not quite stringing together to form a cohesive map.
And then
now find themselves on the back foot.
Think about some of those util combos and other things that we're seeing from Gen G. Their executes looked really, really clean in terms of the timing and all that. So a lot rolling Gen G's way.
It's going to have to be a pretty deep dig here from Talon. 7-13, the score they need to look to bounce back from as they get ready to go into Gen G's map pick up Lotus. But for now, we'll pass things back over to the analyst desk.
First map going over to Gen G, and I feel like Gen G did this without even breaking a sweat. I feel like they weren't pushed that much. Sure, they had big rounds like Foxy9's, what, 2, 3, 4Ks at some point, but I feel like Gen G, they weren't pushed that much yet. They're conserving energy.
Yeah, that was a comfortable and confident map one from Gen G. You know, you lose both pistols and you win 2 pistols and a bonus. I think they lost, winning 13-7 is dominant. There's no 2 ways to look at it. You know, the casters there just highlighted how great Karan and Texture were, but I felt like this was a macro difference, I think.
Sorry, just choked up a little bit there. Talon, I think, at the end of the day, yeah, you know, I'm getting worried about their prospects for Bangkok here. I'm a big Thailand enjoyer, personally. I think at the end of the day, the attacking side was very kind of back and forth, and I'm surprised Talon got as much out of that attack as they did, considering the fact that Gen G had full control of their economy. They had some great ult plays, but I agree the macro is better for Gen G. In the last game, you saw Foxy9 kind of being the standout for Gen G, and this time it was back to the regular scheduled programming. Both Karan and Texture had a fantastic game of Bind here, and Gen G, you know, this is the Gen G that we really wanted to see, and for Talon, they kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. You go back, look at that game against T1 where they smashed T1. That was amazing to watch, but, you know, this is my kind of issue with the Talon system sometimes. Like, it does lead to some individual inconsistency, and some players just did not show up for Talon in this game when they really needed to.
Yeah, I think that's also why, like, for Talon, you kind of feel like it's 50-50, as I mentioned earlier, right? Yeah. It sometimes boils down to luck. It sometimes boils down to individual performance. And unfortunately, it just didn't come together on Bind, which is surprising because I thought they would be ready for this. I think this is the map that they should have won if they want the momentum going into the rest of the series.
It's going to be a tough rest of the series for Talon. That's certainly one way to put it, because they picked Bind. I mean, so we saw a lot of good stuff going on in this. I mean, this was a huge moment, of course, where we see this Gecko ult trap into that orbital strike. And to me, this really highlights the macro difference between these two teams, where Talon are trying to go into showers, but they don't have that long control.
And they should know as well the fact that the other team has the B long control and they have the Gecko ult going into that round, so you really shouldn't be getting caught by an ult trap like that. This round was also brilliant to watch for Gen G, down to 10 seconds. This is looking like a really sketchy round for them, and look at the way they combo their ult. There is nowhere to stand on this B site. Orbital on the left side, Mosh into the cubby, Fade ult tags up a lot of these players, and look at them trying to get out of the site, guys. Like, they are tagged by the Fade ult, low HP, can't hear anything that's happening, and they're getting util dumped on their heads while the rest of Gen G run into the site.
A great understanding from Gen G and how to use their comp to the best of the ability, but we have to highlight this, man. I mean, what a game from Karan. This was like 2023 Karan. I felt like I was right back in January of last year.
Oh, I think 2024 is the problem because
true.
technically
he was just in ranked.
He was in ranked. He was at home, you know, wondering like, I wonder if I'll be on that stage.
Yeah, look, you're right. 2024, maybe 2023 as well.
Maybe. Who knows?
This is, regardless, this is peak Caron. He
Oh,
looked
yeah.
wonderful this map.
The individual plays made a big difference for Genji. Like we talked about the macro a lot. I mean, Caron, undeniable MVP. Texture showing up to this game as well when they kind of went missing on the last game of Bind that we saw from the Genji guys here in Pacific. So the players, the core that have had slow starts and some kind of lackluster maps turning up in the lower bracket, and I really do think that loss against TRX gave Genji the fire and the motivation that they need to turn up here, and I'm hoping that this is going to be them bouncing off the bottom of the lower bracket and, you know, trying to punch themselves a ticket in towards Bangkok.
And yet, despite that, I feel like, despite the flexing that you see here, I feel like that was just Genji at 50% power. They weren't pushed just yet. They were so confident coming in. Yet Talon, you kind of felt like they sometimes second-guess themselves. You felt like they would double back on some decisions, and that led to maybe some miscommunications or mistimings.
From my opinion, I felt like this was a much smoother Genji. This is kind of more the Genji we've been looking to see. But this was not Talon anywhere near their ceiling. Like we spoke about, they're a very fluctuating team. Their highs are high where their lows are low. And I felt like they never even got a chance into that game.
I mean, they had plenty of time to prepare for this game. It's not like they didn't know what comp Genji was playing, but Genji just outplaying them in the server. And as I said before, a little bit too much inconsistency for Talon. Too many players, unfortunately, going missing, and they just didn't have the right reads on that map of Bind. So now that we're going into Lotus, I mean, this is a very worrying one for Talon. Last time these two teams played on it, Genji absolutely slapped them in the off-season, so it's going to have to be something special for Talon. I know it says here that they've been okay on this map, but they've only beaten Global, and Global had not the best-looking Lotus comp that I've ever seen, if you ask me.
Genji's Lotus is scary. It was scary all of last year. They've changed nothing. They're rolling with what they know works. This was a huge map and a huge reason why they were able to bring that first international event back to Pacific. And so why change? You know, this is their home ground. Genji will feel wonderful going into this map too, and you have to be scared for Talon. They really need to pull it out the bag. We need a big performance from Primi, if anyone. I mean, he stepped up in that first game, but we need more.
No, we need someone else to help Primi.
Okay.
Like, he played good
fair.
already. We know he's going to drop bombs on the Clove, but he needs, like we've seen, a 30 bomb from Ban the last time on Gecko. Like we've got some non-believers, I won't name any names, that are, you know, sending me some signals here, but I think that, you know, someone else is going to have to give Primi some help here, and we've seen some big gains from literally multiple different players. Ban's had a big game on the Gecko. You've seen some of the other boys, like Governor's had a good map here, or the Jit boys in particular has been fantastic so far in this this tournament. Until Bind. That was probably his worst map of the tournament, so he really needs to bring some much better form here into Lotus.
Now I'm curious about the rebound for Talon, right? How do they come back and go into Lotus, knowing that this is Genji's map pick? They perform wonderfully here. I think that Nongshim, while they might be the current occupants of Lotus, Genji, they're the landlords of Lotus.
The big thing is you can't be scared. Don't get in your head too much about thinking about the loss. You never want to think too far ahead. If you think you've lost, and if you think you've won, you've lost.
But
you have to be in the moment. That's the only way to approach
But Morgan, how can they not think ahead when they know that this is going to be for Masters Bangkok? That's like the big thing. You know, the pressure is getting to them now.
So one thing we would always tell the players is focus on what you can control. So focus round by round. That's the most important thing to do, is don't think about this big picture. You're playing a game of VALORANT, a game that you've played a billion times. So just think, what's my job in this round? And that's how they keep themselves grounded and keep themselves moving forward. Don't think big picture. Do what you know how to do, and that's how you make the comebacks.
Right. What Masters Bangkok? No, there's none of that. There's only Lotus for now.
Doesn't exist
For
till you get to
now,
it.
it's only Lotus, and it is, you know, round 0, 1, 2, 3, one step at a time. I hope that's what Talon's thinking going into this, because again, final Southeast Asia representative, and it is on their home ground. That's a big statement to make, but it is also Genji. How can we not have the Masters Shanghai winners going, advancing in the kickoff journey?
Yeah, I mean, they want to go back to more international events. As I said, they brought that trophy home for Pacific, and they're not going to be satisfied with one. They're not even going to be satisfied with the fact that they're in the lower bracket. I mean, they still have a lot more to overcome, but They looked comfortable in map 1, and it's full steam ahead for them.
All right, let's see if Talon has got any more tricks in the bag. They're going to need to bring everything possible into this game after what just occurred on Bind. For Talon, they have changed things up. Primi back on the deadlock. No more double controller. Teo comes out for ban.
Yeah, I like the Teo. We've seen Teo be used well on this map, and we've also seen Deadlock used quite well on this map in the past. I like this comp change from Talon. I think they have more utility to work with than when they were using that Clove over on the side of Gen G, exactly as expected.
Yeah, no more hard senti though for Talon. Gen G can definitely take advantages of that, and they're gonna know that Deadlock's gonna be lurking in the middle of the map. Primi was already doing that on Clove. Look for Gen G on this defense to go for those mid-round clears on front B and isolate that lurk for sure.
Well, pressure is mounting for sure on the side of Talon Esports and Gen G. They can close this out as we jump into Lotus and pass it over to your casters, Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Let's see what happens as we get into this map. Big change. No double controller, no Primi on that Clover. It feels like he so often delivers, but he is going to be on the deadlock as Talon look to work the Teo into the comp.
Yeah, I like the change up. I mean, I think you're going to hopefully have a plan to kind of make life a little bit more miserable, especially on your attacker side. Obviously, they're starting on the defender side here, but dealing with the KJ util, dealing with Foxy9 can be a real nuisance. Holding those angles, we've seen it before this year, where Foxy is a real menace, kind of watching the flanks and holding the line sometimes. Big push out, Jit in trouble.
Paranoia across, Jit able to find one texture, going to be taken down. That's a Frenzy out of the equation. Foxy similarly tagged up quite a bit. Nothing really suffered on the side of Talon here.
Able to escape. Looked like maybe they were going to be able to get ahead of that, but Jit just barely able to find a way through.
Still Sonic Sensor.
Sensor
down. Will get cleared out. For the entry here to the site. Very much thought up there for a second, but Primi. Great to readjust, looks for a little bit more. Does get overwhelmed though. Yeoman comes away with 2, and that opens up the site. Damage suffered, however. 70 HP between the 2 players as the plant does get interrupted. Foxy just waiting this happen. Caron now looking to push forward. He is the healthiest member here on the team. Looks for a timing swing. It's going to be Yeoman collecting himself a 3rd kill as he gets a 4th. Now looks for the ace here in the pistol round, but look at the HP. 40 health between 2 players. Nano lobbed in. Ban just gets ahead of it. Do they read this is the question. On the hunt. Unwise to it. Shots eventually connecting the haunt. Getting the reveal. Yeoman now needing the ace, and he somehow gets it. Gen G find their first pistol win in this series off the back of the rookie getting an ace.
What a round for Yeoman. Coming in here. Jit throws the Paranoia. That's how he gets texture there. And the deadlock util, a little late from Primi. And that's allowed them to swing through. That first shot, absolutely nasty. And then they're getting ahead of the stealth drone. Reading that situation really nicely are Caron and Yeoman. And that has to feel good. A lot of question marks about Yeoman after the first couple weeks. I think he's silencing a lot of the doubters. Foxy9 finds one with the Marshall.
Yeah, Primi seemingly maybe just, yeah, you can see where the bullet's at. Going for a jiggle peek. Ends up getting taken down. Ban just kind of drifting across with a classic in hand. Gets a kill on the texture. Eats a bit of damage. But already, Talon start getting clustered over towards this seaside of the map. Gen G not exactly enjoying this quiet that they're seeing. Do decide to just go ahead and back away. Foxy now starting to hightail it out.
Timing there.
I mean, if he just parks up here in main, has the turret, can just peek back over, and that Marshall at this range could just tear them asunder.
Yeah, Yeoman able to scoop up Texture's Phantom, but it's not gonna activate. It's pointed the other way. Alarm bot at least though.
Yeah, calls back the turret. Alarm bot about to reveal. Attention now going to be tied over, and there it is. Swings in. Foxy9 instantly putting 2 down. Looks for the little hip fire here. Shot. Can't quite get that last one off, so Chip Boys does manage to put him down. Picks up the Marshall. 56 between the 2. So far, it's only been the players with very light buys killed off here on the side of Gen G. Still very healthy, given the weaponry that they're looking to carry forward. And it seems like Talon widely going to be making the call to just try to play for any kind of exits they may be able to get.
Oh, you'd love to scoop another gun. That would be huge. Not really giving them many opportunities. Gen.G just going to take the ropes, hightail it out to the other side of the map. That should be all she wrote there. Well, I mean, some damage done by Talon, but man, Foxy, really good stuff with that Marshall.
I mean, if he had gotten that kill on the Jit, I was expecting, maybe a back-to-back ace.
That could be.
Style coming through. Quick shots. 2-0. Lion share the weaponry, going to be carried forward. Economy in a good spot here for Gen.G. As they look for a bonus conversion. Talon, though, needing to get themselves on the board here.
Huge round coming through, a big congestion for the space.
Texture gets out in front of Rubble. Sprays across, is able to find Governor, but Jitboy's peeking out from the door at Tree. Has managed to trade it out. 1-for-1, the Raze is dead. Swing from Ban, finds one. The rest of the players continue the challenge, but Yeoman comes up with two. Cruz and Ban both going to be taken down now. The Nightfall online. Gen.G with a player advantage.
Look at Foxy.
Things are already fairly catastrophic here for Talon. As you say, Foxy crept forward. Primy seemed like he had given it a brief thought. A tiny glance into that corner. But second guesses it, pays the ultimate price.
Now he can cover everything. Now the only angle you have to worry about is the one Karan is watching from Mound. Jitboys, does he even go for this? 200 credits behind this. Everybody else on Talon broke.
I mean, it's a question of the call. Do you opt to just go ahead and get a full economic reset across the team? Do you want to have that one hero rifle carried forward? Seems like it's going to be the latter.
Cover going out.
Jitboys just hovering around, not making any hard commitments here. So in the end, Gen.G will get a bonus conversion. 3-0 start. And for Talon, that's the question. Do we just see the timeout immediately from here?
My guess is probably. Gotta try to turn something around relatively quickly. Gen.G on the hunt. But we can see Jitboys tucked in. Just waiting this out. I mean, this is something that, first of all, Texture just gets ahead of all this util. Look at this. Ahead of everything except the paranoia. Still finds a kill while he's getting clipped by it. And then, oh my God, they just lined up for him. But this is something that we saw in the match against DFM with Foxy9, that he was a lot better on the lurks. You know, something that in the beginning of the season on this map, he wasn't really seemingly as comfortable with, or at least wasn't finding as much value when he tried it. Now we're seeing him get those opportunities to get those easy kills. You know, reminiscent of Meteor last year.
Oh, gotta be careful. There's the jiggle out. I don't think, did he go wide enough to get a glimpse here? I don't think he had. Well, a couple shots out, and now Cruz knows the back away.
Clear the
Face
turret.
to clear the turret.
Yeah. Door immediately open, but Talon got out just in time. Shot sprayed both ways. Clear the wall. So now Gen.G making it pretty difficult to read what they're doing, where they're at. You're getting a little bit of attention over towards A as well. Just Primy here on C.
Sonic sensor spotted and cleared. Slow creep up this haunt. Clears out this corner of the site. Primy just tucked back away, waiting for reinforcements to get into range. Oh, as Foxy, I mean, so damn patient. And watching that angle the entire time, and now Cruz dead. No tap of the spike. Salvo still available here from Ban to try to delay. 33 seconds remaining in the round. So just cycle another smoke forward here. Ooh, net into the corner of the Salvo, going to be coming down. Karan trying to just TP out towards safety, and now Texture striking on the corner. Finds one, Munchkin gets the other. Karan does end up falling, but further damage not likely to be found. Munchkin hunting the ping coming down here as he looks for the flank. He has the shot, Ban unable to answer one back. Bouncing out, Primy desperately trying to line it up, and Munchkin with 3 gets Gen.G to 4. We look to the next buy round to see if Talon can get themselves on the board.
Yeah, Gen.G is just so clinical Like you mentioned, tremendous patience from Foxy9 on the other side of the map. And they just break through. I mean, a nice attempt at the combo with the grab net and the salvos. At least force out Karin into an awkward position where he did end up getting killed by Governor, but they're just so patient. Gen G is happy to just work the map, try to bait utility, try to spread as much as they can to find those little nooks and crannies to tuck themselves into. Or to at least just get you to waste utility and find that open space to get the plant down. So the real question is, Talon, what do you do? So far, a lot of your different looks have been pretty well handled by Gen G. If you try to contest off the rip at Rubble, you still lost a player. And you're just getting dissected piece by piece. The push out at B main almost cost you a player. Everything seems to have a response from Gen G so far. I mean, I think, you know, just a little bit more of a commit towards the A Rubble fight, maybe. Try to make sure that both the front and the back of the Rubble are clear.
Get this man a fist bump. All right, there you go.
Okay.
You're
so invested in that.
He's left hanging for so long.
Yeah.
How are you going to have good vibes on stage?
I don't know.
Fist bumps aren't even
That's
synced.
yeah. And then it's impossible.
There.
A couple ults now as well. Yo man 7-0, hasn't died yet.
He hasn't gotten any kills since his first 2 rounds, but it doesn't matter. Still top of the board after that ace. Nightfall going to be sent out here. There's Texture. Decent damage taken here on entry into the site. Knocked down to 32. Things get opened up a bit. Crew's trying to go for the reset, but Foxy is able to find it now. Can just try to send it. Maybe a timing ultimate here as Texture does get caught. Calvin Caron noting it as the smoke dissipates, finds the elimination. Foxy at the ready. The ult invested might not even be necessary as Caron just knocks them all back one after the other. The decay will expire, but Ban still just here with 51 HP versus 3. The Haunt gets the reveal even. And ultimately he has to back away. Munchkin on the hunt, the Prowler leading the chase. And anticipating the pressure in from behind, but doesn't have the headshot. Munchkin claims it as Gen G. Continue now 5-0.
Well, this isn't even a fake. It's actually just a Nightfall to clear out a Link to make sure you can get pretty deep, and it didn't even get to the spot on the cruise there. Okay, you get the showstopper kill. Karin gets hit by the net, and it doesn't matter. There's no stopping this man today. Just disgusting. Almost gets that last one on a ban. Just crazy how fired up he is, dude. He is just...
The last frame of that was fantastic. Somebody's got
maniacal.
Somebody screenshot that because it was great. Gen G. Is there an end in sight for this dominance? On out, Karan just pushing forward, finding one. Should get punished and will. Man does manage to trend it back. As the Armageddon gets invested. Texture in the meantime. Steamrolling his way into its back sight. Youngman going to be spotted on the cross, and Primi now having to back away. Noted here at Waterfall. The net does go through, but doesn't connect on the Texture, I don't believe. Just a bit shy. Similarly, the salvos, a bit too late. Showstopper now out. Spot onto one. Governor annihilated. Foxy takes down Primi. 2 players now remaining from the side of Talon. They look for the concussed, the Texture just wide swings in, nearly mows them both down. All those bullets just dancing around Ban. Down to 86, but Foxy just plays backside, picks them apart. Gen G 6-0, no end in sight.
They're just toying with them. I mean, they're just causing so many problems on one side of the map. Meanwhile, they're just slow creeping their way through the other. It's Karan here, finds that kill on a Cruz who's just staring at the other side of the map or something. I don't know if he's let loose with a Prowler there, but just shot in the ear. And meanwhile, the main force of Gen G is actually just coming towards C, and by the time Talon figures it out, it's too late. They're so hard to read, man, because they're always showing you a different player. This time it's Karan out front. Oh boy.
Oh, sees nade. Governor plays off the back of that one, pushing forward, but only able to find one. Pan, dying breath, just find the headshot onto Foxy9. And as the dust settles, 20 seconds into the round, we have ourselves a 2v2. Munchkin one away from the pit. Jit Boys tucked in. The Seaside starting to slowly creep forward. Turret obviously not going to mean a damn thing, and if he keeps pushing out wider and wider, may just find Munchkin. Slowly drifting into B. Does he actually look for it? He does. Has the headshot. Munchkin dead. Now all on Yeoman.
He's going to try it. I know exactly where he's at.
The 1v2, one death to his name, slowly starting to work forward. Jit Boys just around that corner, but it's not going to be checked. Instead, Yeoman ends up inching forward towards this C site.
Primy's got a good feeling.
He does. He's got a good shot. Takes it down. Talon, at long last, get themselves a round victory.
This one still, even though they get the win, it's on a knife's edge. I mean, it's a 3-for-3 for the Rubble battle. Nice entry by Governor. Opens up some space here for Ban. And then, if that lurk is 2 seconds later, there's a chance Munchkin's just watching it.
Come on.
The call's trying to rally the team, get them focused in for these few remaining rounds in the half.
Primy's got that annihilation.
Opportunity to still try to recover this half. Could all start here, but Gen.G Talon need to try to get themselves a consecutive round victory.
Is anybody going to be able to back up Cruz? Finally, Governor has arrived on site.
Governor at rope, Primy not too far off here. Just outside of stairs, anticipating some forward pressure. Nightfall still held. Tap at the door. Nightfall going to be sent. Cruz blinded up, however, ends up getting taken down as Yeoman opens the door.
The TP behind.
TP comes in, but it's noted. Foxy turns back. Jit Boys taken down. Primy, however, able to get the catch. Net goes in. Texture locked in position. An easy kill. As Gen.G now start rethinking whether or not they want to try to take the spike into this site here. With a kill on the Governor, that might entice them a little bit further. 2v4, a potential pit staring them in the face here. Gen.G giving the numbers advantage, might be feeling good about it. Annihilation is gonna get sent out, gets the grab. The pull coming through, but as Primy tries to drop down, he ends up falling to the wayside.
30 seconds left.
Clear out on the Annihilation. No Cocoon to try to play off of. No easy pick. Just Ban now in a 1v3.
Spike planted.
What do you do?
Tap on the door. I mean, the full kit is available for him. Salvo's there, but just swing the angle. Gets picked off, Yeoman with another. Gen.G not allowing for Talon to get any kind of consecutive victories. 7-1. They continue to just look absolutely indomitable here on Lotus.
I'm just, oh my God, the timing on this.
Waits for it. He's like, yeah, he can't see me. I'm too far away.
And I don't think Foxy got hit by the Nightfall, so he can hear it, right? The plan there is Cruz hits it with the Nightfall. Nobody can hear anything.
Keeping in the back.
Yep. But that's a great read from Foxy. And in general, just great patience from Gen.G. The Nightfall lands, and they just pause. Let's go, what's this? What's coming at us? Hold on.
Double face out of the wall here.
No
yes,
way.
It's gonna be yes. It's just gonna be a double kill into a triple from Munchkin. He likes those odds. Ban now, lone player on A. Primy alone on C, has a Guardian. A chance to maybe answer back a bit of damage here. It's Munchkin readjusts. Finds the fourth. The fifth, however, nowhere nearby. Primy strikes. Go ahead and pick up a gun. Vandal now going to be in hand. Spike, however, being ushered across into the A site, and Munchkin on the hunt, looking for an ace. Looks to go ahead and intercept.
If I'm Texture, I'm trying to steal this.
Well, Texture's doing what he's told. Boss says stay put.
Spike planted.
Come on, Texture.
Here comes the push out. Munchkin anticipating it a little bit closer. There's the swing. Tries to go for it, and Primy will be able to deny it. Munchkin maybe saying, okay, yeah, I get it now.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe our whole team's just cursed.
Well, Yeoman got one.
That's true, he did. Good point. Karan's had quite a few.
But now, I mean, Primi is pretty much just boxed in, trying to hold on to the weapon, but rotates back and oh no!
Hey, who's got the snap? One dream ends, another begins.
Thank you, Texture. Appreciate you. Just, I mean,
I think that's more BM than teabagging.
Yeah.
It's just so brutal.
Yeah, it is a bit. I mean, I don't know what you do here. I get it. You know, Texture's just like, see? Now you know what it's like. You're all laughing at me all the time.
Well, here we go. Explosiveness off the rip again, and Texture blast packing up into the smoke is able to find one. Jit Boys has TP'd onto Rumble, but Texture just sprays up the top. Finds the kill. Munchkin dropping down here off tree, and he just sticks the landing. It's a 10 out of 10, and Cruz is dead. Fan now trying to find his way out of this cubby, but he cannot. The wheels have long since come off, and Gen G are just looking almost perfect.
Yep. I mean, like you said, the wheels are off the bus. It's on fire. It's sliding down the hill. The mountain cliff looms.
I almost had that happen to me before.
Really?
It was on a bus that was parked on a hill, and the bus driver did not engage the parking brake.
Oh, and they like started to roll?
And we started rolling towards a very busy intersection.
Ah, yeah. That's
in,
scary, dude.
Yeah, Kansas City. And I was 15 years old, and we were petrified because we were in the very back of the bus. They're like, well, we're the first ones to go, I guess. People might be wondering why I'm telling that story, and it's because there's not much else to talk about in this round.
That is correct.
Premi's going to look to save. They're going to look to hunt. And see if he can hold on to the weapon.
It's just tremendous what he's able to
here
do.
Comes the swing, drop the scorecard, and he just can't find it.
Just wide swing him.
Foxy survives, 30 HP, nothing carried over, 9-1.
I mean, they just do such a good job. Texture, again, these blast packs to get around all this, how he just sees it for a moment. That's all he needs. I was wondering how he got that first one. The second one, I'm not sure if it got called out or he saw the tether. And he got tagged up by the Haunt, I believe. And they're so clean. They're so efficient on this map. They're just, all the gears turn together in lockstep for Gen G. Op for Munchkin.
Governor jiggled. Spotted that. Ooh, trying to send a warning shot. Munchkin hit that flick. I would have been out of my seat.
You ain't Texture yet. Not with those flicks, at least. The 4K we got.
Double stack here. Foxy swings into it. Let's get taken down. Ban able to collect the kill.
It's good patience, reading the tendency there of Foxy to try to push that space.
And Munchkin sense abandon the operator here as Paint Shell's gonna go flying through. TP, or rather just a swing out from Jit Boys, I should say. He's able to get the catch. Come in here, Jit Boys continuing to press forward. Prowler scouts him. So they look to set up a little bit of a high-low here as well. But Yeoman able to isolate. Some shots even go across here on the Jit Boys. Ball goes across, has to tuck back through the baby door, across over towards B. Jiggle Peek, spotting him out. Showstopper now drawn, sent, dead. Texture assigned, sent, and delivered it.
Just amazing.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah, whatever.
And then looks for more.
Where are you?
Here's dead. The drop spot noted. Gravnet able to get a catch here onto one, but Yeoman quickly removes it as Primi slowly tries to swing up the corner, but there's the peak. The timing is so damn clean from Yeoman. Span once again left to his own devices, and Karan is just wide swinging like an absolute monster. 10-1.
I will say it's something that was working for Gen G a lot against DFM was those wide swings, and it is working a treat against Talon, especially when you've got him in those isolated fights. Gen G is just so good at readjusting. I mean, I thought this Nightfall was like pretty ambitious against Jit, and then they're just like, don't worry, there's more in the back. There's a showstopper to come, and that's gonna buy us the space we need.
I mean,
Outlaws galore and
two
an op.
outlaws and an op.
Let's do it.
They know that they're going to be having half armors, and Munchkin's able to find first blood. Premi, however, able to answer one back. Showstopper from Governor takes down Yeoman. Jit Boys gets a piece of the pie. The spike is now stranded, as it's all down to Texture. Swings out, gives them a very good fight. But in the last round of the half, Talon will be able to find their second round win.
Switching sides.
Doesn't get too much better than what we just saw from Gen G on that attacker side. It's everything you've come to expect from this team on this map. They're so good at using your own kind of reads on the map against you. Something we saw so many times last year, why they were able to win a Masters. This is just kind of a GG go next round, but right off the rip, the Annihilation got sent, the Showstopper got sent. Just both teams just kind of knew there was a fight coming out of C Lobby. They went right for it. But just in general, I mean, so many of the things that we saw are coming back into form now. In the beginning of this stage, Gen G didn't look like they had a lot of those tools in the kit. It looked like they were still trying to get a read on, okay, our coordination, when can we lurk, when, you know, it felt like Munchkin's like game calling was a little bit off sometimes, where he wasn't quite reading his opponents very well. He wasn't able to set up for some of those weird maneuvers that we're seeing now.
Yeah, their rotations in the early games were a bit wonky, whereas normally, it's, you know, Munchkin's very well known for getting those early reads and putting his players in the position that they need to be to counteract. The story has changed since the DRX series. Everything seems to have clicked. For Talon now, a monumental task. If they want to stay here in Kickoff, they want to have that opportunity to make it to Masters Bangkok. They have to somehow turn this map around on its head. 10-2 deficits have been clawed back, but it is a rare feat.
It's so hard. And at this point, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Gen G just looks too clean. It's not just one thing, it's a lot of different things. When you're up 10-2, it's not just the game plan, it's the execution, the coordination, the communication. All of it looks world class right now for Gen G. And Talon is scrambling. They're gonna try to make a push, but Gen G, three-man stack right outside of this A main door. Just Primi.
Jiggle peeks, spots him out. That will go through. Try to buy some space. In the meantime, Governor looking for the entry here on the site. Up and over the top. Munchkin swinging around, looking for his target. Foxy's going to be the one collected. Governor dead, dealt with. However, deep push coming through, but oh man.
Spike down B.
Yeoman finds the headshot. And it just continues to spiral out of control. Into the depths here for Talon is Primi. The last hope, the last one standing. Munchkin making plenty of noise. Primi opens up, finds the kill. But now has to kill 4 more. The spike stranded here on the B site. 2 players tagged up. Foxy and Texture. First one try to face against is going to be Yeoman. Swings out, finds it. 75 health remaining. Now 34. Blast pack sent. Gets another. Primi, can he do it? 15 seconds. I don't think they're even going to give him the opportunity.
It's not enough time.
But realistically now at this point, he has to die. And they're not going to allow it, I don't think. Maybe Karen wants the ult charge. Wants to watch and make sure they don't have enough time to get the plant. You know, he'll just swing. He will be able to put him down. Gen G, they tie up the count as far as pistols are concerned, but we are far from tied up here on Lotus, 11-2.
This just shows how smart Gen G is, because we saw a very similar pistol round on Bind where you just send Governor out on his own. I don't know if it was a pistol. I think it was a pistol. Anyway, you just send Governor out on his own, right? Yeah. And the rest of the team is doing other stuff to try to find that open space that Governor is creating. And this time, Gen G has a backup plan. Because they had taken control of A lobby so firmly, they're able to wrap right around to A link really quickly to actually cut off the main brunt of the assault. Oh, this is bad.
Dear. 1, 2, 3. Quick kills coming through. Swap over off the outlaw here from Foxy 9, but with the ghost, he's still able to get it done. Governor now having to clear out that turret. Just find the kill. He's got so much more facing him, bailing him down. 12-2, Gen G up to series point. Looking to earn their spot in that lower final tomorrow versus T1.
What do you want? The judges, pretty good. Pretty good. And it's not too hard. They walk into it. One round separates Gen G from facing off against T1 tomorrow in a best of 5 to see who will go to Masters Bangkok. And Talon, 10 rounds in a row. Oh boy.
Okay, well, rare misses there from Boxy9.
He didn't hit a single shot.
Yeah, not able to find a damn thing off of that. Munchkin finds Jit Boys teleporting forward into his smoke, trades in his stinger, gets a Bulldog for his trouble. That's a gap in the wall that I think they could crouch underneath, actually. Got their way through Waterfall. We'll see, though, but for now, plant here on the corner.
Spike planted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It is being watched, however. Seems like the weaknesses are known. But Munchkin still will find one. Gets timing as he tries to go for the poison orb. Texture swinging around, Judge in hand, cuts Governor in half. Cruz running out of bullets, ends up falling to the wayside as Yeoman pushes forward. Now it is all on Ban. Salvo's there for a delay if he can try to buy enough time, but he cannot. 13-2, Gen G will eliminate Talon and move forward into the lower final tomorrow versus T1.
It seems like the beast is awakened for Gen G. Ever since they dropped to DRX, they have been dominant. They have found that stride again, and they are looking to go to yet another international event to represent Korea, to represent Pacific. And it's off the back of stellar performances from just about everybody on this team.
I mean, you mentioned it there. This guarantees double Korean representatives at Masters Bangkok. It's either Gen G or T1 going there alongside DRX. For Talon, you have to imagine, especially for the likes of Primi, Jit Boys, Cruz, that this sucks.
Yeah.
Unable to qualify for the tournament there in front of your fellow countrymen. But for Talon, it's just a time to look forward to the future, towards that stage 1, to continue to iterate, trying to continue to develop some different strategies here. Widen that map pool a bit. We'll see what they have up their sleeve in the future, but for now, we bid them a fond adieu.
Yeah, and look, this is a team that everybody sort of, not just sort of, but definitely fears. Because you never know, if they can find that consistency, if they can find that form throughout the rest of this season, look, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. We know what they're capable of. We know that this whole team can be more than the sum of their parts sometimes, and we need to see that more often. And that's, a lot of work to do between now and stage 1, but if they can get there, then they absolutely are going to be a team that's going to be able to compete for titles in Pacific. Going to be a team that we're going to be seeing more often at the global events. But Gen G, last couple of years, this team bringing Solo in as the coach and bringing these players in, the core, Texture, Munchkin, Karan, absolutely otherworldly.
Yeah, and the level up across the series that we've witnessed so far at Kickoff has been pretty palpable. We'll see how far this can go. Can they get through T1 off the back of a very scrappy series here today? We'll find out. But for now, Gen G will have their moment in the spotlight, and they will be back on this stage in less than 24 hours to see if they can get to another international, if Masters Bangkok is in the cards. But for now, let's head
Bella
over to
with
Bella.
the post-match interview. I don't want to photobomb them, but congratulations. Oh my god. 카론, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 젠지의 카론 선수 만나보겠습니다. All right, another win against Talon in the books for Gen G. A clean 2-0 win. So, what are you thinking? How was your day today? 일단 탈론을 상대로 한 번 더 젠지의 악몽을 이렇게 보여주셨는데 2대0으로 경기가 좀 빨리 끝났는데 오늘 좀 어떠셨어요?
오늘 생각보다 이제 제가 폼이 좀 잘 나와줘서 좋았고요. 저희가 이제 계속 얘기를 하면서 성장을 해 나가는 모습이 너무 보기 좋았던 것 같아요.
I think I exceeded my own personal expectations of my performance, and I'm really happy with how my team's communicating and that we're maturing and our teamwork is just getting stronger day by day. And I wanted to ask you, you stole that winning momentum against Talon on early bind. So what was that turning point? How did you guys decide to navigate that? 이제 바인드 초반에 탈론 선수들에게서 뭔가 좀 이 분위기 기세를 가져오는 그 전환점이 있었던 것 같은데 기세를 다시 빼앗아오기 위해서 좀 어떤 이야기로 경기를 풀어 나가셨을까요?
일단은 저희는 이제 따여도 그냥 어차피 다시 복구할 수 있다는 마인드가 있기 때문에 아마 경기 중에서는 상범이 형이 샤워에서 2킬을 했던 적이 있거든요. 그때가 아마 저희의 전환점이었던 것 같아요.
Our team plays with the mindset that, hey, even if we lose a point, we can always win one back. And I actually think precisely the turning point was when Munchkin got the 2 kills in the shower, and that's when we were very confident. And I bet a lot of people are very curious for me to ask you this. We've been noticing that every time you're on the player cam, you give out this very, very intense roar, somewhat spicier than textures. So was there a change for you to unlock your inner beast inside? 이제 선수캠에 이제 되게 많은 분들이 이걸 궁금해하셨어요. 선수캠에 원태 선수가 잡힐 때마다 텍스처 선수보다 어찌 보면 조금 더 매운 리액션을 요즘 많이 보여주고 있거든요. 이 좀 전환하게 된 계기가 있나요?
전환하게 된 계기보다는 뭔가 최근에 이제 많이 좀 지고 청도 때 저희 이벤트 경기도 막 그렇게 지고 하니까 사실 좀 위욕을 좀 잃었었어요. 멘탈이 무너져가지고 그랬는데 이제 생각을 해보니까 어차피 제가 좋아하는 일이기도 하고 어차피 다시 잘할 수 있으니까 그냥 다시 잘 해보자라는 마인드로 이제 어찌 보면 이제 팀의 사기를 끌어올리는, 그러니까 형들도 말릴 때도 있고 저도 말릴 때도 있으니까 저라도 분위기를 이끌어 보자라고 해서 그때부터 이제 화이팅 넘치게 한 것 같아요.
I don't think there was anything specific personal, but I think it's the recent losses, like for example in Chengdu, where I was hesitant about my passion for the game, but I thought again, maybe hey, this is what I love, this is what I do, and I think it's best for me to like lift this team spirit up, and if this roar can bring it back for the team, why not? And I think that's why I've been very vocal about my reaction. All right, and now only one team, T1, stands in your way to Masters Bangkok, and Meteor, your ex-teammate, stands. So are you ready? What do you want to say going into tomorrow's match? 이제 단 한 팀, T1이 내일 마스터스 방콕 앞에 이렇게 지키고 있습니다. 특히 또 메테오 형을 적으로 만나게 되는데 각오 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
제가 이제 저번에도 말씀드린 적 있듯이 T1에 간 걸 후회하게 해주겠습니다.
I mentioned this last time, but hey, Meteor, I'm gonna make sure that you regret going to T1. All right, congratulations, Karan. That was beautiful. Best of luck tomorrow too. All right.
감사합니다.
네, 젠지 카란 선수 만나봤습니다. All right, we'll be back tomorrow, so let's go see some highlights.
Gen G continuing their kickoff journey and entering the top 3. It's now all 3 Korean teams for the top teams here at Kickoff. And of course, going up against T1 tomorrow for that last slot to Masters Bangkok.
I mean, that's a huge game for both of these teams. To fall at the final hurdle almost feels like a wasted kickoff. You kind of would have rather have gone out instantly, but they should have a lot of momentum to carry into tomorrow against T1.
Yeah, I think Gen G bouncing off the bottom of the bracket. DRX definitely lighting a fire under them, and they are almost certainly coming for T1 with a newly renewed fire. On the side of Talon, though, it's a disappointing way to go out. They definitely did not play their best today. We talked about the floor and the ceiling of Talon. That was definitely, unfortunately, the floor today, but realistically, a top 4 is pretty good here in Pacific. They're still one of the better teams here in Asia right now. They got themselves some championship points, and this is a team that, regardless of the fact that they didn't play their best today, is better than the sum of its parts. They always have a game plan going into this game, going into these games rather, and unfortunately today, it just wasn't the right one.
Yeah, I feel like they maybe crumbled under the pressure because all eyes were on them for Masters Bangkok. There was a storyline that was written especially for them, and when you have that at the back of your head with every single round, I know we were talking about how you just have to focus on each round, but I feel like that happening in your home court, that has to linger.
I mean, I think there was so much pressure, as you say. There was a lot of weight being put on their shoulders, and they could never get a foothold into this game. It was silky smooth for Gen G. Started strong and stayed strong all the way throughout. They just gave Talon no way back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the class that we want to see from Gen G. This is a Gen G that makes you excited about the top of Pacific and even about Pacific's prospects should they go to an international tournament again. You know, we don't want to see this Gen G that we saw earlier in this tournament where they take 6 to 8 rounds to even get warmed up in a map. It really felt like they were just pedal to the metal right from the start. Yeoman's playing a lot better. Highlights from Foxy9 all night long. I mean, this is looking like a very well-rounded team and a very scary team right now.
But you know what? Slow starts, characteristic of Gen G. Lower bracket runs, characteristic of Gen G as well. That's just part of the experience that we have, right? Unfortunately, again, for TLN, it's bittersweet, but we have to say goodbye. The final Southeast Asia representative has to say farewell to Kickoff, and unfortunately to Masters Bangkok as well. It's really, really sad, but as you mentioned, yes, there is still hope. There is still stage 1, and they could be cooking something. I mean, Jovi, for example, just entered during Kickoff, so to give them some time to recuperate, to regroup, that could be exciting for stage 1.
Yeah, there's time to bounce back. I feel like you don't want to take... If you're losing Kickoff, you're not one of those top 2 teams that make it to Bangkok. You don't want to be too hard on yourself because you have a lot of time, especially with you not traveling to these international tournaments, for you to adjust to the meta, turn things back around. And no team's year is really over yet. We're just getting started.
I think it's context dependent. You can be very critical of Talon. You could say that was a terrible series. We should blow everything up. We should make changes. But realistically, you can also look at these kind of performances and think to yourself, we just played very poorly today. But look back on the games where we played very well this tournament. We pushed T1, almost beat T1. Like, they are a team that, as we've said, can be very, very good at times, can be very poor at times. This is just absolute chaos, these kind of rounds. I mean, Gen G, they do so well at dominating the A main control, even against all of this utility being thrown at it by Talon, though.
I think they understand this area of the map so well. No one does A main fights quite like Gen G do. They have so many layers, so many different ideas that they can bring. And we have to highlight this man, Yeoman. We said at the start of the show, he's had a lot of critics. He had big shoes to fill, but I felt like today was a really nice game for him.
Yeah, I mean, ace in the pistol to start things off, and he really is starting to step up and play better on an individual basis. I think a lot of people are getting concerned that maybe the initiator role in Gen G is a little bit cursed at times, unfortunately, but I think he's starting to change that narrative and stepping into the shoes of Gen G as the initiator player and having some better performances. Munchkin is a player that, honestly, this tournament, he's been really just getting in the face of his opponent and having some very big rounds when it's needed. He is the IGL, he does make the calls, but he does just get very aggressive at times, even on the lurk. Like on this map, on the Viper, he was not afraid to take fights and just go out A and duel people.
He played with so much confidence, and you love to see that. And if your IGL is projecting that kind of confidence, it's easy to feel like you can accomplish anything. So he's really leading from the front in a mental capacity and in a fragging capacity.
And they're still having fun.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a testament also to Gen G, by the way. It's easy to forget that this is a new roster for Gen G, right? Yeoman and Foxy9 still coming in is a new change. And you see Texture being very, very encouraging to them, right? You flash back to early in Kickoff where he was encouraging Foxy9, see, you can do it, you can do it. And then you have Yeoman as well getting that encouragement. And, you have Karon bringing up the energy, as he mentioned in that interview. So this is a Gen G that is definitely far from, calling it, or rather like energy going down. This is a Gen G that is renewed for this year.
Yeah, they believe in themselves. They believe that whatever they accomplished last year, they can equal that and better. But Karon is our match MVP for today. I felt like he had a spectacular map 1. He didn't really have to do much on map 2, but it didn't feel like anyone on Gen G did. It was smooth sailing. But in that map 1, he set himself apart, I thought, and a well-deserving match MVP.
Yeah, he's just got such great crosshair placement and mechanics, like the burst multi-frags that you get from Karon at times, and the fact that you can't really fault his positioning, it makes him just amazing to watch in the controller role and flexing on all of his opponents. A lot of people had him as the Rookie of the Year last year, and in only a year span, he's already expected to be some kind of MVP performance kind of player inside of Pacific, and a player that is part of a core that's meant to lead a team to another dynasty of greatness. That's a ridiculous amount of pressure, but when you see how well he plays on Pine, for example, when they're up against it in the lower bracket on his opponent's map pick, you know that he can rise to that occasion.
Well, I'm very distracted right now because the Korean broadcast, they're like jumping up and down and celebrating. Dojin, I think he won something. We have to find out. And we have Taeho Lee as host too. That was a special cameo by Taeho Lee. We have to know who is going to be the winner for this My Own team and who gets a Pacific hoodie. Oh my gosh, triple digits.
Did you beat me for the all-time?
I thought you got 118.
I think, yeah, you were close though.
It's very close.
That was a hell of a team today,
I was
bro.
very happy with the team.
Double
Hyunmin,
MVP.
match MVP. Karon, match MVP. Meteor,
You had Meteor.
2 huge maps. Primi, by far the standout player on Talon. And Mako, But I mean, I don't think I could have picked a better team for today.
I thought I had you beat, but you know,
It's not even close. Not even close.
Unfortunately, putting texture on Sentinel is always a bad decision. So
Flashbacks to 2023.
at least Big Time got something right though.
Yeah.
We have to check out the casters' results as well. How well they did, even though they do not get a Pacific hoodie.
Good
but
scores.
as we mentioned earlier, okay.
Good scores.
Okay, commendable.
Not quite my level, but we're getting there. I'll give you all
Okay.
some extra coaching on the mic.
Oh, wow.
Jesus.
Wow. Okay, well, this is just the
You'd
first.
have to pay me.
This is just the first season of my own team, and yeah, let's. I think we have the overall score here, and we don't have the Pacific hoodie with us,
Oh.
but
You and highest score.
You were very close though. You almost beat me in both categories. At least I get
Very
something.
near.
a difference of 50 isn't too bad. 57, yeah.
757. I want to see the casters' total scores when we can. I think that would be an interesting.
I think
stat.
Chobra has a lot of.
I think
Shows
Shobra's
them
probably.
very well.
I really wouldn't be surprised if Chobra had the highest overall
Yeah.
for the series, for the whole season so
Same.
far. That's probably what I'd be expecting. Although I think Paper Thin did surpass him the
Really?
last time I checked it. I think Paper Thin's right up there as well.
That's right. Are you saying that we give the hoodie to them? Then?
Absolutely. I need it. It's too cold here.
It's
so.
too cold.
I think Paper Thin needs a hoodie for his head. I think they call that a beanie.
Well, you know what? You know what? Wait until stage 1 where me and Victoria can get in on this and then steal your hoodie away from you.
Sure. You
Yeah,
can try.
yeah.
You can try.
No, it's now a battle for that Pacific hoodie, for the Pacific merch. Taking a look at our bracket, of course, we now have our top 3, and we have T1 and Genji battling it out tomorrow for that final slot to Masters Bangkok.
Best of 5. We want to see this go the distance, and it's a fast turnaround for both of these teams. Both these teams, one night to go away, prepare, watch their opponents, and they have it all to play for.
Yeah, for T1, I mean, got to test the map pool a little bit more. I'm really looking at their comps going into tomorrow. What kind of comps are they going to be playing? How much double duelists we're going to see? How much more standard play we're going to see? But for Genji, I mean, it's a tried and tested map pool. The core is well established. They should be kind of just trusting what they know going into tomorrow. I'm very excited about that game. I mean, most of the Korean versus Korean matchups have definitely been delivering so far. And of course, DRX are going to be a great representative over in Bangkok, and T1 Genji, I'd be happy with either of them, especially now that Genji's bounced back a little.
Yeah, same here. I feel like these are the best 3 that we could send over to Masters Bangkok, right? Especially at the forms that they're at right now. You have T1 with a little bit of that, you know, the loss earlier. I'm curious to see how they're going to bounce back from that straight into a best of 5, right?
I mean,
it's an endurance test now.
They lost a game that really was super winnable for them.
Yeah.
I think that's what they'll be talking about. And I do think there's a big difference in the mental in a one-day turnaround. One team has just come off a tough loss, and one team's just come off a dominant win. So it's about how they're able to recover mentally and how that matches up tomorrow in that long-form series of the best of 5.
In a match like this, how much sleep did you get on the eve of that match?
I mean,
none.
Never as much as you would like. I think is the best way to put it. I mean, sleep is important. You should always sleep your 8 hours, remember that. But I think there's going to be a lot of nerves, a lot of excitement, so...
Definitely. They're jitters already. It's getting super exciting as we narrow it down and enter our final weekend here at Kickoff. So thank you so much for watching. We're going to see who is that second team to head over to Masters Bangkok, get our 2 representatives, and of course, to see who wins Pacific Kickoff at the end of it all. So thank you so much for watching, and that's it from us on the desk.
Know that they need these rounds and they're squandering the beginning of this first half. They're well poised, but Gunman has other ideas. Buzzbeat are going to be taking down Carpe up on top of the box. They're Levine 3! That's Pri and Mako join him in the grave. Swing out from Bane, can't get it done.
나이스 게지요. 못 나오게 해준다며. 내가 못 나오게 해줬어 이거로.
T1 are now 1 round away from tying us up at the half. In the hands of T1 as Youngman looks to go aggressive and still somehow comes away with 1. Youngman does get tagged, has to try to retreat but cannot. Stacks guns him down. You're playing against Mako. It can prove to be very difficult. Former teammates. The time not quite gonna be there. And Mako gets the Red Bull clutch.
Man, oh man, this has now gotten really scrappy.
So congratulations.
Oh boy.
Harpe backpedaling notices. There's a stun on the Meteor.
가야 돼!
But a lot of the util gone, but here's the showstopper now as Buzz pushes forward. Gunman needing the ace. They're trying to clutch it out, and he gets it done! One in main, Stacks here hovering on the corner. Shoulder spotted. Is it Meteor? Goes for the peak. He's a bit of damage, and Flashback lays him out! 13 to 10, DRX are going to Masters Bangkok. They are going to the Kickoff Grand Finals. Critical one that you would love to have. Annihilation going to be sent out. Primigo swinging and somehow wins the fight. Coming now, planting his feet. Picks up one, but Foxy tries to hold down that side. What is that? Unbelievable! Won't get an ace, but who gives a damn? Will get cleared out for the entry here to the site. Very much thought up there for a second. Primi, great to readjust. Looks for a little bit more. Does get overwhelmed though. He's a member here on the team. Looks for a timing swing. It's going to be Yomen collecting himself a third kill. Getting the reveal. Yomen now needing the ace, and he somehow gets it. Rookie getting an ace.
What a round for Yomen.